conclusion?
Well, I would say first that the president is married to a teacher, so he certainly trusts in the role of teacher.
Hi there, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studio, 6:01 here on the East Coast. Thank you so much for beginning your morning with us here on the show. Our motto is to bring you live, raw, and unfiltered news throughout the day, and that is a promise. And we'll begin right now with a live look at Ukraine, which takes us directly into our top story. Here is a look at Independence Square. Like I said, we are live in Ukraine, where we are monitoring tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. Now, I do want to give a locator here so everyone knows exactly where we are. We are in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Now, Russia claims it is pulling back more troops and weapons, but NATO says it sees no sign of a de-escalation, and on the contrary, it continues to build on the border. All of this information comes just 24 hours after a day of unity in Ukraine. President Zelensky calling for this day of unity on the date that many media outlets around the world reported that Russia would actually begin its invasion February 16th. That was yesterday. That, of course, did not occur, and we are keeping up to date on everything that is happening at this border. Our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with the latest on this story.
And with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz as allied leaders push for a diplomatic off-ramp for Russia. President Vladimir Putin says he is ready for talks and that a drawback of Russian troops has begun. Words not all believe.
Watch what actually happens, not his words, because he is an unreliable narrator.
According to the White House and NATO leaders, intelligence has not found any evidence of a withdrawal.
Russia maintains a massive invasion force ready to attack.
There was concern Russia would begin an invasion Wednesday.
We are not afraid. Whatever is forecast, we are not afraid of any people, any enemy.
The administration says they are ready with sanctions if President Putin moves ahead with an invasion, and are warning of Russian disinformation campaigns ahead of any decision by Moscow.
We believe an attack could come at any time, and that would be preceded by a fabricated pretext that the Russians use as an excuse to launch an invasion.
In the Mediterranean over the weekend, we've learned a Russian jet potentially came within feet of a U.S. Navy plane. The Department of Defense said situations like that could lead to more dangerous outcomes.
It could be one misjudgment, one mistake, one plane flying too close to another, one bad decision, and war could break out.
The State Department says they have not received a written response from Russia on what they need to discuss and how to de-escalate, but hope to have something in the coming days. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that report. Tensions in Eastern Europe remain heightened after months of military movement and a buildup of about 150,000 Russian troops positioned near Ukraine's border. The U.S. State Department says there have been more Russian forces, not fewer, along this border. Let's hear from the latest state briefing and a little excerpt from Ned Price.
You heard from the Secretary once again today that we are doing everything we possibly can to seek to find a peaceful resolution to the crisis Moscow has needlessly precipitated. But those efforts, as we've said, will be effective only if the Russian Federation is willing to de-escalate. To be very, very clear, we have not seen that. In fact, we have seen the opposite in recent weeks and even in recent days. More Russian forces, not fewer, are at the border, and they are moving, concerningly, into fighting positions. This is cause for profound concern. At the same time, and as we've warned previously, over the past several weeks, we've also seen Russian officials and Russian media plant numerous stories in the press, any one of which could be elevated to serve as a pretext for an invasion. This could happen, we are concerned, at any time, and the world should be ready for it. It could involve claims about Ukrainian military activity in the Donbass, false claims of U.S. or NATO activities on land, at sea, or air, even claims of Ukrainian or NATO incursions into Russian territory. We are particularly, you heard from the Secretary.
And that was a little excerpt from the latest press briefing from the State Department. We are going to play that a little bit later on for you in its entirety. And we also do want to update you because our motto is live, raw, and unfiltered news. We are going to bring you the latest live press conference from Secretary Austin and Pentagon spokesman John Kirby. That is set to arrive and begin at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. So in just about an hour and a half, we will bring you that live in its entirety with an update on this situation. Now, there are increasing concerns Russia could launch a cyber attack on crucial infrastructure, not only in Kyiv, but also in the U.S. Fox News congressional correspondent Aisha Hasni has the specifics from Capitol Hill. Let's take a listen.
Can take any step of seen and unseen. He has the right to do that.
The White House is keeping its cards close to the vest when it comes to how it would respond if the U.S. confirms Russia is indeed behind Tuesday's cyber attacks on websites belonging to Ukraine's army and banks. But Fox News has learned Russia could target critical infrastructure here at home. Electrical grids, water systems, government communications, even a similar event to last year's Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack that led to panic buying and fuel shortages across the Southeast. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has issued an unprecedented Shields Up alert, advising all American organizations, big and small, to adopt a heightened posture when it comes to protecting their most critical assets. On Tuesday, President Biden addressed the threat, saying, "We're prepared to respond." But both Republicans and Democrats on the Hill aren't so sure.
We've shown cyber weaknesses. We need to increase our cyber defense.
I don't think they're prepared. I mean, we've seen cyber attack after cyber attack since this administration took office.
With the looming threat, Senators Rob Portman and Gary Peters introduced a bipartisan cybersecurity package last week. It would require companies supplying critical infrastructure to report attacks to the government and make sure federal agencies adopt cloud-based technology to protect themselves.
We are better prepared than we have been in the past, but we're not well prepared.
And Senator Portman tells me his best hope is that cybersecurity package is enacted in the next couple of weeks. But of course, a Russian cyber attack could come well before then. On Capitol Hill, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
And thank you to Aisha for that report. Now, like I said earlier on in the show, we are live here at at the Independence Square in Kyiv, of course, the Ukrainian capital. And this comes just 24 hours after Ukrainians held a national display of unity. This happened on Wednesday. This actually occurred in the city of Lviv, which is about 300 miles from the capital of Kyiv. Now, Fox News spoke to the State Department's top diplomat in the country, who had to move the embassy to that western city of Lviv in fear of this invasion, this potential invasion that Russia has positioned itself for. A highly unusual step to move an embassy to a separate city. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is in Lviv tonight with the latest.
Said this would be the day Russia would invade, but that has not.
In cities across Ukraine, a day of unity, as proclaimed by President Vladimir Zelensky.
We are not scared of anyone.
President Zelensky visited his forces near Belarus to see his army, including these tanks. A not-so-subtle message to Russian forces not far to the north. U.S. officials had warned Russia could launch a full-scale invasion of Ukraine as early as Wednesday. The top U.S. diplomat here in Ukraine fears Russia will not stop if it invades. It could also conquer neighboring Moldova and Belarus.
If Russia is allowed to take aggressive action against Ukraine, then there's no telling what they might do next.
Do you think Putin is bluffing?
You know, I hope he's bluffing, but I fear he's not.
Russia claimed Wednesday it's removing forces from Crimea. The Russian Defense Ministry releasing this video showing tanks and other armored vehicles departing the peninsula and returning to mainland Russia. As some Russian troops depart, U.S. officials say more are headed to the border. Now 150,000 ready to invade Ukraine. Over 30 years ago in the Soviet Union, a rally like this here in Lviv would not be possible. A gentler message here in Lviv in western Ukraine, home to one of the country's oldest universities. Locals waved flags, cheered, and showed their patriotism. Fox News spoke to the mayor and some students.
Together. It is very important for our country.
It's quite important to feel the support of people, to feel that we are together in every part of Ukraine.
New satellite imagery shows Russia's deployed a large field hospital and 20 helicopter gunships to Belarus near the border with Ukraine. Just a 1 hour, 45-minute flight to the capital under full combat load. In Lviv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And thank you to Lucas for that report. Now, we do have actually an exclusive interview with our very own Andrew Kraft and that man that you just heard from right there, Lucas Tomlinson, on this entire situation. They chatted via Zoom. Let's take a listen to this report.
Joining us here on Live Now from Fox is Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, who is in Lviv, Ukraine right now. And we know this is Unity Day in Ukraine. A lot of these intelligence assessments had said today, February the 16th, could be the day that Putin decides to invade. What's going on there on the ground, Lucas?
Well, good evening, Andrew. It's great to join you. You're right. Today was supposed to be, you could argue, a disunity day when Russia invaded with 150,000 troops that have now massed on Ukraine's border from the north, east, and south. And of course, you have 6 warships with Russian Marines, tanks, and other armored units. They've got this country surrounded, a country that's the size of Texas. And you're right. President Zelensky, instead of telling people to panic, said we need this day of unity. So today, Wednesday, nationwide, in all of Ukraine's big cities had this unity day. I'm in the city of Lviv. It's about 6 hours west of Ukraine's capital city of Kyiv. It's a university town. It's got one of the oldest universities in Ukraine. You could almost think of it as like Boston. And I spoke to a lot of students today who were very scared. They came out. They showed their support. They showed their patriotism. They're happy. But others on the sidelines I spoke to were pretty nervous. They have contingency plans. What do they do if Russia invades? You know, some called Western Ukraine a safe area. But there's local reports tonight, Andrew. I was not able to confirm before air tonight that there are saboteurs or provocateurs that are coming here to perhaps cause some trouble. But it's a very tense situation nationwide. You know, the president's called for calm, but, you know, there are people that are very nervous.
Yeah, and Lucas, there's this back and forth, especially with U.S. officials and those of our allies in Europe about whether or not Russia is scaling back. We haven't seen any evidence to that, although they said they are. So this is kind of a back and forth right now as these tensions mount. What's the latest with that?
Well, there are some imagery that the Russians have put out that show, some videos of some Russian armored units leaving Crimea, moving back to mainland Russia. But there's no evidence that as a whole, the Russian military is pulling back from the border. In fact, it's the opposite. Earlier today, I spoke to the top U.S. diplomat here in Ukraine, and she says that not only is Russia not pulling back, they're adding forces. Now, keep in mind, this is a country where the U.S. embassy had to be evacuated in Kyiv. That's one of the reasons I'm here. Both the CIA and all the diplomats had to come here to the town of Lviv because of the threat of Russian invasion, a highly unusual situation where you had an embassy evacuated. Of course, there's some 30,000 Americans that President Biden and everybody on down said Americans need to leave. So it's a very tense situation here on the ground, but one that you don't feel as much as, of course, as what we are reading and hearing back home. When you watch the, press briefings, right? When I speak to Pentagon officials back home, it's a dire situation. While some people are tense, others, you go out to restaurants, cafes, which are full, by the way. People are walking around, their families. I mean, I passed a few little families, told them, hey, I'm a father too. Here are my kids. I showed, the families pictures of my family, and just, of course, good excuse to ask them a few questions. And while some are calm, others are like, I got to live. I've got a job. I've got a life. I've got to, I can't just sit at home and, hide under the couch.
Yeah, that's so interesting. We know Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, will be in Munich. We just got that reporting that she's going to be speaking with Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Yeah, he's going. How about that? He's leaving the country. Some people are a little nervous about that. I asked, what do people think about that? And, some people say it's okay. Other people are like, is this really the time to be leaving your country during the threat of an invasion?
Lucas, to me, and you're on the ground there, this feels kind of like a slow-moving train wreck almost, in the sense where, like, is it going to happen today? Is it going to happen today? Is it going to happen today? So I don't know, that's making me tense, but the people that you've spoken to, they're just going kind of about their daily lives.
And I'm trying not to get lulled into it, Andrew, because again, you're reading all these dire assessments. You're talking to officials back home in Washington on the Pentagon on the phone who are very nervous, thinking that an invasion is like 90% probable, 99% probable. Why not it happening today? Oh, well, because we voiced this intelligence. We think we spooked Putin, or we convinced him to move the invasion. And you're like, okay. But then here you walk around, people are tense, but they're also calm, going about their lives. But you can't help but think, what did Poland look like in 1939? What did France look like on the eve of World War II, World War I? I mean, what was, the dining deck looking like on the Titanic before that iceberg showed up? I'm sure people were having a great time, right? I mean, so that's like you're thinking about, like, what you're seeing right here, what you're seeing, out the window here. Yes, it's very calm, but let's not get lulled, because there's some new satellite imagery from Maxar that came out, late this evening, showing 20 Russian helicopter gunships on the border of Ukraine and Belarus, field hospitals, units. And you think, wow, why would you be moving attack helicopters? Is that like a first strike weapon? Yeah, it's a first strike weapon. Why field hospitals? Russians think they're going to take casualties. If you invade this country, they can do it pretty easily, but obviously you're going to suffer casualties. It could be mass casualties. You could cause millions of refugees. And also occupying. There's a big difference between invading and occupying a country. Sadly, we found that out in Iraq in 2003. The invasion was the easy part. We rolled into Baghdad without much a problem. With airstrikes, Tomahawk cruise missile strikes. They think that could be a similar playbook here with airstrikes. And the Russians have something called Iskander, short-range ballistic missiles. They're obviously can cause a lot of damage. And so while Ukrainians are resilient, one gentleman told me that, I'm not worried about the Russians. I have guns in my safe. I mean, I almost asked, yeah, but do you have missiles at home? Because the Russians aren't just coming in with Kalashnikovs and Dashukas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They carry heavy stuff.
All right. Well, Lucas, we know it's late there. We appreciate your time. Stay safe. We'll definitely talk to you again.
Some fascinating insight there from Lucas Tomlinson, who is on the ground in Lviv, Ukraine tonight. He's been covering this story really from the start, and he caught up with Andrew Kraft yesterday. And some really interesting insight from the ground, from what the general feeling in Ukraine is like at this moment. Lucas outlining that the embassy was moved from Kyiv, where we are live now. This is Independence Square, moved to Lviv, which is about 300 miles west. It's about an hour or so drive from the Polish border, for a bit of geographical context for everyone. And that the latest report on the ground in Ukraine is that, as this lower says on your screen, Russia is saying that they have de-escalated, that they have removed troops, and that is just simply not the case and not what imagery and what the latest data is showing. Lucas also giving us excellent insight into what the feeling is like. He says people are nervous, but they are living their lives as any other day. They're trying to move on with their lives. They're out at restaurants. They're with their families. Lucas speaking to some families and saying that they just feel like they have to continue on with their lives. We're seeing this live shot. There is traffic. The square is buzzing. It is another workday in Ukraine. Also highlighting a really important meeting that's going to happen this meeting, where Vice President Kamala Harris is going to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky. They are going to meet at the Munich Security Conference in Germany. And Lucas letting us know that people are a bit nervous that their president, Ukrainian President Zelensky, is going to be leaving the country this weekend. Perhaps not the time to have your leader leave the country, was the general feeling from some people that he spoke to. So this is a situation, like I said, that we have been following very closely here at Live Now from Fox, and as soon as we get any updates, we will bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. I do want to let you know and remind our viewers that we are expecting a press conference from Pentagon spokesman John Kirby and Secretary Austin in just over an hour. So an hour and 10 minutes from now. It's supposed to begin at 7:30 Eastern time. And we will bring that to you once again, live, raw, and unfiltered. We're going to step away for a quick break. When we come back, we're going to give you the latest on the Freedom Convoy and COVID-19 news. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Do you want to take that Ukraine upper away because we are no longer in Ukraine. But we will be circling back to that story as soon as we get updates on it, of course. Welcome back into the show. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 624 here on the East Coast. And we do want to shift gears a bit and give you the latest update on the Canadian trucker protest, the Freedom Convoy that has been making headlines across the continent. Truckers in Canada are dismantling the last remaining blockade along the U.S. border. That is the good news. This as police in downtown Ottawa warn protesters to leave. They've gone so far as to write tickets. This has been the most severe escalation in that situation. Fox News correspondent Alex McAdams has more on this story.
Canadian police telling protesters in the country's capital it's time to go home.
Gotta go. Time to leave.
Today, authorities in Ottawa began ticketing vehicles that are taking part in protests against COVID-19 restrictions. Officers handing out these notices to truckers, urging them to leave the area, saying, quote, anyone blocking the streets or assisting others in blocking the streets are committing a criminal offense. You must immediately cease further unlawful activity or you'll face charges. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoking the Emergencies Act this week, allowing the government to ban blockades and tow trucks. But some say the government's actions are having the opposite effect.
I don't love confrontation. I don't like this environment. Every time he does something, it just kind of, it's actually just motivated more people to show up.
Protesters here on the ground tell me these notices are the most serious threat they've received from police so far. Law enforcement in Ottawa ramping up their response after the city's police chief resigned this week. Now, interim chief Steve Bell says authorities have reached a turning point.
We are increasing and improving our police service provision on a day-by-day basis. The geography of the occupation has shrunk over the last number of days.
As protesters remain in front of the Capitol, other blockades across the country are now clearing out. In Ottawa, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And we're going to take a live now look at the White House, where the White House coronavirus response team has revealed yesterday that new mask guidance and guidelines are coming soon. This while state and local leaders across the country are lifting mandates and other restrictions at indoor venues. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera takes a closer look at all of this from Washington.
As COVID-19 cases throughout the country drop, hope that a new normal could soon settle in is rising, one where the virus is seen as largely endemic.
We're moving toward a time when COVID isn't a crisis, but is something we can protect against and treat.
The CDC signaling on Wednesday a potential change to its mask guidance, though no decision has been made just yet.
We'll soon put guidance in place that is relevant and encourages prevention measures when they are most needed to protect public health and our hospitals.
Facing growing pressure, several Democratic governors have eased masking rules, pointing to dropping infections. Many in San Francisco celebrating the end of indoor mask mandates for vaccinated people.
By the time, because the mask is just, it's a mess. I'm tired of it.
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to just like seeing people's faces in the grocery store and seeing people smiling and out and about.
Some are going one step further. Next month, masks will be optional in public schools in Virginia after Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin signed a bill ending the mandates.
Yes, the science and medical opinion from so many folks has changed, but also the politics have changed.
The Biden administration is also requesting information from related companies about how to bolster testing capacity to prevent a shortage of tests like what the country saw during the Omicron surge. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And thank you to Madeline for that report. Now, the United States is not the only country planning to lift these mask restrictions and planning for an end to the coronavirus pandemic as a whole. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has more on the globe's current COVID-19 status.
The World Health Organization is reporting a 19% drop in new COVID-19 cases just this past week. This news comes as more and more nations move towards a new normal, with Germany and Austria laying out plans to loosen pandemic restrictions this spring. And in the UK, vaccine authorization is expanding, allowing children ages 5 through 11 to now receive a COVID-19 shot.
This follows the approval of the Pfizer pediatric COVID-19 vaccine by our independent, world-leading medicines regulator.
And vaccine outreach is spreading even wider. BioNTech plans to deliver a vaccine factory to Africa, hopefully closing the gap in global vaccine availability.
We want to achieve self-sufficiency in vaccine production to meet future national, regional, and continental needs for health security. We shall not then in the future be at the mercy of foreign vaccine nationalism and geopolitics.
Here in the U.S., leading officials say vaccines, boosters, treatments, and testing has the nation on the road to recovery.
As a result of all this progress and the tools we now have, we're moving toward a time when COVID isn't a crisis, but is something we can protect against and treat.
While Washington's COVID response team has yet to update its mask guidance, leaders say loosened restrictions could be on the way. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has had so many effects across all sectors of life, one of them being in the classroom. National Guard troops are now proving that they are always ready to answer the call, even when it takes them back to the classroom. Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer has more on this really touching story.
I'm
not gonna lie, I was kind of nervous because, a man in a uniform, but it was cool.
It's back to the classroom for dozens of New Mexico's National Guard troops as the men and women in uniform trade in mission briefs for lesson plans.
The governor called upon its Guard, both Air and Army, to step in and assist. We're citizen soldiers. We serve our community, and this is another way for us to help serve our community.
Soldiers are at the head of the class in 36 of New Mexico's 89 school districts, helping to fill much-needed substitute positions as many full-time teachers quarantine after testing positive for COVID-19. While the plan enforced by Governor Grisham has kept students engaged and inside the classroom, some educators argue sourcing substitute teachers from different fields is not helpful.
Having individuals in the classroom who have other duties and responsibilities outside of working with students, during some of these, difficult times, it doesn't help learning.
But the soldiers called to serve say they are willing and able after receiving the appropriate training.
I personally already had my certificates, which just kind of sped things along for me. But the other guardsmen, Air and Army, had to take classes and get certified and then have briefs.
The shortage in educators spans much farther than just New Mexico. A recent jobs report claims there are nearly 600,000 school employee positions open nationally. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
And our motto here on Live Now from Fox is to bring you all of our live feeds, and it does appear that we have just lost that one. So we'll try and get it back up for you. Here it is again. This is a live look at a city just outside of Rio de Janeiro, a city called Petrópolis, where the death toll from devastating mudslides and floods that swept through this mountainous region has reached 58. I mean, dozens have been killed in what was a devastating event on Tuesday. Mayor Rubens Bontempo said that the number of dead could rise as searchers pick through the wreckage. 21 people have been recovered alive. This is the latest Fox News report, but here we're seeing live images of people trying to find their loved ones, their friends, their neighbors, who unfortunately were caught in a monstrous and horrific mudslide here. We will keep you up to date on this search effort, but here at Live Now, we bring you not only the latest news from across the country, but around the world as well. And so we will be monitoring this story closely. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll have more top stories. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are looking at live images from Petrópolis, Brazil, where we do have an updated death toll count from these floods and mudslides that swept away homes and cars in a city just outside of the main city of Rio de Janeiro. The confirmed death toll at the moment is 94. Families are still searching for their loved ones. The last that we checked, 21 people had been rescued alive, but here we're seeing zoomed in images of the effects of this horrific mudslide. Rubens Bontempo, the mayor of this Petrópolis city, didn't have an estimate for the number of people missing. These recovery efforts are still very much ongoing. There you see people just sifting through what is just mountains and mountains of debris. There were once homes sitting in that area. There were probably people inside of those homes when this mudslide did hit this city. More than 24 hours after this deadly mudslide, survivors were digging to find their loved ones, and they have not stopped since this. Rio de Janeiro's public prosecutor's office said in a statement on Wednesday night that it had compiled a list of at least 35 people who are missing. Like I said, we bring you all of these feeds live, raw, and unfiltered. It does appear that we lost that one again. We'll get it back to you as soon as we can. And we will keep you updated on the latest with these search efforts happening right now live in Petrópolis, Brazil. We are going to shift gears a bit and give you the latest on Prince Andrew. Now, he has reached a settlement in his lawsuit. He's back in the headlines, but this time there was that settlement reached. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has all of the details on this latest settlement. Let's take a listen.
Clearly the essence of a good deal. Everybody got something, everybody gives up something.
Britain's Prince Andrew settling his sexual assault lawsuit out of court. That's according to a court document filed by Virginia Giuffre's attorney on Tuesday. Giuffre accusing the Duke of York of sexually abusing her when she was just 17 years old on Jeffrey Epstein's private island, at his Manhattan mansion, and at the London home of his former partner, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Prince Andrew is done. He is toast. He is radioactive. He is ruined.
The civil suit stems from allegations against Jeffrey Epstein. Giuffre brought her case under the Child Victims Act, a New York state law enacted in 2019 that temporarily expanded the statute of limitations in child sex abuse cases.
I'm angry at this latest example of a powerful, wealthy man being able to wield his power and his wealth to allow him to dodge accountability for some very serious allegations.
Andrew stepped back from royal duties in late 2019 due to the long-running allegations. Now the prince is facing fresh calls to be stripped of his Duke of York title. Last month, the Queen stripped Andrew of his military affiliations and royal patronages. Prince Andrew has repeatedly denied that he abused Virginia Giuffre. The sum of the settlement will go to Giuffre's charity. The exact amount has not officially been disclosed. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
From Prince Andrew to the latest on Bob Saget we go. Bob Saget's family is hoping to keep further details of his death out of the public eye. This comes just days after Saget's family actually filed a lawsuit. They are hoping to prevent the release of any more details on the comedian's cause of death. The lawsuit reportedly seeks to block sensitive information, including photographs, as well as video and audio recordings of the investigation, citing privacy concerns. Saget, who was 65 years old, was found dead in his hotel room in Orlando, Florida last month. The autopsy report found the cause of death to be head trauma. Our very own Daytona Everett spoke with a legal analyst on why the family decided to block these records from the public. Let's take a listen to this report.
Breaking news coming out tonight. A judge blocking the release of comedian Bob Saget's death records at the request of his family. Saget's family filed a lawsuit to prevent the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office from releasing additional records related to the death investigation. I want to bring in one of our attorneys, legal analysts, to talk about why this happened. Attorney Hunter Skolnick joining us here on Live Now. Hunter, I'm curious, and again, this just coming down in the past couple of hours here, were they right in saying this? The family is saying that they would suffer irreparable harm in the form of extreme mental pain, anguish, and emotional distress if these additional records are released.
Hey, Tona, first, thanks for having me here. What's important to understand is Florida is one of those states that have wide open disclosure. Freedom of information requests are encouraged. However, under the statute, there is a clear exception in cases where there is accident or there are victims of crimes, and whether or not the release of the information can affect the victim or their families. So here there was an appropriate application made because the release in advance of the court having time to analyze the issue would have caused the harm. So the judge here today said, let's put it on hold. It's a temporary restraining order, a temporary injunction under the statute that is appropriate. Let the family make its argument in court. Let the court decide whether or not the release of this information is appropriate under the Freedom of Information Law.
So you're saying this is temporary. I believe that's a key word to note. So this could change in the future.
Absolutely. What we have here today is exactly what the court should do. You have a temporary restraining order. It is a temporary order withholding the production of the documents, the videos, the statements. I believe there may be audio information as well. So it's temporary. Let the court hear both sides. Let the court decide it on the merits, not on a quick produce the documents because there was a letter to the agency. I think the court did the right thing here. You would expect something like this, given the application.
Okay, so this is a state-to-state situation, though. Every state has its own laws, including Florida. Florida passing a law following the death of NASCAR legend Dale Earnhardt. We all remember that 2 decades ago. Records related to autopsies are required to be kept now confidential. So is that just for Florida here, or is that across the board? Kind of break it down when it comes to state by state.
Well, it is state by state. Florida has what I would call a fairly robust freedom of information law. Generally, public information, public filings, public documents would be required to be produced by any agency, whether it's a medical examiner or not. Many other states are not quite as willing to make medical examiners or medical records or information that is personal to victims or victims' families. So it is state by state. And here, there is a specific exception. They implemented a law in Florida that says if it will affect the victim or the victim's or the family of an accident victim or of a decedent, you don't just automatically produce. And that's what the court is going to consider, both sides. They're going to weigh the merits of the application, and not all states have that.
I want to kind of take a step back here, Hunter, and talk about the autopsy itself, the death investigation. We're hearing that the medical examiner's office and the sheriff's office, they created graphic videos and photos of Saget's body, as well as audio recordings. There's been a ton of speculation surrounding this case. I'm curious what your thoughts are from the investigation itself and what has been released by the sheriff's office.
The one problem is they haven't produced enough to really reach a conclusion. What we know is that there was head trauma. We know that in any investigation like this, they will take pictures, they will examine the person's body, they will look at their phone, they will listen to messages. There may be a lot of personal information that's collected in any death situation. We know enough that it was a severe head trauma. They describe it as an accidental death. And I think there was quite a bit of investigation. And we don't know. There may be families members who called him during the course of the evening or during the day, and those messages are there, those texts. These are things that are not really appropriate for release to the public. The actual investigation, possibly. The autopsy, certain findings, possibly. But things like the statements, the investigation, personal information really shouldn't be produced under the statute.
So say this happened in a different state with different laws. Could it be possible that this information could have been made public by now?
You know, I would think in this situation where the family takes steps to withhold the production during a death investigation, I think this is not out of the norm. I'm not suggesting they wouldn't be produced at some point in time, that the press or other people requesting other information in many states would be seeking this information. But I think with a family application to withhold personal information, most courts would have granted the temporary restraining order at this point, the temporary injunction, and let the court hear both sides.
Right. And it seems like there's a couple of sides to this as well. The Orange County Sheriff's Office releasing a statement saying, well, we're sensitive to the family's concerns about the right to privacy that must be balanced with our commitment to transparency, compliance with the law, and the public's right to know. So it seems like they were intending to release it.
Well, I would think most, and having done quite a bit of work in the public sector in Florida, most governments are supportive of following the law. You release information that is kept in public files. That's the law in Florida and in many places, but in Florida in particular, it is a very strong presumption. So here, I think the agencies, the sheriff, are doing what they would normally do. They would seek to follow the law and produce. But as soon as the family comes out and says, there is information that may be damaging to us, that is unnecessary to produce under the public law, you've got to hold up. You've got to stop, let the court look at it, let them review it, and then decide what should and what should not be produced. I assure you, there will be information produced, extensive information, but there will be redacted. That's what we call it. When we take information and don't produce it, we may black it out. It may be kept altogether out of the public domain. Some will be kept out, but a lot will be produced.
So you're saying a redacted version of some of this information could be released, and that could even be photos or videos too?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not uncommon that autopsy photos are produced. I mean, that is not automatically something you would ever expect an agency to withhold. Is there certain pictures that you may not produce? There could be. It's really hard to say not knowing what they have. But there will be things, I'm sure, that are personal to the family that may not be produced here. Right. Things like these, like messages or conversations that have nothing to do with the investigation.
Right. Well, let's talk about some of that evidence possibly being leaked, sidestepping law enforcement, sidestepping the court. We saw that in the situation with Kobe Bryant, the helicopter images being leaked by law enforcement that was there. What is the possibility of that happening? And then if it was to happen, someone who was to leak it, what would they be facing in that case?
Well, unfortunately, I have seen it personally in cases that we're investigating in Florida right now, that a little piece of a investigative video was released by someone, and it's only in the possession of an agency. And it happened with Kobe Bryant. And it happens, leaks happen, and certain times people want certain portions of the file released in advance to advance a position. I'm not suggesting that's what's being done here, but it does happen. It's against the law to release this information in violation of the judge's temporary restraining order. It's against the law to produce these public documents, public information and photos. until it's officially released, people could be subjected to criminal prosecution. And there's a very good possibility, we're seeing it play out in California with civil penalties, lawsuits being brought against the leaker and the employer of the leaker, and maybe the government agency, maybe the sheriff's office, if they allow something like this to happen. I'm sure they're doing their job and keeping it under wraps, but you never know when there's a rogue person looking to make a name for themselves.
Right, exactly. And there's been a ton of focus on this story, a really high profile case. Last thoughts?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. I apologize.
I said, any last thoughts on this case?
Yeah, I think we're going to see in the next couple of days, this is not the type of application the court will sit on. I think the court recognizes that the public has a right to know, the press has a right to report on this. He was a high profile person. I think the judge is going to rule on this fairly quickly, and we'll see information released that's appropriate.
All right, Attorney Hunter Skolnick, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. And like we're both kind of saying, feels like it's not over. It is still a temporary restraining order on these records.
It's not over. Thank you so much, Daytona.
Thank you so much.
Some great insight from our very own Daytona Everett on the complexity of this Bob Saget lawsuit. We'll keep you updated as we do get updates on the story. Now, to the story of a missing girl found safe after 2.5 years under a staircase. Her parents are under arrest, accused of abducting her and stashing her away, like I said, in a staircase in their home. This happened in upstate New York. Richard Giacovas has the latest on what was a really crazy story.
We're at this home with a giant playground on the front lawn where police found Paisley Schultes. The now 6-year-old had gone missing more than 150 miles from here in central New York 2.5 years ago. Police have tried to search the home before, but were unable to get a search warrant. But thanks to a tip, they were finally able to go inside. They say Paisley appears to be okay.
It was very uplifting that this case culminated in the fashion that it did, where the child was recovered unharmed, and on top of that, the child wasn't abused at the expense of the parents.
Chief Joe Sinagra credits his team of officers and detectives for not giving up the search for Paisley. Once inside the home, detectives spotted an odd-looking staircase. They then broke open some wooden steps where they saw tiny feet sticking out of what appeared to be a secret hiding spot, one Paisley may have been in many times before.
It's got to be difficult to lose custody of your own child, and you'll go to any extremes to keep your child with you. But the other side of this story is that there's some sort of deficiency within that family, some sort of dysfunction.
Kimberly Cooper, Paisley's non-custodial mother, and Kirk Schultes Jr., the girl's non-custodial father, have been charged in the case along with Paisley's grandfather. The town's police chief, meanwhile, is thanking his officers and the anonymous person who insisted that Paisley Schultes was inside this home alive.
If that person had not come forward, if that person didn't put those fears aside and tell us what they knew and how they knew that information, Paisley Schultes would still be missing today.
Police say that Paisley is now in care of a legal guardian and has been reunited with her older sister. Both her non-biological mother and father and grandfather have been ordered to stay away from that little girl. Police, meanwhile, say there is a lot more to this story, and they intend to piece it together. We're in Saugerties, New York. Richard Giacovas, Fox 5 News.
And thank you to our Fox 5 New York team for that report. We do want to let you all know that today Amir Locke will be laid to rest after being shot to death by a Minneapolis police officer earlier this month. Reverend Al Sharpton will officiate the service and deliver a eulogy. All of this once again occurring in Minneapolis. Locke was killed during a SWAT team raid on a downtown Minneapolis apartment back on February 2nd. The officers were executing a no-knock warrant when they encountered Locke under a blanket holding a gun. one officer shot him. Locke was not the target of the warrant, and his family says the 22-year-old was licensed to carry a gun. Now, if we do get feeds from this Minneapolis funeral and any updates on this case in general, we will be sure to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for a quick break. When we come back, we'll give you the latest updates on weather across the country. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are taking a look at our XRAD camera, and as you can see, a lot happening across the country. We are monitoring quite a few systems that are going to affect pretty much everyone across the country, different systems affecting different areas. So we'll walk you through. This is also a reminder to tweet us at LiveNowFox and let us know where you're tuning in from and which of these systems is going to affect you. But we'll begin with the southern U.S. Area. A potent storm system is moving into that central southern U.S. and will produce snow and very severe weather all the way from the central United States to the south. Ahead of the storm, temperatures have actually soared into the 70s across the central plains before plummeting behind the front. Some places could see a 40-degree drop from last night into this morning, so some of you waking up to much chillier temperatures than you went to bed with. Critical fire weather conditions will also develop in portions of New Mexico, West Texas, and western Oklahoma, so we're going to be monitoring all of that. Severe thunderstorms are expected to develop across North Texas and much of Oklahoma. Heavy rain will accompany these storms, which means that flood watches are in effect for these areas. We're going to be touching base with our Fox weather team who are stationed in multiple areas across the United States monitoring these systems, and we're going to get you the latest. Now, some ice and snow is expected in the central U.S. on the colder side of this system. Denver is under their first winter storm warning of the season as 5+ inches of snow is expected. The worst of this was actually last night, so they'll be waking up to these temperatures this morning. From Missouri to the Great Lakes, a narrow band of heavy snow is expected, 6+ inches for you guys out in Missouri and the Great Lakes. And then in the east, you guys are going to get pretty warm this weekend. A warming trend continues for the eastern half of the country. By Thursday, today, daytime highs are going to be about 20 degrees degrees higher than the average. So you guys, while the rest of the country is putting on jackets, you may be taking off a couple layers. We will keep you updated on the latest on all of these weather systems as we get our reporters to give us the latest across the country. Now, these weather conditions, tornadoes, snow, droughts have had quite the impact across the country, and we're going to cover them all. We're going to begin in Arkansas. 2 months after tornadoes ripped through several states, a small town in Arkansas is still on the road to recovery. Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpino has more on how this nursing home and its residents are recovering from that storm. Let's take a listen.
Of less than 2,000, you can still see a lot of debris from the aftermath of the tornadoes. And as for the nursing home that once stood here behind me, the rebuilding is still ongoing, but the owners and others say that the community here helped them get through this. December 10th was a day of devastation for the town's nursing home.
This is the only one in Monette, and it's the facility for Monette.
Rick Sampson has owned Monette Manor for over 20 years.
It's kind of home, and where we've operated for a long time and had the opportunity to take care of a lot of wonderful people.
There were over 70 people inside Monette Manor when a tornado hit the building. Among them, Greg and Rodney Presley's father.
My dad, this is his home.
They say when they arrived at Monette Manor that night, the scene was pure chaos.
It took us 2 hours to find out where Dad was. They had loaded him in an ambulance and actually got him into a hospital, but we had to find out which hospital they took him to.
Thankfully, the 80-year-old made it out with only a few cuts and bruises.
It was a miracle of God that everything worked out as well as it did.
But the building itself couldn't be saved. Workers are still clearing the site where Monette Manor once stood. But Sampson is hopeful for the future of the facility. He says this close-knit town's community support, help, and encouragement made this process a whole lot easier.
We just had so many people that cared and wanted to do everything they could, and they were up here helping and just making the best of a bad situation.
FEMA has already given funding to more than 500 tornado survivors in Arkansas, and the deadline for others to apply is next week on the 22nd. And the goal for Monette Manor is to rebuild its facility in just over a year, and they're currently working with an architect to make that happen. In Monette, Arkansas, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
And we do want to shift gears here a bit now that we are past the 7 o'clock hour. For those of you just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studio. And we do want to get you started with the top story of the day. This, of course, coming out of Ukraine as we monitor tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. I do want to take a Live Now look at Independence Square in Ukraine. This is in Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, where life is going on as normal this morning, this 24 hours after a National Day of Unity called by President Zelensky to bring Ukrainians together on the day that many media reports suggested could be the beginning of the invasion, when Russia would first invade the country yesterday, meaning February 16th. That, of course, did not occur. President Zelensky called for all of the people in Ukraine to come out with flags and show their pride. Now, Russia has claimed that it's pulling back more troops and weapons, but NATO says it sees no sign of a de-escalation. And on the contrary, it continues to build on the border. Our Fox News correspondent, Lauren Blanchard, is in Washington to get us up to date with the latest. And then we do want to bring you live to Brussels, where we are waiting live, raw, and unfiltered news conferences with the latest details emerging from this crisis. Let's first and foremost take a listen to the latest report from our very own Lauren Blanchard.
President Biden talked again with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz as allied leaders push for a diplomatic off-ramp for Russia. President Vladimir Putin says he is ready for talks and that a drawback of Russian troops has begun. Words not all believe.
Watch what actually happens, not his words, because he is an unreliable narrator.
According to the White House and NATO leaders, intelligence has not found any evidence of a withdrawal.
Russia maintains a massive invasion force ready to attack.
There was concern Russia would begin an invasion Wednesday.
We are not afraid. Whatever is forecast, we are not afraid of any people, any enemy.
The administration says they are ready with sanctions if President Putin moves ahead with an invasion and are warning of Russian disinformation campaigns ahead of any decision by Moscow.
We believe an attack could come at any time, and that would be preceded by a fabricated pretext that the Russians use as an excuse to launch an invasion.
In the Mediterranean over the weekend, we've learned a Russian jet potentially came within feet of a U.S. Navy plane. The Department of Defense said situations like that could lead to more dangerous outcomes.
It could be one misjudgment, one mistake, one plane flying too close to another, one bad decision, and war could break out.
The State Department says they have not received a written response from Russia on what they need to discuss and how to de-escalate, but hope to have something in the coming days. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that report. Now we are taking you live, raw, and unfiltered to Brussels, Belgium, where we any minute now we'll be hearing from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He is set to give a news conference at the second day of the Ministers of Defense meeting in Brussels. It does appear that we're seeing some activity, so as soon as this does begin, we'll listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. But NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg urged Moscow again on Wednesday to prove that it's pulling back troops amid tensions over a military buildup on the Ukrainian border. It says that although Russia says it is de-escalating, it does not see evidence of this. Let's listen in now.
NATO allies continue to strong diplomatic efforts to find a political solution to the serious crisis triggered by Russia's military buildup in and around Ukraine. Despite Moscow's claims, we have seen no sign of withdrawal or de-escalation so far. On the contrary, Russia's buildup appears to continue. We continue to monitor developments very closely. We call on Russia to do what it says and withdraw its forces from the borders of Ukraine. This will be an important first step towards a peaceful political solution. Today, we met with our close partners, Ukraine and Georgia. We addressed the continued threat of Russian aggression, the deteriorating security situation in the Black Sea region, and NATO's strong political and practical support for both countries. NATO and allies are helping Ukraine boost its ability to defend itself. Self-defense is a right enshrined in the UN Charter, and allies are helping Ukraine to uphold that right, including with trainers and military equipment for the Ukrainian armed forces, cyber and intelligence expertise, and with significant financial support. We also discussed the presence of Russian forces in the Georgian regions of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, and the vote of the Russian Duma recommending the recognition of the non-government controlled areas of Donetsk and Luhansk. We all agree that would be a further blatant violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty, and of the Minsk agreements undermining the efforts to find a political solution in the Normandy format. Today, allies confirmed that NATO's door remains open. Any decision on NATO's membership is for NATO allies and aspirant countries to take, nobody else. The right of each nation to choose its own path is absolutely fundamental for European and transatlantic security, and it must be respected. NATO allies restated their strong support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of both Georgia and Ukraine. We cannot accept a return to an age of spheres of influence, where big powers bully, intimidate, or dictate to others. There can be no decisions about Ukraine without Ukraine, and no decisions about Georgia without Georgia. We agreed that in times of tension, dialogue is even more important. NATO remains open to engaging with Russia in good faith. Allies are ready to sit down with Russia in the NATO-Russia Council, address a wide range of issues and find common ground. In the final session of Ministerial, we met with our close partners Finland, Sweden and the European Union. We share the same values, we face the same challenges, and the crisis in and around Ukraine affects us all. So we agree that it is even more important now that we continue to work together and complement each other's efforts to bring this crisis to a peaceful solution. With that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll go to Wall Street Journal.
Thank you very much. Dan Michaels with the Wall Street Journal. Are you concerned, Mr. Secretary General, that comments, reports today out of Russia about hostilities around Donbass, firing and possible incursions could be used as a pretext for Russia to attack?
So we are concerned that Russia is trying to stage a pretext for an armed attack against Ukraine. It is still no clarity, no certainty about the Russian intentions. We don't know what will happen, but what we do know is that Russia has amassed the biggest force we have seen in Europe for decades in and around Ukraine. And we also know that there are many Russian intelligence officers operating in Ukraine. They are present in Donbass, and we have seen attempts to stage a pretext, false flag operations, to provide an excuse for invading Ukraine. So, of course, this is of concern. I cannot go into the details of the different reports, but this is the reason why we are so closely monitoring what is going on, and also why NATO allies have exposed the Russian actions, the Russian plans, and the Russian efforts when it comes to disinformation. Because we believe that that makes it harder for them to act, harder for them to invade Ukraine, and we continue to call on Russia to de-escalate, to withdraw forces, and to engage in a political dialogue with NATO and NATO allies.
Okay, we'll go to BBC.
Thank you, Secretary General. I mean, you know, you've accused Russia of disinformation. I just wonder whether they could make the same charges at the NATO alliance. There were predictions, for example, that there might be an invasion on the 16th, which never happened. Russia has always said it's not intending to invade Ukraine, accepting that they've got more than 100,000 troops. Also, you're saying, you know, we're not clear as to how many troops there are. Are there 100,000, more than 100,000, 130,000, 170,000, 150,000 is the other figure. So I just wonder, is there a danger that, you know, in accusing Russia of disinformation, they can just turn to you and say, you've put out disinformation about coups that haven't happened, about false flag operations that haven't happened. How would you respond to that?
Partly by just referring to that what we have described are facts on the ground. And of course we have shared intelligence, we have shared information that we have collected, but this is also information which is now available for everyone. It's something you can monitor by commercial satellites. So actually now no one is trying to deny the fact that Russia has a large force on the border of Ukraine. So that's publicly available information. What nobody knows, and we have been clear about that the whole time, is that we know their capacity, we know the forces they have amassed, but of course we don't know with certainty their intentions. But if we combine what we know about their forces, what we know about the threatening rhetoric, they have stated clearly that if we don't meet their demands, there will be military technical consequences. And we know the track record of Russia. They've used force against Ukraine before. If you combine that, and on top of that also put the fact that they have a lot of intelligence officers operating inside Ukraine, If you combine all of that, there is reason to be seriously concerned. And that's the reason why we are conveying so clearly that if they use force, it will have a high cost for Russia. That's why NATO allies provide support to Ukraine so they can defend themselves, and also why we have increased the presence of NATO troops in the east. All of this we do to try to prevent an attack on Ukraine. So the fact that we are describing a risk doesn't mean that we believe it will happen with 100% certainty. We describe that risk, that threat, also to prevent it from happening. So the main story, the main message has been the same from NATO for months. When NATO allies started in the fall, in last autumn, to describe the build-up, that was questioned. We also described the most likely plans that they were to reach more than 100,000 troops. That was questioned. That has now happened. And now we need to prevent the next step from happening, that they're using this force against Ukraine, and that's exactly why we are doing all the things we are doing in calling Russia to de-escalate, in also sending a clear message about the high costs they have to pay if they use force again.
Okay, we'll go to the back, the National News Agency of Ukraine.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Secretary General, according to the publicly available information coming from Ukraine, Russian troops are not withdrawing from Belarus and just maneuvering along the borders of Ukraine. So that my question is, do NATO share the Ukrainian concern that those troops could be staying in Belarus for constant base? And what would be a reaction of NATO if that happened? Thanks.
As I think what we have seen over many years now is a deterioration of the European security environment. With the illegal annexation of Crimea, with the Russia's support to the separatists in Donbass, and now with the large number of combat-ready troops in and around Ukraine. And also, of course, the closer and closer integration of Russian and Belarusian forces. So that's exactly why we have reacted in the way we have in NATO. We have strengthened our presence in the east with a modest presence, with a defensive presence, with the battle groups in the eastern part of the alliance, in the Baltic countries and Poland. And that's also the reason why we now, in light of what has happened in and around Ukraine and the presence of Russian troops in Belarus, that we are now considering the next steps, including battle groups in Romania and in the southeast of the alliance. So NATO has to respond when we see aggressive actions by Russia, but we continue to strive for dialogue, for de-escalation, and we believe it is important to talk. NATO believes in diplomacy, we believe in dialogue, and therefore we continue to call on Russia to engage in good faith in dialogue with NATO.
Okay, we'll go to Imagery.
Thank you so much. Mr. Secretary General, can you tell us more about the meeting with the defense minister from Georgia, and we are waiting also NATO-Georgia exercises in March. And the second point, Mr. Zelensky today said Ukraine is welcome to NATO, yet not all members of the alliance. How would you respond to that? Thank you so much.
So we had a good meeting with both the defense minister from Georgia and Ukraine. I think in that meeting allies expressed very strongly their support to both countries, their territorial integrity and sovereignty. And allies provide support to Georgia and Ukraine in different ways. We do it in the NATO framework. We provide bilateral support, training, capacity building. And there will be an exercise in Georgia later on this year, and of course NATO will be part of that because it's an exercise we do together, and it demonstrates in a way how we are working closely together. The Black Sea region is of strategic importance for NATO, so what happens there matters for us. We are 3 littoral states, NATO allies that are Black Sea littoral states. And we have 2 very close partners, Georgia and Ukraine. So to work closely with them is important for us, important for the partners, and that was also clearly confirmed today. Well, also our position has not changed. The decisions made at the Bucharest summit still stands, but the focus now is on reform, is to help both Ukraine and Georgia to modernize their defense and security institutions, and we continue to focus on that.
Reuters. Hi there, Phil Stewart from Reuters. Belarus's president said today his country could host nuclear weapons if it feels threatened by the West. What would be your response?
So, NATO is not a threat. NATO is a defensive alliance, and we have proved for more than 70 years that we are there to protect and defend, and our deterrence is there not to provoke a conflict, but to prevent a conflict. We are, of course, concerned about what we see, that Russia is modernizing its nuclear-capable missiles. They have deployed them to Kaliningrad. We have seen also Iskander missiles in Belarus. And Iskander missiles are dual-capable missiles that can also carry nuclear warheads. That's part of the pattern we see. And the reason why we are concerned, and why we have been concerned for over a long period of time, because this is a development, a pattern that has taken place over several years. One of the most important agreements NATO allies has reached and made with Russia was the INF Treaty, banning all intermediate range weapons globally, but also in Europe. And Russia deployed new missiles violating that treaty, and of course that has undermined the security of all of us. So we are taking the necessary decisions and steps to be able to protect all allies, also in a more dangerous and unpredictable security environment, including caused by the Russian nuclear investments and modernizing capabilities.
Deutsche Welle, just behind.
Thank you. Secretary General, could you tell us what has to happen on the ground so that NATO can state those are real signs of de-escalation? And the second question, Russia is apparently about to hand over their response to the US proposals. Are you also expecting them to send a response to your proposal as well? Thank you.
We are waiting for the response from Russia. We received from Russia in December a draft security treaty that Russia wanted to sign with NATO. We met in the NATO-Russia Council, where also this proposal was discussed. We have sent to Russia our proposals, where we actually list and go through areas like arms control, missiles, transparency of military activities, and we believe that these are topics where there is room for common ground to find solutions that will improve the security of all of us, for NATO allies and for the people of Russia. Arms control is good for all of us. It will strengthen the security for Russia and for NATO allies. So the reason why we have conveyed these proposals is that we believe that if we sit down in good faith, as we've done in the past, we can actually reach agreements which are strengthening the security of all countries, including, of course, Russia. We are waiting for the response. We have not yet received any response, but I continue to believe that the NATO-Russia Council that was established by Russia and NATO allies is the best platform to engage when NATO and Russia have issues to discuss. And the NATO-Russia Council is an all-weather institution. It's even more important that we meet now when tensions are high and things are difficult, and therefore we are ready to meet. I invited Russia to a series of meetings in the NATO-Russia Council to address their concerns, our concerns, and to try to find a common way forward. Then your first question was?
What has to happen on the ground?
We have to see a real withdrawal. And of course, you have to understand that this is a build-up that has taken place over many months. And over the whole period, it's actually started last spring. We have seen the number of troops going a bit up and down. And we have seen some forces moving in and some moving out. But the trend, the net effect has been a steady increase. But you know, the fact that you're putting a battle tank on a train and move it in some direction doesn't prove withdrawal of troops. That's not the same as real de-escalation, because these capabilities are moving around all the time, in and out. So it has to be a meaningful withdrawal, a meaningful de-escalation. That is what we are waiting for. So far we have not seen that, but of course this can change. And that's exactly what we are hoping and working for, that we see that Russia actually does what they are saying, that we see a real, significant, meaningful reduction of the Russian troops in and around Ukraine.
Okay, we're trying to take two quick questions online. Fox News, Greg Packett.
Thank you, Juana, and thank you, Mr. Secretary General. My question is this, Secretary General, from the latest information that you are receiving, all the reports on the Russian troop movements, does Russia have enough troops, have enough hardware on its borders with Ukraine to stage an invasion now? And if so, what could that invasion look like?
They have enough troops and enough capabilities to launch a full-fledged invasion of Ukraine with very little or no warning time. And that is what makes the situation so dangerous. So we know about their capabilities, but of course we don't know with certainty about their intentions. So it remains to be seen what they actually do. But to have so many combat-ready troops in and around Ukraine, it's not a normal exercise. It's not a normal, in a way, activity on your own territory. This is something which is threatening an independent sovereign nation, and they can launch an attack with with hardly any warning time at all. And that's the danger. And that's the reason why we continue to call on them to de-escalate. It's never too late to de-escalate. It's never too late to find a political solution, and we are ready to sit down and address their concerns and find common ground for a political solution.
For the last question, we'll go to Financial Times and John Paul Rathbone.
Thanks very much for this, Secretary General. I'm just wondering what would happen if we're heading for a situation not of war or peace, but of sustained pressure. What does that mean for NATO and its allies, especially in terms of sanctions and what might trigger them? Thank you.
Regrettably, I think what we are seeing now is a kind of new normal for European security, because we have seen this trend over many years, where Russia contests fundamental principles for European security, and where there are where they're willing to use force, as they've done against Ukraine, Georgia, but also to threaten with the use of force to intimidate countries in Europe. We have seen this development over some time, especially since 2014. And that's the reason why NATO has responded, because we don't have any choice than to make sure that we continue to preserve peace and continue to prevent any room for miscalculation, misunderstanding about our ability to defend and protect all allies. So we have increased our presence in the eastern part of the alliance. We are now, actually, we have decided at this defense ministerial meeting that we have asked our military commanders to look into advice on the next steps for a more longer-term increased presence in the eastern part of the alliance, including with battle groups in Romania and other countries in the east, central and southeast of the alliance. For me, this just underlines the importance of NATO's dual track. We need to be strong, we need to be united, we need to be firm, but at the same time we are always ready to find a peaceful diplomatic solution through dialogue. NATO believes in dialogue, we believe in diplomacy, and we are ready to engage in good faith with Russia on that tomorrow.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
We did just hear live, raw, and unfiltered from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, who gave his latest update on the second day of the Ministers of Defense meeting in Brussels. This is NATO HQ. We are in the press room. That's why you're getting this 360 look at all of the members of the media, everything that goes on behind the scenes of one of these NATO meetings. Now, we do want to briefly walk you through what was just said, because we are just minutes away from hearing from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, the spokesman. He is there at NATO HQ, and he is going to speak any minute now. You're seeing everyone jotting down their notes, just as I did, so I do want to walk you through them. Stoltenberg has said that we have seen no sign of Russian withdrawal. We continue to monitor very closely. He says that NATO calls on Russia to withdraw its forces from the border. He says we are concerned that Russia are trying to stage a pretext for an invasion to Ukraine. We don't know what they plan, but we do know is that they have amassed a large number of forces and troops on the Ukrainian border, the largest that we have seen in Europe in decades. And so that is what NATO do know. Russian forces are still in position. He says that NATO are considering next steps. He emphasizes that NATO is not a threat. It is a defensive alliance. We are not here to provoke a conflict. We are here to prevent a conflict. We are waiting for a response. We have yet to receive a response. That is the NATO message to Russia. They still call on Russia to come to the table to discuss. He says, quote, we continue to strive for dialogue and de-escalation. We believe in dialogue, and we continue to call on Russia to engage in good dialogue with NATO. Now, as we are seeing, we've changed rooms here, changed feeds, and we are waiting for Pentagon Press Secretary and spokesman John Kirby to speak at NATO HQ. He is also with Secretary Austin, and so we will be getting an update from them both. Once again, what we're witnessing and what has been happening over the last 2 days is a Minister of Defense meeting in Brussels, Belgium at NATO HQ. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg has just spoke. Now, before I had a 3-box on your screens, and in your upper right-hand corner, we were seeing Vice President Kamala Harris heading to Germany tonight. She's going to land there later today. From Marine 2 to Air Force 2, she went. She is headed to Germany to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky, as well as German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. This is a meeting of the Munich Security Conference, that is, the Munich Security Conference. Harris is leading the American delegation in that conference, a high-profile annual gathering with big stakes for the Biden presidency. Many saying that this is a massive opportunity for Vice President Kamala Harris. All of this obviously happening while Russian President Putin masses 150,000 Russian troops on the Ukrainian border. Harris is going to be holding a series of meetings with European leaders and delivering an address of hundreds and to the hundreds of people who are present at this conference. And this is going to take place this weekend. We actually heard earlier today from our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, who is live on the ground in Lviv, Ukraine. Now, Kyiv is the capital of Ukraine, but a lot of officials, a lot of people, embassies have even been moved 300 miles west to Lviv, Ukraine, which is closer to the Polish border. And he was stationed there, and he said that the general feeling on the ground is that Ukrainians are going on and living their lives as they would any other day. They are waiting for what many say is an inevitable invasion, but we just heard from NATO Secretary General, who says that dialogue and diplomacy are still very much on the table. And Lucas gave us a bit of insight into this meeting that's going to take place between Vice President Kamala Harris, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, and Ukrainian President Zelensky. He says that some people are a bit weary, a bit concerned that their president is going to leave the country at a time where the general feeling is so uneasy. Zelensky headed to Germany for this meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris, amongst other world leaders. As soon as we have information when she does touch down, we will bring you all of those feeds as we always do. But once again, we are live right now in Brussels, Belgium, where at NATO headquarters, where we just heard from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He did give his latest news conference, this on the second day of the Ministers of Defense meeting in Brussels. We are waiting to hear from John Kirby and Secretary Austin, who are present at this meeting. They were there yesterday. They are expected to speak very shortly. We were told that this was going to happen at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. It is now 7:35. So once again, this could happen any moment now. We are going to step away for a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to be live here and bringing you this press conference and all the latest news between the Russian and Ukraine tensions, live, raw, and unfiltered here. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. 7:38 a.m. Eastern Time is the time here in Orlando, Florida, and we are just minutes away from the latest Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby briefing. He is actually at the Ministers of Defense meeting at NATO HQ in Brussels, Belgium. Here you are seeing a double look at that meeting in Brussels, Belgium, and of course, all of the focus on Ukraine. We are taking a live look at Kyiv, which is the capital of Ukraine, where tensions between Russia and Ukraine continue to dominate global headlines. Now, just a couple of minutes ago, we did hear from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He gave his latest news conference at the second day of this Ministers of Defense meeting taking place at NATO HQ. Now, yesterday, Jens Stoltenberg said that he wanted Moscow and Putin to prove that they were pulling back their troops amid tensions over this military buildup on the Ukrainian border, and that despite the fact that Russia says it is de-escalating, that is simply not what all of the intel is showing NATO and all of its members. And today the message was very much the same. I do have excerpts from Stoltenberg's statement. He has said, quote, "We have seen no sign of Russian withdrawal." He says, "We continue to monitor very closely and we call on Russia to withdraw its forces from the border. We are concerned that Russia are trying to stage a pretext for an invasion into Ukraine, many citing possible cyber attacks that have happened in Kyiv to army banks, to army websites, and pointing the finger at Russia that perhaps these are the beginnings of a potential invasion. This coming just 24 hours after President Zelensky called for February 16th, Wednesday, to be a day of unity for Ukrainians. It does appear that we're seeing some movement on stage, so as soon as we get someone talking there, we will listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. But Secretary Stoltenberg continued by saying that everything we are doing is to prevent an attack on Ukraine, and the main message has been the same from NATO for months. We do not want to provoke a conflict. We are here to prevent a conflict. He says NATO is not a threat. It is a defensive alliance. He also says that Russia are very much welcome to the table, that he and NATO continue to strive for dialogue and de-escalation. We believe in dialogue and we continue to call on Russia to engage in this dialogue with us. It does appear that we have spokesperson John Kirby on the stage to the left-hand side there. We are going to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered right now.
At that time, we ask you to keep your follow-ups to a minimum if you could. And with that, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thanks, John, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Secretary General Stoltenberg for hosting this NATO Defense Ministerial. It certainly comes at an important time for the alliance as Russia continues building up their military presence along Ukraine's borders, including in Crimea, in Belarus, and in the Black Sea. In many ways, this brings Russian troops right up to NATO's doorstep. So let me begin today by making clear that America's commitment to NATO and to Article 5 remains ironclad. As President Biden said a couple of days ago, we will, if we must, defend every inch of NATO territory. There's no reason, of course, that it should ever come to this. Just like there's no reason for Russia to again invade Ukraine. Ukraine does not threaten anyone, let alone its Russian neighbors. And yet, that is what Moscow would have us believe. And that is how Mr. Putin continues to justify his assembly of significant combat power. Now, the Russians say that they are withdrawing some of those forces now that exercises are complete, but we don't see that. Quite the contrary, we see them add to the more than 150,000 troops that they already have arrayed along that border, even in the last couple of days. We see some of those troops inch closer to that border. We see them fly in more combat and support aircraft. We see them sharpen their readiness in the Black Sea. We even see them stocking up their blood supplies. You know, I was a soldier myself not that long ago, and I know firsthand that you don't do these sort of things for no reason. And you certainly don't do them if you're getting ready to pack up and go home. So we and our allies will stay vigilant. We will watch for the so-called false flag operations, where Russia manufactures a dramatic event to justify an attack, a play that we've seen them run in the past. And we will continue to explore ways to enhance our readiness, as the United States and others have done with additional troop deployments to NATO's eastern flank. and we will closely match Russian words to Russian deeds, what they say to what they actually do. Of course, one thing that Mr. Putin says he wants to do is to engage in more dialogue. And as we have said all along, we would welcome that. We believe there's still time and space for diplomacy to work, and we are in lockstep with our allies and partners towards that end. A peaceful outcome that respects Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity represents the best outcome for Ukraine, to be sure, but also for Russia and the Russian people. If Mr. Putin is serious about achieving that sort of outcome, he will find in the United States and in this alliance no better or more serious interlocutor. And if he's not, as his deeds thus far tend to indicate, it will be clear to the entire world that he started a war with diplomatic options left on the table. It will be Mr. Putin who will bear the responsibility for the suffering and the immense sacrifice that ensues. You know, I've been doing this for a long time, this business of national security. I joined the United States Army in the middle of the Cold War, and I have served and fought alongside NATO allies for the better part of my adult life. But I can honestly say that I have never seen the alliance more relevant and more united and more resolute than I see it today. Mr. Putin says that he doesn't want a strong NATO on his western flank. He's getting exactly that. I'll soon depart for Poland and then to Lithuania to spend some time with these strong allies who likewise take these obligations seriously. I'll visit with their troops and mine, see their leaders, talk with mine, and talk about how together we can bolster the defense of the alliance. I'd also like to add my appreciation to Bulgaria, who just today agreed to host a U.S. Army Stryker company for joint training opportunities. These troops will be departing Germany in the coming days, and they'll help ensure our readiness and our interoperability with Bulgaria as our NATO ally. All that is to say that I leave here incredibly proud of the alliance and satisfied in the knowledge that we will be sure-footed in the face of aggression, but dedicated, as always, to the prospect of peace. Harry Truman, the American president when NATO was founded, put it best when he noted that though peace was difficult, war was not inevitable. And so it is today. There is nothing inevitable about this looming conflict. It can still be averted. The path of diplomacy may be difficult, but it is still worth the trek. And NATO, as I said, remains sure-footed. Thank you, and I'll stop there and be happy to take a couple of questions.
Okay, our first question will go to Phil Stork from Reuters.
Mr. Secretary, who is responsible for the shelling today in Ukraine's Donbass region, and how concerning is it? And what are you doing to lower the risk of dangerous and potentially explosive U.S.-Russia interactions, like the close call between aircraft this weekend?
Well, we've seen the reports of the shelling, and Phil, and they're certainly troubling. We're still gathering the details. But, you know, we've said for some time that the Russians might do something like this in order to justify a military conflict. So we'll be watching this very closely. And in terms of any potential interaction with our aircraft and someone else's aircraft, of course, we'll follow our own procedures very closely, which I think our airmen are very well rehearsed on. And we'll make sure that we're doing everything that we can to remain safe in the air. And if we see unsafe acts, we'll certainly demarche the people that are responsible for that.
Next question goes to Bettina Klein from German radio.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. I understand you have the evidence that there's more troop building rather than troop withdrawal in Russia. At the same time, I hear some skepticism, certainly in the German public debate. How can we trust this? How can we trust American intelligence? What do you suggest to build more public trust? And would you consider at one point to make more evidence you have publicly available? Thank you.
Well, you know, I don't see this as a competition of narratives. I think, you know, we've been very transparent about everything that we've seen thus far, and we've shared what we know with our allies and partners, and we really have done a very, very extensive job of making sure that our allies knew what we knew as soon as possible. But I think in order to address the issue that you raised, the solution is to continue to be transparent, to continue to, you know, talk to the American people and people around the world, quite frankly, and explain what we're seeing. And I think, you know, that has been very helpful thus far. We will continue to do that, and we certainly endeavor to do that while we're in this conference this week.
Next question goes to Carla Babb.
Thank you for doing this. Ukraine is calling this week's cyber attack the largest in the country's history. Can you confirm whether Russia was behind this attack? And President Biden last month said that if something short of an invasion happens, like if Russia continued to use cyber attacks, the U.S. could respond in a similar way with cyber. So has the U.S. responded to the latest attack, and if not, why not?
In terms of confirming whether or not this was Russia that was behind this, the intelligence community continues to assess what happened there. But I would just point out to you that this is a play taken out of his playbook. You know, we would expect to see before any attack, we would expect to see cyber attacks, false flag activities, and a number of other things, increasing rhetoric in the information space, and we're beginning to see more and more of that. In terms of a response to the cyber attack, if someone attacks the United States of America, then certainly we will hold that element responsible or accountable. At this point, nobody, we haven't seen, we have not been attacked. NATO elements have not been attacked. So we'll leave it at that.
Okay, last question today goes to Natalia Drozdiak from Bloomberg. Where are you, Natalia? There you are.
Where are you?
I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for the question. So some of these troops that we've seen Russia mass along Ukraine's border have come from very far parts of Russia's territory, including the Far East. So why do you think Russia feels comfortable enough to leave that border with China undefended? Does this represent a closer alliance between the two? Thank you.
Well, you know, certainly I can't speak to the strength of that alliance. What I can say, I'm not sure it infers anything at all. But we did note with alarm China's tacit approval of Putin's activities here in the region. So I'm not sure that we can make any kind of direct inference from what you just raised, but certainly those are things that we'll continue to watch going forward. But I think you raise a very, very interesting and important question. Thanks.
Okay, thanks everybody. That concludes today's presser. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
And there we are seeing Secretary Austin and spokesman John Kirby exiting the stage after the latest update at NATO HQ. As we are seeing, these feeds are live, raw, and unfiltered. We're going to step away for a quick break, get everything sorted, and then we'll give you a full update on what we just listened to. See you in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are live right now in the Ukraine, in Kyiv, where the big news of the day is that the West is accusing Russia of lying about troop withdrawal. We just heard from Secretary Austin, who spoke at NATO headquarters. He was live at the Ministers of Defense meeting in Brussels. This is day 2 of that meeting. Earlier this morning, we heard from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, and now just a couple of minutes ago, we heard live, raw, and unfiltered from Secretary Austin. And I do want to kind of walk everyone through what we just heard, what it all means, and what this latest update is. Secretary Austin saying, quote, "We should defend every inch of NATO." He goes on to say that Russia says it is withdrawing some of its forces now that the training is complete, now that their military training is complete, but that is simply not what the U.S. intelligence and NATO intelligence is seeing on the ground. He says, "We see some of those troops inch closer to that border. We see them sharpen their readiness in the Black Sea. We see them. And I know you don't do those things for no reason," Secretary Austin says. He continued by saying, "We and our allies will stay vigilant. It will be clear to the entire world that he started a war with diplomatic options on the table." That is what Secretary Austin said, referring to, of course, Russian President Vladimir Putin. And Secretary Austin getting a bit personal also. He says, "I've been doing this for a long time, this business of national security. I have never seen the NATO alliance more relevant and more united than he has seen it in recent times, than he has seen it today at today's meetings with the ministers of defense." He says that he and, of course, the spokesman John Kirby, that they both leave here incredibly proud of the alliance. This recent set of meetings going very well in unifying NATO. He says that his mission is to continue to be transparent, explain what we are seeing to people around the world and to the people of the United States as well. He was also asked about the cybersecurity attack that took place on Tuesday and Wednesday in Ukraine. These were cybersecurity attacks to Army websites and also some banks. And he said, quote, "This is a play out of his playbook," referring to Putin, that this is what they expected to see and how Putin would begin a potential invasion, that this is not a surprise, but that NATO elements have not been attacked. I do want to play a report from our Fox News correspondents on this Russian cyber attack. And then I'm going to take you back in time to the latest defense press conference from Ned Price. We heard an excerpt of it earlier in the show, but I do want to play that for you in its entirety. So first and foremost, the report on the Russian cyber attack that occurred just 24 hours ago.
He can take any step of seen and unseen. He has the right to do that.
The White House is keeping its cards close to the vest when it comes to how it would respond if the U.S. confirms Russia is indeed behind Tuesday's cyber attacks on websites belonging to Ukraine's army and banks. But Fox News has learned Russia could target critical infrastructure here at home, electrical grids, water systems, government communications, even a similar event to last year's Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack that led to panic buying and fuel shortages across the Southeast. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has issued an unprecedented Shields Up alert, advising all American organizations, big and small, to adopt a heightened posture when it comes to protecting their most critical assets. On Tuesday, President Biden addressed the threat, saying, "We're prepared to respond." But both Republicans and Democrats on the Hill aren't so sure.
We've shown cyber weaknesses. We need to increase our cyber defense.
I don't think they're prepared. I mean, we've seen cyber attack after cyber attack since this administration took office.
With the looming threat, Senators Rob Portman and Gary Peters introduced a bipartisan cybersecurity package last week. It would require companies supplying critical infrastructure to report attacks to the government and make sure federal agencies adopt cloud-based technology to protect themselves.
We are better prepared than we have been in the past, but we're not well prepared.
And Senator Portman tells me his best hope is that cybersecurity package is enacted in the next couple of weeks. But of course, a Russian cyber attack could come well before then. On Capitol Hill, I'm Aisha Hasney, Fox News.
And thank you to Aisha for that report. As promised, we are going to get you to the latest Department of State briefing. Let's take a listen.
Good afternoon. One element at the top, and then we'll get started. You heard from the Secretary once again today that we are doing everything we possibly can to seek to find a peaceful resolution to the crisis Moscow has needlessly precipitated. But those efforts, as we've said, will be effective only if the Russian Federation is willing to de-escalate. To be very, very clear, we have not seen that. In fact, we have seen the opposite in recent weeks and even in recent days. More Russian forces, not fewer, are at the border, and they are moving, concerningly, into fighting positions. This is cause for profound concern. At the same time, and as we've warned previously, over the past several weeks, we've also seen Russian officials and Russian media plant numerous stories in the press, any one of which could be elevated to serve as a pretext for an invasion. This could happen, we are concerned, at any time, and the world should be ready for it. It could involve claims about Ukrainian military activity in the Donbass, false claims of U.S. or NATO activities on land, at sea, or air, even claims of Ukrainian or NATO incursions into Russian territory. We are particularly concerned about President Putin and other Russian officials, their ongoing mentions of quote-unquote genocide in the Donbass. There is no basis of truth to any of these allegations. This, however, has not stopped the Russians from advancing these false claims to include reports of unmarked mass graves of civilians allegedly killed by Ukrainian armed forces, and statements that the United States or Ukraine are developing biological or chemical weapons, the latter for use in the Russian-controlled territories, or that the West is funneling so-called guerrillas and terrorists in to kill locals. These allegations, again, are entirely, completely false. They are entirely untrue. These are false narratives that Russia is developing for use as a pretext for military action against Ukraine. In December, Russian Defense Minister Sergey Shoigu accused NATO and the United States of planning to, quote-unquote, commit provocations by delivering tanks of, quote, unidentified chemical components to the Donbass region for Ukraine's use. These are straight out of Russia's well-documented playbook, including from its previous military incursions into Ukraine and Georgia, and from disinformation operations in other parts of the world, including in Syria, where Russia continues to conduct a disinformation campaign to defend Syria's use of chemical weapons. People must treat any and all of these claims with the appropriate and healthy skepticism, especially when they come from Russian state media sources and aren't backed up by independent media reporting. Russia relies on confusion. Russia relies on obfuscation. Russia relies on misinformation and disinformation to cover its tracks. We should all expect that, and we should all be ready for it. With that, happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Ned. All right, so, but you would expect for the same thing for claims and allegations that you guys make, that they shouldn't just be accepted on face value. And
it is
right?
your job. It is your job to ask questions. It is our job to offer the best information that we have available to us.
Okay, I have to run to go to the airport to meet you in Munich. So can you just what do you expect from the Secretary's trip there? Rick, small window that he'll be there, but what do you expect?
The trip will be of short duration, but it will be long on substance. This will be an opportunity for the Secretary to meet with a number of his counterparts. I expect he'll engage in a number of bilateral engagements. I expect that there will be a number of important multilateral engagements. Of course, the crisis that Russia has needlessly precipitated will be top of mind, and I would assume top of discussion in many of these engagements, but it will also be an opportunity for the Secretary to see his counterparts from Europe and other parts of the world. And as we know, there are any number of other issues, including Vienna, including what's going on in Vienna, including COVID, including broader global challenges that I imagine will be discussed there.
And the last thing is that you still have not gotten any indication of when, or you still have not gotten the Russian response to your response?
It has been more than 2 weeks since we delivered what we call our non-paper, essentially our response to the Russians that outlined a number of areas that we think are ripe for dialogue and discussion, where together, if Moscow were to engage in good faith diplomacy, we think we could make reciprocal progress on areas that matter to both of us. The placement of offensive missiles in Europe, broader arms control conventions, transparency measures, stability measures. No, we have not received that response. It has been promised to us when the Secretary and his Russian counterpart, Foreign Minister Lavrov, spoke again yesterday. Foreign Minister Lavrov indicated it would be coming in the next couple days. We are awaiting it. We will give it a very close read. We hope that there is constructive feedback in that. We hope that the Russians are true to their word, that they remain willing to engage in dialogue. They remain willing to engage in diplomacy to resolve this peacefully. But we'll have to see.
Thanks.
Mark.
Ned, a couple of things on Ukraine. So, speaking of intelligence, U.S. officials and others have heavily pointed towards this week about the potential start of an invasion. Specifically today, there was a lot of alarm across Twitter in Ukraine last night. It hasn't happened yet. So, is that assessment, is that intelligence still valid? Or are you pushing it a little bit towards next week? Can you explain why it hasn't materialized?
We've said for some time now that we are in a window where Putin could order an invasion or an attack on Ukraine at a moment's notice. That has been the case for some time, precisely because this buildup of Russian forces along Ukraine's borders, in Belarus, other tactics and moves that we've seen have positioned Russia to be able to do this at any moment. That remains our assessment. It could take place tomorrow, it could take place next week, it could take place before the end of the Olympics, it could take place after the Olympics. I want to be very clear. Our concern has not diminished an iota. And in fact, our concern continues to grow, given that we have yet to see de-escalation, and given that in the absence of de-escalation, we've actually seen escalation. We have seen more forces arrive at the border. We have seen Russian forces take positions that would allow them to be called into service for an unprovoked invasion of Ukraine at any moment. Our concern on this is very high.
Right. This morning, Secretary Blinken also left the door open for next week, and now you're saying it might be after the Olympics. Is that backed up with intelligence, new analysis, or you're basically simply talking about the fact that it's not happening today, and maybe it may not happen tomorrow, but it might happen next week?
I'm not in a position to detail all of the intelligence that's available to us, but I can tell you this. Our analysis is that the invasion, an attack, could start at any moment. We've been saying that for some time now. We're not going to get into precise timeframes, but the fact remains, and we've communicated this very clearly to our partners, to our allies across Europe and beyond, that the Russian Federation has in place now what it would need to undertake an attack against Ukraine.
And since this is so likely from your point of view, it's not hypothetical to ask this. If and when Russia invades, if they do, what will the U.S. engagement with Moscow look like? Is diplomacy going to be dead, or will Secretary Blinken will still be willing to come to the table and speak to his counterpart?
Well, I'm not going to get into a hypothetical, but I will say broadly that it would look and sound very differently. Right now, we still believe, despite everything that we're seeing, despite everything that all of you can see with your own eyes, that there remains a window, if the Russians are serious about their commitment to engage in dialogue and diplomacy, for this to be resolved peacefully. That window has not closed. That window will not close until and unless Putin makes the decision to go in. Of course, we think that window still exists. The Secretary indicated to Foreign Minister Lavrov that we look forward to receiving the Russian response to our non-paper, and it is our hope that it forms the basis for continued dialogue and discussion. And we are certainly prepared to continue to engage in that dialogue and discussion. That is what we're focused on now.
My final thing is, will Secretary attend the G7 foreign ministers meeting during Munich?
Our schedule is still coming together, but I do expect the Secretary will have an opportunity to meet bilaterally with counterparts and also in multilateral fora as well. Francesca.
Is there a chance, if you get this written response by Moscow today or tomorrow in the coming days, is there a chance, is the Secretary ready to meet with Sergey Lavrov while in Europe?
The Secretary is ready to meet with Foreign Minister Lavrov at the appropriate time. The Secretary communicated that very clearly to the Foreign Minister. Look, the Russians have had our non-paper, have had our response for several weeks now. The Russians have been telling us their response is forthcoming for a couple weeks now. So we look forward to receiving it. We will review it just as quickly as we can, so that if, again, the Russians are serious about what they say when it comes to dialogue and diplomacy, there can be a further engagement. Whether that is in the first instance over the phone, whether it is somewhere back in Europe, all of that will be worked out, but we are certainly willing and ready to have those discussions with the Russian Federation and to continue down the path of diplomacy. But diplomacy takes two, and in fact in this case it takes far more than two, because even if the next meeting is in a bilateral forum, we will coordinate closely with our allies, with our partners, to make sure that they have full visibility into what we are doing, that we in turn have full visibility into what they're doing, and all of our diplomatic efforts are mutually reinforcing.
When you say that you don't see any sign, any withdrawal from the border, is it that you don't see it, or is it that you think it's not happening at all?
We have no reason to believe it's happening, and in fact, we have reason to believe that forces have been added to the border.
And can you elaborate a little bit when you say that these forces are going into a combat position? What does that mean, and what does that mean that they're ready to attack anytime? What kind of forces? Can you elaborate?
So I can't get into an order of battle, nor would it be appropriate for me to do so from here, but what gives us great concern is a couple things. One, these claims that we're hearing of withdrawals, we certainly have not been able to verify them, and in fact, we have seen the opposite taking place. We are similarly concerned by the fact that the Russians, in the midst of all this is over the course of weeks and even recent days, have put additional forces on the border, the types of forces they would need to undertake an aggressive action, an attack, an invasion, an incursion against Ukraine at any moment. And that has been our concern. It is not that there would need to be any sort of significant lag time between an order from President Putin and Russia moving forward. It's a very dangerous moment.
But it is still your assessment that President Putin has not made yet a decision about an invasion?
We still believe there is the possibility for a diplomatic resolution to this. As long as we think that window remains viable, we will be open and in fact eager to take part in diplomacy with the Russian Federation if they are willing to do so in good faith and to reciprocate on that same basis. Kylie.
Does the United States believe there are enough Russian troops situated along the Ukrainian borders right now to fuel a full-scale invasion?
So again, I can't get into the various contingencies. What I can say, and what the president said yesterday, is that there are now more than 150,000 troops arrayed along Ukraine's borders. That's inside Russian territory, close to the Ukrainian border, but also inside Belarus. That is, by any means, by any estimate, a massive number of forces. We also know that the Russians have capabilities when it comes to electronic warfare, when it comes to aerial capabilities, any number of tactics they could employ, whether on their own or together as part of a broader onslaught. So we have considered all of these possibilities. What we know is that this could take place now at any moment, given what we have seen a mass along Ukraine's borders in recent days and recent weeks.
So do you have an assessment of the number of troops that would be needed for a full-scale invasion? You just don't want to publicly share that? Or where, I'm just trying to understand why you say that aggression could be carried out, but you won't say what form of that, what form or what scale that aggression could be.
Well, because that decision doesn't rest with us, of course. If that decision rested with us, we would find a diplomatic resolution to this. We would find a way not only to de-escalate the current crisis that Moscow has precipitated, but also to make progress on the proposals we have put forward, at least the areas of discussion that we have put forward that we believe are ripe for dialogue and diplomacy that would redound to our benefit, to address the security concerns of the transatlantic community and also the stated security concerns of the Russian Federation. When it comes to how the Russians would use the forces along the border that they claim are there for innocuous exercises, you'd have to ask them.
Okay, and then just on resistance, if there is an aggression, an invasion into Ukraine, does the State Department have a widespread plan in place for how you would support a Ukrainian resistance, even if that resistance isn't led by a centralized Ukrainian government, because obviously they may be toppled?
So let me make one broad point, and that is that, again, we are doing everything we can to forestall that possibility, to deter, to prevent Russian aggression. It is not our desire, certainly not our desire, to see that instated. It is our desire to see this resolved peacefully and optimally in a way where we can actually make progress on issues that have mattered to us, have mattered to us long before the buildup, issues that have mattered to Europe, long before the buildup, and presumably issues that matter to Russia and have mattered to Russia for some time now. Without taking this hypothetical too far. What I can say is that in the event of a Russian incursion, our defensive security assistance to Ukraine will continue and it will be accelerated. As you know, we have delivered hundreds of millions of dollars, $650 million worth of defensive security assistance last year. The drawdown that the president authorized in December of some $200 million, those deliveries have continued even in recent days to our Ukrainian partners. We also have authorized our NATO allies to provide U.S. origin equipment to our Ukrainian partners. All of that would not only continue, but it would be accelerated in the event of additional Russian aggression, and that is in addition to what we would do to further reinforce our NATO allies on the eastern flank.
And just to be clear, you'll figure out how to give Ukrainians that support, even if their government is no longer.
That defensive security assistance will continue.
Okay, and then just one last thing, sorry. Is there a task force out of this building on Ukraine? We've kind of heard that discussed, and could you just give some details on what that looks like and how often you guys are meeting and that sort of thing?
There is a task force. The task force was stood up in recent days. It is a task force that is operating with a large team that incorporates many of the elements in this building. It is, as you know, planning for a task force like this has been in the works for weeks now. We were able to stand it up on short notice, given the planning that had taken place. Yes, Locke.
Thank you. When Secretary Blinken met India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar in Melbourne a few days ago, did he come out with the impression that India is fully supporting United States on the issue of Russia?
So there was a discussion of Russia and Ukraine in the context of the Quad meeting that we had with our Indian counterparts, our Japanese and Australian allies. There was a strong consensus in that meeting that there needs to be a diplomatic, a peaceful resolution to this. One of the core tenets of the Quad is to reinforce the rules-based international order. And that is a rules-based order that applies equally in the Indo-Pacific as it does in Europe, as it does anywhere else. We know that our Indian partners are committed to that rules-based international order. There are any number of tenets to that order. One of them is that borders cannot be redrawn by force, that large countries cannot bully small countries, that only the people of a particular country can be in a position to choose their foreign policy, their partnerships, their alliances, their associations. Those are principles that apply equally in the Indo-Pacific as they do in Europe.
And during the bilateral meeting, did Secretary Blinken raise the issue of CAATSA sanctions or India buying S-400 from Russia?
There was a discussion of our broad defense relationship, but I wouldn't want to characterize it beyond that.
One more question. India has asked a number of its students who are studying in Ukraine to leave the country. And many of these students have said there are not enough flights, and if the flights are there, they are quite expensive. Even as India has assured them that they will be taken care of if there is invasion. But is there any coordinated international efforts, including by US, to evacuate foreign nationals from Ukraine in the case of invasion?
Well, we're certainly sharing information that we have, both about the threat and the posture that we are taking vis-a-vis our own citizens with our allies and partners around the world. But as you know, Lala, we have a special responsibility to American citizens. And our message to American citizens for some time now has been that you should leave, and you should leave now using commercial or private options that are still available. Recently, we have provided American citizens, at least reiterated guidance to American citizens how they can travel overland. And we have given them specific crossing instructions for specific border crossings. We have worked with our Polish allies to facilitate border crossings of American citizens. We know that any number of countries are doing the same for their own citizens. We think this is a prudent step as we continue to do everything we possibly can to seek to find a diplomatic resolution to this crisis.
Thank you.
Yes, Missy.
Just a couple questions on Ukraine, Ned. Did I miss you saying who was heading the Ukraine task force, and can you tell us?
We'll see if we can get you any more information on that.
Okay. And I know that you said Secretary Blinken will plan to meet with Foreign Minister Lavrov at the appropriate moment, but in the meantime...
Is willing to.
Is willing to, okay. In the meantime, since you guys are now tracking moment by moment what they are or not doing around Ukraine, is the State Department communicating this skepticism about what is not occurring to the Russian government in any private way other than through, you know, what you're saying up here at the podium?
As you know, the Secretary has had now several opportunities to speak to Foreign Minister Lavrov in recent days and in recent weeks. The President has now had several opportunities to speak to President Putin. Our embassy in Moscow is in touch with their counterparts on the ground. We have relayed in no uncertain terms that what we need to see in order for this diplomacy to be effective is de-escalation. The Russians have heard that from the very start of this process. And if I recall, even at the outset of the first meeting of the Strategic Stability Dialogue, the dialogue that Deputy Secretary Sherman attended with Foreign Minister Ryabkov in Geneva in January, that was a key message that we imparted publicly, but also privately, that in order for this process to work, we need to see de-escalation. Until now, that is a message that the Russians have not heeded.
Okay, just two more questions. And, you know, they're saying we're moving back forces. You're saying, you know, they're not moving any meaningful amount of forces, and in fact, they're doing the opposite. Why do you think they are making these claims when not only is there, you know, what the intelligence that you guys are observing and then talking about publicly, but there's commercial satellite imagery, there's people who are posting stuff on TikTok. You know, why? I'm just curious about what you think their thinking is there, given the fact that it's something that, you know, in this day and age with the access to imagery out there in the public, that they think that they could sort of get away with, if that's what you guys are saying.
Well, you're right that there are Russian words and then there are Russian actions. And it should be clear to everyone, it is clear to everyone who takes the time to investigate, that their words do not match their actions, and in fact, their words stand in stark contrast to their actions. And you can see that on social media, you can see that on publicly available satellite imagery, you can see that through any number of means. That's a question for the Russian Federation. What I will say, and this is as much from an historical perspective as it is from what we're seeing now, this is the Russian playbook. This is the playbook the Russians have used in the past, including in 2014, to paint a picture, or at least to attempt to paint a picture publicly, while they do the opposite in a way that they seek to obfuscate, in a way that they seek to obscure and to hide. This is not 2014 in the sense that social media is different. There are resources available to the public that were not available back then, but it's also not 2014 in the sense that we are standing up here almost every day and offering the context of what we know in an effort to be as transparent as we can with the American people and the international public, to do two things. In the first instance, and in a best case scenario, to attempt to prevent, to deter the Russians from moving forward with what they are planning, what they have planned, or what they had planned all along. If we're not able to do that, and ultimately Putin will make the decision that Putin will make based on his own calculus, if we're not able to do that, what we will have done is to have put a spotlight on the fact that this was all a charade, this was all a show, and that while the Russians were claiming de-escalation, while the Russians were claiming a commitment to dialogue, that the opposite was taking place. And so that's why we've tried to be very clear about the disinformation, about the pretexts, the fact that the Russians did this precisely in 2014, and our growing alarm that the Russians may be planning a similar pretextual attempt in
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. You were just tuning in to the latest Department of State press briefing on the situation in Russia. Again, you are watching Live Now from Fox. The time here on the East Coast is about 8:30 in the morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll have more top stories. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to all of you watching at home. I'm your host today, Mackenzie Stasko. The time here on the East Coast is just past 8:30 in the morning. We want to take you out to this live look of Ukraine, of course, one of the major stories that we are following today. And actually just into our newsroom, we've learned that the Ukrainian Joint Forces operation has blamed pro-Russian forces for damaging a kindergarten. We want to get you out to this video again, which we just got into our newsroom. You can take a look right here, and we'll get that graphic for you right there up on the screen. Let's see if we can get that video. This is it right here. Now, it was posted by the JTO, and it opens with a shot of the blast crater outside of the kindergarten and shows more damage to the building. Now, according to an NGO working in Luhansk, Ukraine, 2 employees suffered from shock after a shell hit the building at around 9 in the morning. Interfax reported 3 people have been injured, and citing a local Ukrainian military unit with that information. However, we have learned that no children have been harmed in this incident. Now, again, this is just one of the latest stories that we are following out of Ukraine. Russia has claimed that it has pulled back some of the 150,000 troops it has at the Ukrainian border, but the U.S. State Department says it has actually seen the opposite, and that Russia's troops are actually moving into what the U.S. called fighting positions. Meanwhile, Ukrainians are showing a national display of unity in the city of Lviv. That's about 300 miles from the capital of Kyiv. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has the latest.
President Biden talked again with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz as allied leaders push for a diplomatic off-ramp for Russia. President Vladimir Putin says he is ready for talks and that a drawback of Russian troops has begun. Words not all believe.
Watch what actually happens, not his words, because he is an unreliable narrator.
According to the White House and NATO leaders, intelligence has not found any evidence of a withdrawal.
Russia maintains a massive invasion force ready to attack.
There was concern Russia would begin an invasion Wednesday.
We are not afraid.
whatever is forecast, we are not afraid of any people, any enemy.
The administration says they are ready with sanctions if President Putin moves ahead with an invasion, and are warning of Russian disinformation campaigns ahead of any decision by Moscow.
We believe an attack could come at any time, and that would be preceded by a fabricated pretext that the Russians use as an excuse to launch an invasion.
In the Mediterranean over the weekend, we've learned a Russian jet potentially came within feet of a U.S. Navy plane. The Department of Defense said situations like that could lead to more dangerous outcomes.
It could be one misjudgment, one mistake, one plane flying too close to another, one bad decision, and war could break out.
The State Department says they have not received a written response from Russia on what they need to discuss and how to de-escalate, but hope to have something in the coming days. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And concern is growing over the possibility of Russia launching cyber attacks on U.S. infrastructure, including electrical grids, water systems, and government communications. Now, it comes after recent cyber attacks on websites belonging to Ukraine's army and banks. Fox News congressional correspondent Aisha Hashmi has the specifics from Capitol Hill.
He can take any step of seen and unseen. He has the right to do that.
The White House is keeping its cards close to the vest when it comes to how it would respond if the U.S. confirms Russia is indeed behind Tuesday's cyber attacks on websites belonging to Ukraine's army and banks. But Fox News has learned Russia could target critical infrastructure here at home. Electrical grids, water systems, government communications, even a similar event to last year's Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack that led to panic buying and fuel shortages across the Southeast. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has issued an unprecedented Shields Up alert, advising all American organizations, big and small, to adopt a heightened posture when it comes to protecting their most critical assets. On Tuesday, President Biden addressed the threat, saying, "We're prepared to respond." But both Republicans and Democrats on the Hill aren't so sure.
We've shown cyber weaknesses. We need to increase our cyber defense.
I don't think they're prepared. I mean, we've seen cyber attack after cyber attack since this administration took office.
With the looming threat, Senators Rob Portman and Gary Peters introduced a bipartisan cybersecurity package last week. It would require companies supplying critical infrastructure to report attacks to the government and make sure federal agencies adopt cloud-based technology to protect themselves.
We are better prepared than we have been in the past, but we're not well prepared.
And Senator Portman tells me his best hope is that cybersecurity package is enacted in the next couple of weeks. But of course, a Russian cyber attack could come well before then. On Capitol Hill, I'm Aisha Hashmi, Fox News.
All right, thank you for that report. And we want to take you out to this live look of Ukraine right now. We know that U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby are at NATO headquarters in Brussels, Belgium today. We actually just heard from them a little bit ago. They are, of course, hoping to find some sort of resolution with Russia. We want to take you out to that press conference, which again happened just a few minutes ago.
Now, the Russians say that they are withdrawing some of those forces now that exercises are complete, but we don't see that. Quite the contrary, we see them add to the more than 150,000 troops that they already have arrayed along that border, even in the last couple of days. We see some of those troops inch closer to that border. We see them fly in more combat and support aircraft. We see them sharpen their readiness in the Black Sea. We even see them stocking up their blood supplies. You know, I was a soldier myself not that long ago, and I know firsthand that you don't do these sort of things for no reason. And you certainly don't do them if you're getting ready to pack up and go home. So we and our allies will stay vigilant. We will watch for the so-called false flag operations where Russia manufactures a dramatic event to justify an attack, a play that we've seen them run in the past. And we will continue to explore ways to enhance our readiness, as the United States and others have done with additional troop deployments to NATO's eastern flank. And we will closely match Russian words to Russian deeds, what they say to what they actually do. Of course, one thing that Mr. Putin says he wants to do is to engage in more dialogue. And as we have said all along, we would welcome that. We believe there's still time and space for diplomacy to work. And we are in lockstep with our allies and partners towards that end. A peaceful outcome that respects Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity represents the best outcome. For Ukraine, to be sure, but also for Russia and the Russian people. If Mr. Putin is serious about achieving that sort of outcome, he will find in the United States and in this alliance no better or more serious interlocutor. And if he's not, as his deeds thus far tend to indicate, it will be clear to the entire world that he started a war with diplomatic options left on the table. It will be Mr. Putin who will bear the responsibility for the suffering and the immense sacrifice that ensues. You know, I've been doing this for a long time, this business of national security. I joined the United States Army in the middle of the Cold War, and I have served and fought alongside NATO allies for the better part of my adult life. But I can honestly say that I have never seen the alliance more relevant and more united and more resolute than I see it today. Mr. Putin says that he doesn't want a strong NATO on his western flank. He's getting exactly that. I'll soon depart for Poland and then to Lithuania to spend some time with these strong allies who likewise take these obligations seriously. I'll visit with their troops in mine, see their leaders, talk with mine, and talk about how together we can bolster the defense of the alliance. I'd also like to add my appreciation to Bulgaria, who just today agreed to host a U.S. Army Stryker company for joint training opportunities. Now, these troops will be departing Germany in the coming days, and they'll help ensure our readiness and our interoperability with Bulgaria as our NATO ally. All that is to say that I leave here incredibly proud of the alliance and satisfied in the knowledge that we will be sure-footed in the face of aggression, but dedicated, as always, to the prospect of peace. Harry Truman, the American president when NATO was founded, put it best when he noted that though peace was difficult, war was not inevitable. And so it is today. There is nothing inevitable about this looming conflict. It can still be averted. The path of diplomacy may be difficult, but it is still worth the trek. And NATO, as I said, remains sure-footed. Thank you, and I'll stop there and be happy to take a couple of questions.
Okay, our first question will go to Phil Stork from Reuters.
Mr. Secretary, who is responsible for the shelling today in Ukraine's Donbass region, and how concerning is it? And what are you doing to lower the risk of dangerous and potentially explosive U.S.-Russia interactions, like the close call between aircraft this weekend?
Well, we've seen the reports of the shelling, and Phil, and they're certainly troubling. We're still gathering the details. But, you know, we've said for some time that the Russians might do something like this in order to justify a military conflict. So we'll be watching this very closely. And in terms of any potential interaction with our aircraft and someone else's aircraft, of course, we'll follow our own procedures very closely, which I think our airmen are very well rehearsed on. And we'll make sure that we're doing everything that we can to remain safe in the air. And if we see unsafe acts, we'll certainly demarche the people that are responsible for that.
Next question goes to Bettina Klein from German Radio.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. I understand you have the evidence that there's more troop building rather than troop withdrawal in Russia. At the same time, I hear some skepticism, certainly in the German public debate. How can we trust this? How can we trust American intelligence? What do you suggest to build more public trust? And would you consider at one point to make more evidence you have publicly available? Thank you.
Well, you know, I don't see this as a competition of narratives. I think, you know, we've been very transparent about everything that we've seen thus far, and we've shared what we know with our allies and partners, and we really have done a very, very extensive job of making sure that our allies knew what we knew as soon as possible. But I think in order to address the issue that you raised, the solution is to continue to be transparent, to continue to, you know, talk to the American people and people around the world, quite frankly, and explain what we're seeing. And I think, you know, that has been very helpful thus far. We will continue to do that, and we certainly endeavor to do that while we're in this conference this week.
Next question goes to Carl Babb. Voice of
Thank you for doing this. Ukraine is calling this week's cyber attack the largest in the country's history. Can you confirm whether Russia was behind this attack? And President Biden last month said that if something short of an invasion happens, like if Russia continued to use cyber attacks, the U.S. could respond in a similar way with cyber. So has the U.S. responded to the latest attack, and if not, why not?
In terms of confirming whether or not this was Russia that was behind this, the intelligence community continues to assess what happened there. But I would just point out to you that this is a play taken out of his playbook. You know, we would expect to see before any attack, we would expect to see cyber attacks, false flag activities, and a number of other things, increasing rhetoric in the information space, and we're beginning to see more and more of that. In terms of a response to the cyber attack, if someone attacks the United States of America, then certainly we will hold that element responsible or accountable. At this point, nobody, we haven't seen, we have not been attacked. NATO elements have not been attacked. So we'll leave it at that.
Okay, last question today goes to Natalia Drozdiak from Bloomberg. Where are you, Natalia? There you are.
Where are you?
I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for the question. So some of these troops that we've seen Russia mass along Ukraine's border have come from very far parts of Russia's territory, including the Far East. So why do you think Russia feels comfortable enough to leave that border with China undefended? Does this represent a closer alliance between the two? Thank you.
Well, you know, certainly I can't speak to the strength of that alliance. What I can say, and I'm not sure it infers anything at all, but we did note with alarm China's tacit approval of Putin's activities here in the region. So I'm not sure that we can make any kind of direct inference from what you just raised, but certainly those are things that we'll continue to watch going forward. But I think you raised a very, very interesting and important question. Thanks.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here on the East Coast is just before 9 o'clock in the morning. One of the major stories that we are following today is a major storm system that is moving its way across the United States. You can take a look at our XRAD live weather camera right there. You can see that green and orange moving across the Midwest and, of course, moving across the South as well. We want to head out to our Fox weather team. We have crews across the United States tracking this storm, and we are talking severe thunderstorms, critical fire conditions, along with heavy rain and flooding in some areas. So again, we're going to head out to Fox Weather's Robert Ray, who is live in Jackson, Mississippi. Robert, tell us, what type of weather are we expecting there in Jackson?
Yeah, good morning to you. You can see behind me the capital of Jackson, Mississippi State. That is about 3 million people, expecting severe storms to come in about 11 a.m. to noon here today, Central Time, and last all the way through the afternoon. What that means is the potential for tornadoes and straight line winds. Straight line winds meaning 30 to 60 mile an hour gusts that could rip structures apart, roofs off. It is not common to see tornadoes in the month of February here in Mississippi. So we're hoping that we do not see that outbreak later today. Though Mississippi is no stranger to numerous tornadic outbreaks throughout the years. As a matter of fact, last year in 2021, in the month of May, they saw the most ever tornadoes in data recordings dating back to 1950 here in the state. Now, where I'm at in the capital, I'm about 150 miles to the north of the Gulf of Mexico, and that's where a lot of that energy is moving up and colliding with that system that's heading east. And when that happens, that's the issue. That's what we could see is all these systems collide and potential for severe storms today, not only just in Mississippi, but in Alabama, all the way up into Tennessee and potentially into parts of Kentucky. So we're watching it, monitoring it throughout the day today, and certainly crossing our fingers that this does not turn into a catastrophic situation down here in the South. But people are so used to systems like this coming in, but certainly not this time of year. Starting at about March through June is when you normally see it. So folks are on guard here this morning in Mississippi.
All right, Fox Weather's Robert Ray reporting live from Jackson, Mississippi. Thank you so much, Robert, for that report, and of course, stay safe out there. All right, sticking with weather news, we want to head out to this video where a new government report is warning that America's coastlines will see sea levels rise in the next 30 years by as much as they did in the entire 20th century. Now, the 111-page report by NOAA also shows that major eastern cities will be hit regularly with costly floods, even on sunny days. And by 2050, seas against the U.S. shore will be 10 to 12 inches higher. Parts of Louisiana and Texas are expected to see waters a foot and a half higher. Now, the report says that 40% of America's population lives along the coast. However, the worst of the long-term sea level rise will happen in Antarctica and Greenland, and it probably won't kick in until after 2100. Now, another story we want to follow is that a new study is finding ongoing drought on the West Coast. It's starting to cause some major concerns, of course, in California and in Utah. Several lawmakers took to the skies this week to get a firsthand look at the shrinking Great Salt Lake. Let's take a listen.
The Utah Air National Guard landed several Black Hawk helicopters on Capitol Hill to take lawmakers on a tour of the dramatically shrinking Great Salt Lake. Fox 13 News accompanied them, and what we saw is sobering.
A whole lot of salt and not a lot of water. It was worse than I thought. I knew that it was low, but when you see it and you see the magnitude of the loss, it's heartbreaking.
Exposed lake beds, marinas that are dry. The Great Salt Lake has shrunk nearly a foot. It's the impact of ongoing drought, climate change, and water diversion.
Being able to see points of interest like Antelope Island, the Causeway, hopefully will really inform their understanding of what's at stake if we can't figure out a way to solve the challenges facing Great Salt Lake.
The trip doubled as a training exercise for the Utah Air National Guard, but one lawmaker who helped organize it hopes to convince his colleagues in the state legislature to do more to protect the Great Salt Lake.
We're going to find out. It's real important for people to see some of those emerging problems on the Great Salt Lake. It was great to get a firsthand view.
Here on Capitol Hill, there are a number of bipartisan bills and budget requests aimed at preserving and protecting the Great Salt Lake. As much as $50 million is being allocated to try to help turn things around.
We'll say this, I think we have got to rethink our overall water policy and water strategy in the state. I think what we have is not working.
Many lawmakers were already supportive of the Great Salt Lake bills, but some are planning to do even more when it comes to water conservation.
I think we got to look at our ag water usage. I think we've got to look at our industrial water usage. I would bet there might be hundreds of bills over the next several years that we should at least consider.
Environmentalists don't think it's too late to save the Great Salt Lake.
This dry winter that we're having right now is really has me worried for sure, and I think a lot of people. But I do think that there's a real desire and interest in trying to take steps to protect the lake, as well as change the way we're using water in this state. And that's going to take time.
On the Hill, Ben Winslow, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Where devastating mudslides have left at least 78 people dead. Now, the city of Petropolis again slammed by a major flood this week. At least 21 people have been recovered amongst the wreckage. However, local officials say they expect the number of the dead to rise. The State Department saying that the area was hit with over 10 inches of rain within just 3 hours, almost as much as during the entire previous month. Petropolis's City Hall declared 3 days of mourning following that tragedy. Now it is just before 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. It is about 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. We want to get you out to this live video that we are getting. We want to take you out here. We do know that the UK's Foreign Secretary is visiting Ukraine. We are expected to get a press conference coming up in just a little bit. We will bring you that as soon as we get it. But in the meantime, also on the topic of the tensions between Russia and Ukraine, we just got into our newsroom within the past 30 minutes that Ukrainian Joint Forces operations have blamed pro-Russian forces for damaging a kindergarten school in the Ukraine. And we want to get this graphic up for you right now. We will get that for you in just a minute. But what we know so far, you're taking a look at some video here posted by the JTO, and it opens with a shot of that blast crater right outside the school and shows more damage to the building. Now, according to an NGO working in Luhansk, Ukraine, 2 employees suffered from shock after a shell hit the building around 9 in the morning. You can see the damage there and that rubble with some soccer balls and the playground there. Now, Interfax reported 3 people have been injured, citing a local Ukrainian military unit. We are still working to get some more information on this situation, but we do know that Ukrainian Joint Forces are blaming pro-Russian forces for, again, damaging this school. One more time, we do know that 3 people were injured. However, no children were reported harmed. And Russia is claiming it has pulled back some of the 150,000 troops at the Ukrainian border, but the United States State Department says it's seen the opposite and that Russia's troops are moving into what the U.S. called fighting positions. Meanwhile, Ukrainians are showing a national display of unity. Our LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft actually spoke to Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson in Ukraine, who is reporting there. He has been on the ground for weeks. Andrew spoke with Lucas about the situation there. Let's take a listen to their full conversation.
Okay, joining us here on LiveNOW from Fox is Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, who is in Lviv, Ukraine right now. And we know this is Unity Day in Ukraine. A lot of these intelligence assessments had said today, February the 16th, could be the day that Putin decides to invade. What's going on there on the ground, Lucas?
Well, good evening, Andrew. It's great to join you. You're right. Today was supposed to be, you could argue, a disunity day when Russia invaded with 150,000 troops that have now massed on Ukraine's border from the north, east, and south. And of course, you have 6 warships with Russian Marines, tanks, and other armored units. They've got this country surrounded, a country that's the size of Texas. And you're right. President Zelensky, instead of telling people to panic, said we need this day of unity. So today, Wednesday, nationwide, in all of Ukraine's big cities had this unity day. I'm in the city of Lviv. It's about 6 hours west of Ukraine's capital city of Kyiv. It's a university town. It's got one of the oldest universities in Ukraine. You could almost think of it as like Boston. And I spoke to a lot of students today who were very scared. They came out. They showed their support. They showed their patriotism. They're happy. But others on the sidelines I spoke to were pretty nervous. They have contingency plans. What do they do if Russia invades? You know, some called Western Ukraine a safe area. But there's local reports tonight, Andrew. I was not able to confirm before it aired tonight that there are saboteurs or provocateurs that are coming here to perhaps cause some trouble. But it's a very tense situation nationwide. You know, the president's called for calm, but you know there are people that are very nervous.
Yeah, and Lucas, there's this back and forth, especially with U.S. officials and those of our allies in Europe about whether or not Russia is scaling back. We haven't seen any evidence to that, although they said they are. So this is kind of a back and forth right now as these tensions mount. What's the latest with that?
Well, there are some imagery that the Russians have put out that show, you know, some videos of some Russian armored units leaving Crimea, moving back to mainland Russia. But there's no evidence that as a whole the Russian military is pulling back from the border. In fact, it's the opposite. Earlier today I spoke to the top U.S. diplomat here in Ukraine, and she says that not only is Russia not pulling back, they're adding forces. Now keep in mind, this is a country where the U.S. embassy had to be evacuated in Kyiv. That's one of the reasons I'm here. Both the CIA and all the diplomats had to come here to the town of Lviv because of the threat of Russian invasion, a highly unusual situation where you had an embassy evacuated. Of course, there's some 30,000 Americans that President Biden and you know everybody on down said Americans need to leave. So it's a very tense situation here on the ground, but one that you don't feel as much as, of course, as what we are reading and hearing back home. You know, when you watch the, you know, press briefings, right? When I speak to Pentagon officials back home, it's a dire situation. While some people are tense, you know, others, you know, you go out to restaurants, cafes, which are full, by the way. People are walking around, their families. I mean, I, you know, passed a few little families, told them, hey, I'm a father too. Here are my kids. I showed, you know, the family's pictures of my family, and just, you know, of course, good excuse to ask them a few questions. And while some are calm, others are like, I got to live, you know, I've got a job, I've got a life, I've got to, you know, I can't just sit at home and, you know, hide under the couch.
Yeah, that's so interesting. We know Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, will be in Munich. We just got that reporting that she's going to be speaking with Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Yeah, he's going. How about that? He's leaving the country. Some people are a little nervous about that. I asked, you know, what do people think about that? And, you know, some people say it's okay. Other people are like, is this really the time to be leaving your country during the threat of an invasion?
Lucas, to me, and you're on the ground there, this feels kind of like a slow moving train wreck almost, in the sense where, like, is it going to happen today? Is it going to happen today? Is it going to happen today? So I don't know, that's making me tense, but the people that you've spoken to, they're just going kind of about their daily lives.
And I'm trying not to get lulled into it, Andrew, because again, you're reading all these dire assessments. You're talking to officials back home in Washington, on the Pentagon, on the phone, who are very nervous, thinking that an invasion is like 90% probable, 99% probable. Why not it happening today? Oh, well, because we voiced this intelligence. We think we spooked Putin, or we convinced him to move the invasion. And you're like, okay. But then here you walk around, you know, people are tense, but they're also calm, going about their lives. But you can't help but think, what did Poland look like in 1939? What did France look like on the eve of World War II, World War I? I mean, what was, you know, the dining deck looking like on the Titanic before that iceberg showed up? I'm sure people were having a great time, right? I mean, so that's what I keep thinking about, like what you're seeing right here, what you're seeing, you know, out the window here. You know, yes, it's very calm, but let's not get lulled, because, you know, there's some new satellite imagery from Maxar that came out, you know, late this evening, showing 20 Russian helicopter gunships on the border of Ukraine and Belarus, field hospitals, units. And you think, wow, why would you be moving attack helicopters? Is that like a first strike weapon? Yeah, it's a first strike weapon. Why field hospitals? Russians think they're going to take casualties. If you invade this country, you know, they can do it pretty easily, but obviously you're going to suffer casualties. It could be mass casualties. You could cause millions of refugees. And also occupying. There's a big difference between invading and occupying a country. Sadly, we found that out in Iraq in 2003. You know, the invasion was the easy part. You know, we rolled into Baghdad without much a problem. You know, airstrikes, you know, Tomahawk cruise missile strikes. They think that could be a similar playbook here with airstrikes. And the Russians have something called Iskander, short-range ballistic missiles. You know, they're obviously can cause a lot of damage. And so while Ukrainians are resilient, you know, one gentleman told me that, I'm not worried about the Russians. I have guns in my safe. I mean, I almost asked, yeah, but do you have missiles at home? Because like the Russians aren't just coming in with Kalashnikovs and Dashukas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They carry heavy stuff.
All right. Well, Lucas, so you know it's late there. We appreciate your time. Stay safe. We'll definitely talk to you again.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it, Andrew.
All right, a big thanks to Andrew Kraft and Fox News' Lucas Tomlinson reporting from Ukraine. We want to take you out to this live shot of Joint Base Andrews right now. We know that President Joe Biden is leaving Joint Base Andrews. He will be heading to Cleveland, Ohio. We want to give you a shot of Cleveland right now, looking a little gloomy. What we know so far is that, again, President Biden is going to be heading out there today in just a little bit. We are waiting for him to depart Joint Base Andrews. He will be in Cleveland, actually, talking about his $1 trillion infrastructure bill that he signed back in November. Now, the infrastructure package will provide about $10 billion in highway funding for Ohio. If you're unfamiliar, the roads there are absolutely terrible. Now, in addition to that $10 billion for Ohio for the highways, he's also going to be handing out $33 billion in competitive grant funding for highway and multimodal projects. Now, we will have that press conference from President Biden from Cleveland, Ohio, later today here on Live Now from Fox. Now, there are new developments in the investigation into the origins of the Trump-Russia probe. We are just getting information about this situation. We want to get you that graphic there up on the screen. Now, again, those new developments coming in, and one of the main figures in the special counsel investigation into the probe is responding to recent revelations about an alleged computer spying effort on the part of the Hillary Clinton presidential campaign. Our Fox News correspondent David Spunt has the latest from the Justice Department.
Former Clinton campaign attorney Michael Sussman is fighting back after special counsel John Durham tied him to covert computer data collection from the Obama and possibly Trump White House. Sussman pleaded not guilty to lying to the FBI over now debunked information that the Trump campaign was in communication with a Russian bank. In a court filing first reported by Fox News, Durham alleges Sussman was involved with a tech executive named Rodney Jaffe to data mine. or take information from servers at Trump Tower, also the executive office of the president, going back to 2014 during the Obama administration. Joffe has not been charged with any crime, and a spokesperson tells Fox News he was legally provided access to DNS data obtained from a private client that separately was providing DNS services to the executive office of the president. DNS are computer database servers mentioned multiple times in Durham's filing.
DNS is a very loose associative tool. It is not giving you the actual communications between computers. It's not going to let you read an email or a text message.
Joffe's team says the DNS information was collected as a precaution during the Obama administration after Russians hacked the Democratic National Committee. They say it continued into the Trump administration after DNS queries from Russian-made Yoda phones were discovered in proximity to the Trump campaign and White House.
DNS data mining is very imprecise. And in the context of this particular pleading, it's saying Sussman had no business pretending the data mining was establishing a tie to Russia.
Sussman's attorneys criticized Durham, writing in a late Monday night filing, the special counsel has again made a filing in this case that unnecessarily includes prejudicial and false allegations and are plainly intended to politicize this case, inflame media coverage, and taint the jury pool. No comment from the Department of Justice or special counsel John Durham's office. Michael Sussman's trial begins May 16th. At the Department of Justice, David Spunt, Fox News.
Now to news out of Florida. Florida House members passed a controversial bill that would prohibit doctors from performing abortions past 15 weeks. Now again, this just happened today. We know that Florida lawmakers approved that early this morning, and it is one of the most hotly debated issues of the 2022 legislative session. Now, the Republican-dominated House approved the measure in a 78-39 vote, almost along straight party lines after nearly 6 hours of debate. Now, Republicans rejected attempts from Democrats to add exemptions for rape, incest, or human trafficking, but there are some exemptions if the abortion is necessary to save a mother's life, prevent serious injury to the mother, or if the fetus has a fatal abnormality. Now, at times there were tense moments on the floor session when a group of protesters were removed from the House gallery for chanting in opposition to this bill. And the proposed 15-week limit on abortions resembles a Mississippi law that is actually under review by the U.S. Supreme Court. It's a case that was widely seen as a challenge to the landmark Roe versus Wade ruling on abortion rights. And Britain's Prince Andrew has agreed to settle a lawsuit filed by a woman who said she was sexually trafficked to the British royal by Jeffrey Epstein when she was just 17 years old. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has this story.
I mean, this is clearly the essence of a good deal. Everybody got something, everybody gives up something.
Britain's Prince Andrew settling his sexual assault lawsuit out of court. That's according to a court document filed by Virginia Giuffre's attorney on Tuesday. Giuffre accusing the Duke of York of sexually abusing her when she was just 17 years old on Jeffrey Epstein's private island, at his Manhattan mansion, and at the London home of his former partner, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Prince Andrew is done. He is toast. He is radioactive. He is ruined.
The civil suit stems from allegations against Jeffrey Epstein. Giuffre brought her case under the Child Victims Act, a New York state law enacted in 2019 that temporarily expanded the statute of limitations in child sex abuse cases.
I'm angry at this latest example of a powerful, wealthy man being able to wield his power and his wealth to allow him to dodge accountability for some very serious allegations.
Andrew stepped back from royal duties in late 2019 due to the long-running allegations. Now the prince is facing fresh calls to be stripped of his Duke of York title. Last month, the Queen stripped Andrew of his military affiliations and royal patronages. Prince Andrew has repeatedly denied that he abused Virginia Giuffre. The sum of the settlement will go to Giuffre's charity. The exact amount has not officially been disclosed. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And nearly a decade after the Sandy Hook massacre, the families of the victims are getting some semblance of justice. Now, gun manufacturer Remington has agreed to a landmark settlement with the families of those victims in a lawsuit that alleges it used aggressive marketing tactics to sell firearms. Fox News correspondent Laura Ingle has the latest.
Remington Arms agreeing to a first-of-its-kind settlement with the families of 9 victims from the Sandy Hook shooting. 20 children and 6 teachers were killed in the 2012 massacre at the Connecticut Elementary School. The shooter, Adam Lanza, used an AR-15 style semi-automatic rifle made by Remington in the attack.
And they didn't know what to do or where to go. They had the energy and drive and motivation to do one thing. And that was to do whatever they could so that other families would not have to go through the kind of pain and loss that they had.
The lawsuit, originally filed nearly 8 years ago, claimed that Remington marketed the gun to younger males with targeted ads and product placement in video games.
Marketing that is targeted those that want to appear more intimidating, more powerful, and more masculine through the use of their AR-15.
Remington, which has since filed for bankruptcy, had argued that the suit should have been dismissed due to a federal law that gives broad immunity to the gun industry. The Connecticut Supreme Court ultimately ruled that the gun maker could be sued under state law. The $73 million settlement does not constitute an official admission of guilt from Remington, but marks the first time a gun manufacturer has been held responsible for a mass shooting in the United States.
Today is a day of accountability for an industry that has thus far enjoyed operating with immunity and impunity.
Remington has also agreed to allow families to release documents obtained in the lawsuit. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
Now to news out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. A second former officer is now testifying in the federal civil rights trial stemming from George Floyd's deadly arrest. Our Fox 9 Minneapolis team shows us what happened in court.
J. Alexander King, now the second officer to take the stand in his own defense. Beginning on Wednesday morning, he was still on the stand doing cross-examination when court broke for the day, so he'll be back on Thursday. He said he joined the Minneapolis police after having some negative interactions, but decided that he wanted to change the force from within, and he recounted what led to those events in May of 2020.
J. Alexander King was on his third shift, Thomas Lane his fourth, when they responded to the report of a counterfeit bill at Cup Foods. Said they decided to put George Floyd into their squad because they suspected drug use, which could make him unpredictable. When Floyd fought back, saying he was claustrophobic.
Get in this car, we can talk.
I've dealt with a lot of strong individuals, King testified, but I've never been involved with a struggle like I've been with Mr. Floyd. He said when Derek Chauvin arrived, the rules may say Lane should be in charge of the scene, but reality is different. In all my experience, it's always the senior officer, he said, as they have the most experience. King testified about his training. He said side recovery positions were never practiced in handcuff drills. The duty to intervene was briefly covered, but also no practice scenarios. Derek Chauvin was one of his field training officers. Training, he testified, was stressful. Was there a concern that you'd be fired? Every shift, sir. He said when restraining George Floyd, Thomas Lane suggested turning him on his side and Chauvin shot it down. King said he considered Chauvin in charge as senior officer, that when he told Chauvin he couldn't find a pulse and Chauvin said, "What?" I was thinking that Officer Chauvin would check the pulse himself. He testified he thought the handcuffs had interfered with him being able to find a pulse and that he thought Floyd was still breathing when the ambulance arrived.
Tu Tao wrapped up his testimony on Wednesday morning, finishing cross-examination. The prosecutor really trying to pin him down on why he didn't react to bystanders who were pointing out that George Floyd wasn't moving or breathing, and to check his pulse. He kept saying that his duty there was crowd control, that he trusted the other officers were reacting appropriately. However, he did admit at the very end of cross-exam that he never did pass along any of those concerns to the other officers. In St. Paul, Rob Olson, Fox 9.
And we will, of course, continue to follow that trial. Another story we're following today, funeral services for Amir Locke will be held in less than an hour. Now, Locke is the 22-year-old black man who was shot and killed by a Minneapolis police officer earlier this month. The Reverend Al Sharpton will officiate the service and deliver a public eulogy. Now, a public viewing, again, is planned for 10 o'clock this morning, so less than 40 minutes away. Locke was killed during a SWAT team raid on a downtown Minneapolis apartment back on February 2nd. The officers were executing a no-knock warrant when they encountered Locke as he emerged from under a blanket holding a gun. Now, the teen police were actually looking for, Mackay Speed, will remain in juvenile detention while the case against him moves forward. The 17-year-old is charged with second-degree murder and the death of a man known as Otis Elder. Minneapolis police officers were assisting St. Paul police with a no-knock search warrant in that homicide case back on February 2nd, again when Locke was shot and killed. Locke and Speed are first cousins, and Speed has remained behind bars since his arrest. And in the wake of the death of Amir Locke, the city of Minneapolis will now launch a special review of the police department's no-knock warrant policy. Now, the Office of Police Conduct will spearhead the review, and it'll focus on identifying and recommending specific changes and improvements to the policy. Locke was shot and killed by police officers conducting search warrants earlier this month. The 22-year-old was not named in the warrants. Body camera video shows Locke had a gun in his hand when those officers shot him. And prosecutors are no longer pushing for a longer than usual sentence for Kim Potter. Now, in a new filing, prosecutors say a sentence of just over 7 years would be sufficient for her conviction. It's the presumed penalty under state guidelines. Potter's lawyers are pushing for only probation. Now, a jury convicted the former Brooklyn Center officer of first-degree manslaughter back in December for the death of Dante Wright. Potter is going to be sentenced sometime tomorrow. And the federal hate crimes trial against 3 men convicted in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery picks back up today. An FBI analyst testified yesterday after going through dozens of text messages and several social media posts. Now, in those messages, the investigator found conversations between the men, specifically Travis McMichael and William Roddy Bryan, that contained several racial slurs. Now, Greg McMichael's phone was not investigated because it was encrypted. Prosecutors are using the findings to prove that the 3 men targeted Arbery because he was black. All 3 have pled not guilty. Now to another story we have been following. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoked emergency powers this week to stop protests by truckers and others who are angry over Canada's COVID restrictions. Now, Trudeau ruled out using military force instead. He says he plans to not only tow away their rigs, but to freeze their bank accounts and to suspend their truck insurance. Now, a few hundred truckers remain defiant in Canada's capital, but thousands of others have dispersed under that pressure. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams is in Ottawa with the latest.
Canadian police telling protesters in the country's capital it's time to go home.
Gotta go. Time to leave.
Today, authorities in Ottawa began ticketing vehicles that are taking part in protests against COVID-19 restrictions. Officers handing out these notices to truckers, urging them to leave the area, saying, quote, anyone blocking the streets or assisting others in blocking the streets are committing a criminal offense. You must immediately cease further unlawful activity or you'll face charges. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoking the Emergencies Act this week, allowing the government to ban blockades and tow trucks. But some say the government's actions are having the opposite effect.
I don't love confrontation. I don't like this environment. Every time he does something, it just kind of, it's actually just motivated more people to show up.
Protesters here on the ground tell me these notices are the most serious threat they've received from police so far. Law enforcement in Ottawa ramping up their response after the city's police chief resigned this week. Now, interim chief Steve Bell says authorities have reached a turning point.
We are increasing and improving our police service provision on a day-by-day basis. The geography of the occupation has shrunk over the last number of days.
As protesters remain in front of the Capitol, other blockades across the country are now clearing out. In Ottawa, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And we want to take you out to this live look of Joint Base Andrews. We do know that President Joe Biden is arriving there. He is heading to Cleveland, Ohio today to talk about his $1 trillion infrastructure bill that he signed back in November. Now, that bill is going to provide millions of dollars worth of funding to help fix roads and bridges and a lot of other situations that older cities are dealing with. You are again taking a live look at Joint Base Andrews. You can see the helicopter over there where President Joe Biden is expected to arrive in just a few moments. And as we mentioned, he will then be heading to Cleveland, Ohio. Now, we also want to take you out to this live look of our XRAD weather map where you can see a lot of winter weather impacting most of the United States. We will have an update from our Fox weather team coming up in just a little bit. We are going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at Kyiv, Ukraine today, where one of the stories we are following, which we have been tracking for weeks now, is the tensions between Russia and Ukraine. We want to take you out to a press conference with White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki with the latest update on the situation between those tensions.
A couple of items for you at the top. Today we learned that retail sales increased by 3.8% in January, exceeding expectations. The strong inflation-adjusted increase reflects the resilience of the economy, even in the face of Omicron. Compared to this time last year, sales at grocery stores, restaurants, and clothing stores, among others, increased, underscoring the strength of the American economy as we recovered from the pandemic. This data builds on the historic economic progress we've seen over the last year and an extremely strong jobs report last month despite Omicron, which was well above expectations. In 2021, the economy created 6.7 million jobs, the strongest year of job growth on record. The unemployment rate declined more than any year on record, and we achieved a 4% unemployment rate years earlier than previously projected, thanks to the American Rescue Plan. Small business applications and inflation-adjusted household income are both up, and child poverty and hunger are down. We're obviously going to continue to build on this progress. Second, today we're marking 60 days of action strengthening America's trucking workforce. This is not just about recruitment, but also retaining truckers to ensure we can move more goods around the country and lower costs for the American people. Over 70% of all goods in America are shipped by truck, and America's trucking workforce plays a critical role in the supply chain and the broader economy. But outdated infrastructure, the pandemic, and a historic volume of goods moving through our economy have strained capacity across the supply chain, including in trucking. 2 months ago, the President launched a multi-agency effort to support and expand access to quality truck driving jobs now and in the years ahead. While more work remains, we have made remarkable progress in the last 60 days. We have expanded registered apprenticeship programs. We've launched the Safe Driver Apprenticeship Pilot to connect American adults under 21 to good paying jobs in the trucking industry. We've cut red tape so it's easier for drivers to get commercial driver's licenses. And we've met with veteran service organizations representing nearly 4 million veterans to discuss ways the administration and industry can attract, train, place, and retain veterans in trucking jobs. And we will announce the results of the Labor Department's 90-day apprenticeship program, of course, after the next 30 days. This week, Secretary Buttigieg will also sign the charter document for the Women of Trucking Advisory Board, which will provide recommendations to address challenges facing women in trucking, such as barriers to entry, on-the-job safety risks, workplace harassment, mentorship, and more. Finally, a very quick preview for the President's trip to Ohio tomorrow. It's been just 90 days since time flies since the President signed the bipartisan infrastructure law, and tomorrow he will be traveling to Lorain, Ohio, and deliver remarks on how the bipartisan infrastructure law delivers for the American people by investing in cleanup and restoration efforts in the Great Lakes region and surrounding waterways. These investments will allow for a major acceleration of progress that will deliver significant environmental, economic, health, and recreational benefits for communities throughout the region, including helping people in the community access clean water. So those of you going to Ohio, now you have a little more detail. Go ahead, Darlene.
Thank you. One, are there any plans being made for the President to meet with Republicans on the Senate Judiciary Committee as a group, the same way he met with Democrats on the committee last week?
Sure. So he's continuing to engage with Democrats and Republicans about his Supreme Court process. I don't have anything to preview or project in terms of a meeting with the Senate Judiciary Republicans.
Okay. Second question. Is there a date for when the President will send his FY23 budget proposal to the Hill?
I don't have a date either for you at this point in time. I think Shalonda Young has conveyed it was expected to be after the State of the Union.
Okay. And then the last question is, with the Vice President getting ready to go to Germany for the Munich Security Conference, can you talk a little bit about what her marching orders from the President are, and will she be going with any deliverables or any concrete proposals specifically to help Europe deal with its energy and natural gas needs?
Well, she will be traveling, as many of you have been following this know, to Munich, Germany to attend the February 18th to 20th Munich Security Conference. She will build on the President's and the national security team's intensive engagement with European allies and partners, and emphasize and continue to emphasize with our partners our ironclad commitment to our NATO allies, underscore our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and reaffirm our shared interest in upholding the principles that have underpinned European peace and security. She'll be participating in the formal program of the conference, as well as engaging with allies and partners and meeting with leaders on the margins. I know her team is planning for a preview call for all of you, I believe later this evening, to give you more details of those bilateral meetings. But I would say in terms of her engagements and what the President expects, he expects and knows, given she is the first in the room and the last in the room, that she will continue to convey to the rest of the world, again, our ironclad commitment to our NATO allies, our commitment to defending the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, and our commitment to putting in place severe economic consequences should Russia invade.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you comment on Russia's investigation into claims of alleged mass graves of civilians supposedly killed by Ukrainian forces in the Russian-controlled regions in eastern Ukraine? Do you believe this is part of the false flag operations that you've been warning of?
Sure. Well, let me start by saying, as you heard the president say yesterday and Secretary Blinken earlier today, we're in the window where we believe an attack could come at any time, and that would be preceded by a fabricated pretext that the Russians use as an excuse to launch an invasion. And we've seen, and we've talked about this a bit in here, we've seen these tactics used in the past. So those could include, but not be limited to, the report you just referenced, claims of provocation in Donbass, false state media reports, which I think everybody should keep their eyes open and aware of that potential, faked videos, false accusations about chemical weapons, or accounts of attacks on Russian shoulders that have not actually occurred. So there could be a range of false flags and pretexts that we would expect would precede an invasion, and again, we remain in that window.
And can you provide any update on the intelligence assessment of who was behind the cyber attacks of Ukraine's Ministry of Defense and certain banks yesterday? Can U.S. officials say that Russia was behind the attacks?
We don't have any new details on an attribution. Cyber attribution takes time, in part because adversaries usually try to hide their tracks, and it takes time to gather and analyze relevant information. And these types of incidents, DDoS incidents, can be particularly harder to trace. But we have also been in close touch with our Ukrainian counterparts to offer support in the investigation and response to these incidents. You may have seen the statement from Ukraine Ministry of Defense that the United States and other partners immediately reached out with support, and that some sites are coming back online. And I would note again, as I said yesterday, we've been warning for months, both publicly and privately in our engagements with the Ukrainians and the Europeans, that the potential for Russia to conduct cyber operations in Ukraine is part of their playbook as well. So we're particularly concerned, but we don't have anything new in terms of specific attribution.
Jen.
Go ahead.
Are you done, Mary?
Yeah, go ahead.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
So polite. Go ahead.
Secretary of State Blinken today said that he has seen evidence that Vladimir Putin is actually moving critical military assets toward the border with Ukraine and not away from the border, as Putin has claimed. So does the administration believe that Putin is actually escalating this crisis in real time?
Well, I think, as Secretary Blinken also said, the Russian troops remain massed in a very threatening way at the border. And he was responding, I believe, to a good question about whether they were delivering on what they had promised yesterday. And the answer was no. There's what Russia says, and there's what Russia does, and we're watching very closely what steps they're taking, but they remain amassed in a threatening way at the border.
There has not yet been, to our awareness, an actual invasion. This date had been circled on the calendar as one that this administration, that other governments worldwide were watching very closely. What do you make of the fact that at this point, it is now darkness in that region, there hasn't been a military invasion?
Well, Kristen, without getting into any intelligence or conversations we would have with allies or partners, what we had conveyed last week, and you heard Jake Sullivan convey very clearly, is that we were in the window. We remain in the window.
Is there still as much hope for diplomacy today? Is there more hope? Where does that thinking stand?
Of course, the door continues to be open to diplomacy. Secretary Blinken spoke with Foreign Minister Lavrov yesterday. Jake Sullivan speaks with his Ukrainian counterpart nearly every day, if not every day. We remain. The president, of course, is going to speak with Chancellor Scholz later this afternoon. So it is moving forward diplomatic conversations on many channels.
Follow up to a question you got yesterday about a potential gas tax holiday. You said all options were on the table. Can you go a little further? Are there actually discussions going on between the White House and Democrats on Capitol Hill about moving forward with the gas tax holiday?
Well, I also said yesterday no decisions have been made, and that remains the case. So we always have an open dialogue with members of Congress, and all options remain on the table. Go ahead.
One housekeeping thing first. Speaking of Secretary Blinken, he was at an event earlier today here in town and said he was cutting his time short there in order to have a meeting with the boss, the president. Was something added to the schedule this afternoon, or is there something forthcoming?
Without knowing the details of the secretary's schedule, I think the president had the PDB this morning, so it may have been that. I can check if there's anything different than that.
Beyond that, Foreign Minister Lavrov told Secretary Blinken yesterday that Russia's written response to the U.S. NATO proposals would be transmitted, quote, in the coming days. Has it been received, or is this potentially productive or seen as a possible delay tactic?
Well, we look forward to receiving it, as Secretary Blinken has conveyed. As of my knowledge, before I came out for this briefing, I think we're still waiting for that.
Is there any update on the U.S. assessment of the video released by Russia claiming to show some tanks ending military drills near Ukraine? I know there was a lot of concern about whether this was legit. Has there been any determination that it is?
I don't have any new assessment of that, Ed. I think what we are watching very closely is not just what they say, but what they do. I understand you're referencing a video, but we've also seen, as the Secretary confirmed this morning, continued problematic, troubling buildup of troops at the border and surrounding Ukraine.
I'm not going to ask you if the president's meeting today or soon with Supreme Court nominees.
What if I was prepared to answer it today? You're missing out.
Have there been any meetings?
I am not going to provide a day-by-day update, Ed. I just had to mess with you there a little bit.
But I am curious. This is a president who's been a participant in this for decades. Yeah. He knows that in the run-up to a decision, there is a public campaign. There's sort of a backroom lobbying effort by people close to nominees. There's been some of that going on in this case. What does he make? I'm not commenting specifically on anyone's story or letter sent or anything, but what does he make of that attempt to influence an administration as they make a decision? And does he welcome it, or does he see it, if it gets a little too personal perhaps or petty, as detrimental to the process?
Well, I think because of the president's long history and long background you referenced, as the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee, as the former vice president, I believe he's probably overseen or been engaged with more Supreme Court nominee processes than anyone in history. He is not going to be swayed by public campaigns or public sniping or lobbying efforts. He is going to pick an eminently qualified black woman to nominate to the Supreme Court, and he has a number of potential choices that he's very excited about.
Just real quick on this, the Club for Growth is now running ads in English and in Spanish targeting Latino audiences and suggesting that the president's focus on nominating a black woman to the court versus qualified Latino judges, and they list a few in their ad, is racist. What do you make of that?
Well, the Supreme Court has been around for 230 years. There's never been a black woman who served on the Supreme Court. The president believes that's a problem with past processes and not a lack of qualified black women to serve on the Supreme Court. There are also opportunities, perhaps in the future we'll see, to nominate others. We don't know at this point in time, but the president is proud of the range of credible, qualified candidates he's looking at, and looking forward to making an announcement soon. Go ahead.
Thank you. A quick follow-up on the cyber stuff. Would the U.S. consider a disruptive attack against Russia similar to the DDoS one right now being waged against Ukraine?
So say that one more time.
I'm sorry, if the U.S. would consider like a distributed denial of service attack, like when it's talked about potential cyber responses, is that one of the potential options?
Like in terms of what we would do in response?
Yes.
I'm not going to outline or detail what options the president would have at his disposal. Again, he can take any step of seen and unseen. He has the right to do that, but we have not even made an attribution at this point in time.
Russia's lower house of parliament voted on Tuesday.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Taking a listen back to the latest White House press briefing with Secretary Jen Psaki as we continue to monitor the escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. You can see to the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and here's a full live look right now. President Biden just leaving Joint Base Andrews on Air Force One, heading out to Cleveland, Ohio. This is the second time in less than 1 year that he is going to be in Northeast Ohio. He's traveling to Cleveland, but he is planning on speaking in Lorain, and that's where he's going to discuss that $1 trillion infrastructure law that he signed last November and how it's going to bring more jobs, union jobs specifically, in addition to upgrading roads, bridges, water systems, and environmental cleanup efforts. We also do have stocks trading this morning. It's a little past 9:30 here on the East Coast. The Dow Jones down amid these tensions this morning, so we are going to continue monitoring the financial news here on Live Now from Fox this morning. I do want to let you know that at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting a Senate Banking Committee to examine the president's working group on financial markets. We also do know that they are going to be speaking on other orders of business, I should say. We also do know that they are going to be speaking on the state of the American economy. So we'll be sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to entirely switch gears here. Here's a look at our Live Now XRAD radar. We've got a few systems moving across the nation, some bringing severe wind, tornado watches, and also some more winter weather. We are going to head out to Kansas City to speak live with our Fox weather correspondent Max Gordon after this quick 2-minute commercial break. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. This is a look at our XRAD radar showing you the systems that are moving across parts of the nation, not only bringing tornado watches, high wind threats, but also some more winter weather conditions. So I do want to head out live right now to Kansas City, Missouri. That's where we're being joined by Fox Weather's Max Gordon. Max, good morning to you. I could see the snow coming down behind you. So what can you tell us this morning about what you're seeing out there right now?
Hey, good morning, Regina. Well, if you can believe it, just yesterday we were experiencing temperatures in the 60s here in Kansas City. Now snowy and in the 20s. What a huge difference a day makes. We're expecting between 4 to 8 inches of snow here in Kansas City by the time this storm wraps up. And we're also talking about winds here. Winds of around 20 miles per hour today with gusts up to 40 miles per hour. That's making travel conditions very tricky throughout the Kansas City area. We're seeing lots of crashes out on the interstates, slippery conditions out there. What made this storm tough for DOT crews is that there was rain before the snow, right? We had those warm conditions and we had rain before the snow. So they weren't able to pre-treat the roadways out on the interstates, so they weren't able to do the normal de-icing routines that they would otherwise. So that's made travel conditions tough out there. Missouri DOT is saying that if you don't have to be out on the roadways today, try not to do any traveling because we've got this blowing snow Tough visibility out there on the roadways. We're also seeing some drifting snow in other areas. Here in downtown Kansas City, as you can see, roadways relatively clear. Got about 300 snowplows out on the roadways here in the metro. Buses are still running, but as you can see, not a lot of folks out there on the streets because it is windy, it is cold, and it is snowy out here. And then right there off to the right, you can see we've got a tractor doing some plowing off to the right. It's a snowy scene here in Kansas City. Regina, I'm going to toss it back to you.
Yeah, Max, we will let you get back in the car and stay warm out there. But thank you so much for an update on these conditions. Stay safe, and we'll be checking in with you and your team again soon. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Regina.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. That winter weather and those storm systems making their way across the U.S. Is something that we're going to continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to entirely switch gears here, bring you out to a feed that we are getting from United Nations Television. Now, I do want to let you know that in a little less than 10 minutes, it is slated for around 10 a.m. Eastern time. We do know that Secretary of State Antony Blinken is expected to speak on the escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine at the United Nations Security Council. Now, it's been a pretty busy morning of live events that we have seen thus far. A little bit earlier, we heard from Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin speaking in Brussels after meeting with NATO allies. Now, a lot to take away from those remarks, but he basically said that U.S. intelligence shows Russia is actually amassing even more forces along the Ukrainian border and making other preparations for invasion, including stocking up on blood supply and adding more supportive aircrafts. He also said that there is still time for diplomacy to work and avoid this unnecessary violence, saying that he, quote, said, "I have never seen the NATO alliance more ready than they are now, that there is nothing more inevitable than this looming conflict and it can still be averted." He said, quote, "We and our allies will stay vigilant." So lots of leaders responding to these escalating tensions. We also did just a little bit earlier see Vice President Kamala Harris board Air Force Two to head to Germany. Now, she is going to be on a pretty big world stage as this escalating tensions continue. She is going to be meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, among other world leaders, during her visit to the Munich Security Conference. And this is all happening again while Russian President Vladimir Putin is massing 150,000 Russian troops on the Ukrainian border. Harris is also going to be holding a series of meetings with European leaders and delivering an address to hundreds of officials. This all happening as President Biden is actually heading to Ohio this morning. He is going to be touting that $1 trillion infrastructure law that he signed last November, how it is expected to bring more jobs and upgrading roads, bridges, and water systems in their area. But before he boarded Marine One to head to Joint Base Andrews, he sometimes doesn't really talk to reporters that are outside of the White House when he departs. But he actually did just moments ago, speaking on Russia and the Ukraine, saying that attack could be inevitable. So I do want to play for you his very brief remarks here on Live Now from Fox. He only spoke for a little more than a minute here.
By the cameras, sir. By the cameras.
How high is the threat of a Russian invasion right now? It's very high. Very, because they have not moved any of their troops out. They've moved more troops in. Number one. Number two, we have reason to believe that they are engaged in a false flag operation to have an win. Every indication we have is they're prepared to go into Ukraine, attack Ukraine. Number one. Number two, I've been waiting for a response to Putin with my letter, that my response to him is come to that Moscow embassy, the faction is here, the faction is here. I have not read it yet. I cannot comment.
Do you think he's going to go through with this, sir? Is your sense that this is going to happen now?
Yes. My sense this will happen in the next several days.
How many days are we talking, sir?
Is there any diplomatic path still available, Mr. President? There's a clear diplomatic path. That's why I asked Senator. Secretary Blinken to go to the United Nations and make his statement today. He'll lay out what that path is. I've laid out a path to Putin as well, I think Sunday. So there is a path. There is a way through this.
But Mr. President,
Are you going to call? I'm not calling to. I have no plans to call.
What do you say? Why do you
say to Biden today, sir?
Again, some very brief remarks from President Biden there on the White House lawn before boarding Marine One to head to Joint Base Andrews. He will be making his way to Cleveland, Ohio. We actually do have a live now look of Cleveland at this moment. Some pretty dreary conditions out there. He is expected to make some remarks about the bipartisan infrastructure law out there in Lorain, Ohio at around 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. So when we do get a feed of those remarks, we'll be sure to bring it to you here live, raw, and unfiltered. But again, heading back out to this feed we've got coming from the United Nations TV this morning. Any moment now, we are expecting to hear from Secretary of State Antony Blinken regarding these escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. The Pentagon and U.S. officials confirming today that even though Russia says that they are pulling back troops, it seems as if they are actually bringing out thousands more to the Ukrainian border. So conflicting stories here that we are following here. And I actually do, as we wait for Secretary of State Antony Blinken to step up to speak, I want to bring to you this segment from our Fox 13 Tampa team, kind of breaking down both sides to the story, what Russian President Vladimir Putin is claiming that their forces are doing and how the United States is responding. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
The day Russia would invade, but that has not happened. In fact, Russia announced it is withdrawing more forces from the border. So was Russia bluffing and now finally actually backing down? Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here with perspective for us. Hi, Craig.
Well, hi there. We certainly hope, of course, that Russia is backing down. It says that it is withdrawing at least partially from Crimea and from the border. But unfortunately, the United States intelligence and NATO intelligence and independent analysis of this shows that they cannot see any evidence of a meaningful withdrawal.
We have not seen any de-escalation on the ground. On the contrary, it appears that Russia continues the military buildup.
Russia claims the analysts in Europe and the United States don't have the systems that are good enough to see their troop withdrawals. The Kremlin released more video of trains carrying trucks and tanks to support its claim of a partial withdrawal from the border with Ukraine. This particular video reportedly shows a train loaded with tanks leaving Crimea headed back to Russia. The United States and NATO are both hopeful Russia is really doing this, but also skeptical that this could be a ruse before an invasion.
There's what Russia says, and there's what Russia does, and we're watching very closely what steps they're taking, but they remain amassed in a threatening way at the border.
While Russia shows this video of tanks appearing to pull away, live drills are still buzzing north of the Ukrainian border in Belarus. But at the same time, Russia and the United States both say they see value in continued diplomacy.
It is moving forward diplomatic conversations on many channels.
Of course, we don't know if Russia and the U.S. have already struck some kind of secret agreement to peacefully resolve the crisis. For context, that's how we resolved the Cuban Missile Crisis, through a secret deal to remove missile sites from Turkey that was not made public for years. In this crisis with Ukraine, Russia's primary demand is to ban Ukraine from joining our NATO alliance forever. And while NATO will not agree to that, Ukraine's government said it would consider putting that to a vote and let the Ukrainian people decide. For now, the goal of NATO membership is written into Ukraine's constitution, and recent polling there shows a majority of the Ukrainian people want to join the alliance. Which is not in line with what Russia is expecting in all of this, so whether or not it's seeing enough movement from Ukraine on the NATO issue to merit further withdrawal remains to be seen. Of course, Ukraine again had predicted a Russian invasion would transpire on this particular day, and it certainly looks as if that's not going to happen because Ukraine is 7 and 8 hours ahead of our time, and so it would have to happen within the next 20 or 30 minutes. That's extraordinarily unlikely. That said, ABC News is citing sources noting that Vladimir Putin did give the Russian military the order to prepare for invasion. So it could have been within the realm of possibility at the least, if not in the works. And whether or not Ukraine's announcement of it coming may have stalled an invasion, or U.S. intelligence being released may have had some effect in putting it off, or whether Russia was just spreading disinformation to make Ukraine think this would be the day of invasion. That, of course, among other things, remains to be seen.
So many different possibilities. So Ukraine is celebrating what's called Unity Day. How is that playing out, and what kind of impact, if any, could it have on the crisis?
Well, this is something new. It was created a day of festivities in response to the threat of a Russian invasion. The idea is a show of solidarity and unity against a looming Russian invasion if it does occur. The optics of this are exactly the opposite of what Russia wants. It wants to break Ukraine's spirit, to demoralize it. It certainly appears. And so this is certainly a move in the wrong direction for Russia. What impact it will have long term, of course, depends on Russia's next move and to what extent it moves from symbolic solidarity to actual unity if, in fact, there is a Russian invasion. Again, those are additional steps down the road.
We continue.
All right, again, everybody, this is a live now look we have from inside of the United Nations Security Council meeting. Now, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, any moment now expected to deliver remarks on Russia's growing threat of conflict at the Ukrainian border. And this address is coming amid the mounting rhetoric from U.S. officials that Moscow could launch an invasion at any moment, despite Russia saying that they are withdrawing their troops from Ukrainian borders, or at least some of them, I should say. It does look like this is getting underway here, so let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Председателя Совета Безопасности С-2014/264. Повестка дня утверждается. На основании правила 37 временных правил процедуры Совета я приглашаю принять участие в данном заседании представителей Германии и Украины. Решение принимается. На основании правила 39 временных правил процедуры Совета я приглашаю принять участие в данном заседании следующих докладчиков. Госпожу Розмари Ди Карло, заместителя генерального секретаря по политическим вопросам и вопросам миростроительства. Его превосходительство господина Мика Кинунина, специального представителя действующего председателя ОБСЕ на Украине и в трехсторонней контактной группе. Его превосходительство господина Ешара Халита Чевика, главного наблюдателя специальной мониторинговой миссии ОБСЕ на Украине, и госпожу Татьяну Монтян, украинскую активистку гражданского общества. Решение принимается. Сейчас Совет Безопасности приступит к рассмотрению.
So as you can hear, everybody, this opening for this UN Security Council, not in English. We are waiting for some virtual remarks from Secretary of State Antony Blinken, expected to address the Security Council by delivering remarks on Russia's growing threat of conflict at the Ukrainian border. So we are going to continue monitoring this feed for you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to listen in right now to see if they did welcome him in. We did not see him just yet.
Despite the nominal ceasefire in place. Today, a year since that briefing, tensions in and around Ukraine are running higher than at any point since 2014. Speculation and accusations around a potential military conflict are rife. Whatever one believes about the prospect of such a confrontation, the reality is that the current situation is extremely dangerous. The issues underpinning the current crisis are complex and longstanding. They tie together the 8-year conflict in eastern Ukraine with the larger issues related to European security architecture. Although seemingly intractable, given the stakes involved for our collective security and European stability, these issues can and must be solved through diplomacy in the full use of the many available regional and other mechanisms and frameworks. We support all such efforts, including through the Secretary General's good offices. Mr. President, regrettably, there's been little, if any, meaningful progress in the implementation of the various provisions of the Minsk agreements. Despite repeated efforts, the talks both in the number D4 format and the discussions led by the Trilateral Contact Group remain deadlocked. We welcome the efforts of France and Germany to host the recent N4 discussions to break the current impasse and hope that these will continue. The Minsk agreements remain the only framework endorsed by this Council in Resolution 2202 for a negotiated peaceful settlement of the conflict in eastern Ukraine. In this regard, we note with concern the reports of fresh ceasefire violations across the contact line over the past several hours. If verified, these violations must not be allowed to escalate further. We call on all sides to exercise maximum restraint at this time. We also call on all concerned to refrain from any unilateral measures that may go against the letter and spirit of the Minsk agreements or undermine their implementation and result in further tensions, including related to the status of certain areas of Luhansk and Donetsk. We commend the important work of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. The Council will hear shortly from Ambassador Mikko Kinnunen, Special Representative of the OSCE's Chairperson in Office in Ukraine, and Ambassador Khalid Chevik, Chief Monitor of the OSCE's Special Monitoring Mission. It's essential that we support their work, particularly at this critical time. The Special Monitoring Mission, which carries out its crucial functions despite considerable challenges, must enjoy safe and secure conditions. Mr. President, on 14 February, the Secretary General expressed his deep worry regarding a potential military conflict in Europe. He reminded the international community that the price in human suffering, destruction, and damage to European and global security is too high to contemplate. The Secretary General has remained fully engaged with key actors, including the governments of the Russian Federation and Ukraine, and has reiterated the same unambiguous message. There is no alternative to diplomacy. It's incumbent on all member states to fully respect the key principles of the United Nations Charter, to settle disputes by peaceful means, and to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. In this regard, let me restate the commitment of the United Nations to the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, as called for in GA resolutions. The recent diplomatic contacts, including between heads of state, are welcome. But more needs to be done urgently, including tangible steps on the ground and an end to inflammatory rhetoric to diffuse tensions. Mr. President, as we have done throughout the 8 years of the conflict, the United Nations continues to stand with the people of Ukraine. The UN country team in Ukraine remains fully operational. Our humanitarian colleagues are committed to providing assistance in accordance with the humanitarian principles of neutrality, impartiality, humanity, and independence. This includes, for example, 3 humanitarian convoys that delivered over 140 metric tons of life-saving assistance across the contact line since the start of 2022, benefiting thousands of people in need. It's imperative that safe and unimpeded access by humanitarian actors is respected by all sides under any circumstances. Amid the current tensions, we should not lose sight of the existing dire humanitarian needs impacting 2.9 million people, with the majority living in non-government controlled areas of eastern Ukraine. Donor support has allowed us to provide aid to over 1.5 million people during the first 9 months of 2021, the highest level since 2017. This critical achievement must be sustained amid the increasing severity of humanitarian needs. Early and adequate funding of the $190 million 2022 Humanitarian Response Plan is needed to continue to meet the urgent needs of 1.8 million vulnerable people, including over 1 million in government-controlled areas and 750,000 in non-government controlled areas. Mr. President, for the war-weary people of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblasts, the impact of COVID-19 on top of the conflict has caused even more grave disruption and suffering. Millions of people who prior to the pandemic could still maintain family and community connectivity have been unable to travel freely across the contact line due to COVID-19 related restrictions. As a consequence of their increased isolation and abrupt loss of access to basic services and livelihoods, the needs of this already vulnerable population have been exacerbated. At the same time, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights continues to document civilian casualties and the impact of hostilities, monitor freedom of movement, and receive and report on allegations of human rights violations. Despite the persistent tensions, last year saw the lowest number of civilian casualties documented by OHCHR since the beginning of the conflict. Overall adherence to the ceasefire has been an important factor in this trend. It must continue. Mr. President, over 14,000 people have already lost their lives in the conflict in eastern Ukraine. As the Secretary General said this week, we simply cannot accept even the possibility of a new conflict in Ukraine. Indeed, we are facing a test. The world is looking to the collective security mechanisms in Europe, but also to this Council to help ease tensions and ensure that the only skirmishes will be diplomatic. We cannot afford to fail. Thank you, Mr. President.
Я благодарю госпожу Розмари Ди Карло за ее брифинг. И сейчас предоставляю слово его превосходительству господину Мика Кинунину.
The TCG supports implementation of the settlement provided by the Minsk agreements. However, in times like these, it is impossible to address the Donbas issue without paying attention to the bigger context, which is the tense security situation around Ukraine and in the region, as well as the intensive high-level diplomacy. Arguably, this bigger context has a strong interlinkage with the work of the Trilateral Contact Group. This argument is based on views according to which finding a solution to the main task of the TCG, implementation of the Minsk agreements, could help in solving many of the issues of the bigger picture. However, presently, positions of the participants to the discussions of the TCG are too far from each other. Consequently, as of now, it is not yet possible to solve the conflict related to eastern Ukraine within the TCG. We need to continue our work. At the same time, it is important to note that all the elements of the three Minsk agreements are relevant and need to be addressed. These agreements, Minsk Protocol, Minsk Memorandum, and the Minsk package of measures continue to form the basis of our work. It is crucial that all sides will continue to remain committed. It is popular to accuse one or another participant to the discussions for violating Minsk agreements or for not wanting to implement Minsk agreements. Here, my message would suggest caution. The fact is that none of the elements of the Minsk agreements has been implemented, or at least fully implemented. Furthermore, in my experience, it is not possible nor appropriate to single out only one party for being responsible for this. Everyone involved in the discussions of the trilateral contact group needs to bear their responsibility for carrying out what has been agreed. We need more flexible positions and readiness to compromise. Mr. President, security situation along the 480 kilometers long contact line that separates government-controlled area from the non-government-controlled area of eastern Ukraine is one of the key focuses of the work of the TCG. In the present situation, particularly with reference to the bigger contexts, it is important to continue to stay calm also along the contact line. Provocations are to be avoided. At the end of the day, no one would benefit from new military activities. Concrete press example of a potentially provocative situation is the alleged shelling that occurred this morning in Luhansk region, close to the contact line. It is important to try to establish facts in a swift manner and to avoid escalation. One participant to the discussions of the TCG has requested for an extraordinary TCG meeting. Armed conflict related to eastern Ukraine is 8 years old, as referred by the Undersecretary General. The conflict continues, has resulted in over 14,000 victims, hundreds of thousands of IDPs and refugees. Crossings over the contact line have dropped, civilian crossings, by 95% since the closing of checkpoints 2 years ago, resulting in additional civilian suffering and hardship. Conflict-affected areas with ongoing military activities have sadly become part of everyday life for countless Ukrainian citizens. In late December 2021, 2 months ago, participants to the discussions of the trilateral contact group agreed fully to adhere to the ceasefire agreement of July 2020. This New Year's commitment 2 months ago did not hold well enough. However, the positive side of the matter was, for 1 month period following the commitment, there were 70% less ceasefire violations than during the month before. This once again indicates if there is political will, it is possible not to use arms, possible not to fire. True, there have been small positive steps with our work, such as creation of an environmental expert group. Recent IAEA visit to the non-government controlled area shows that when there is will on all sides, agreeing is possible. But clearly, not enough progress has been made. One reason to this are status-related issues that may, from the outside, appear procedural, but are actually part of the core substance. Mr. President, Excellencies, during this week, the State Duma of the Russian Federation approved a resolution calling upon the Russian president to recognize independence of certain areas of Donetsk and Luhansk regions. This has caused questions and internal discussion within the TCG. While I know that the Duma resolution does not reflect the official line of the government, it is important to emphasize that all participants need to remain committed to the goal of restoring Ukraine's sovereignty over the totality of its territory. At the same time, the big context, the bigger picture, the unprecedented international focus on Ukraine and the region should be used as an opportunity to intensify, to unblock the work of the TCG. I am grateful for the recent high-level contacts between the leaders of the Normandy 4, as well as the 2 meetings of the Normandy 4 political advisors, and, for example, of the OSCE chairman in office discussions in Kiev and Moscow during the past days. These all could give new impetus to unblock TCG's work. They could, for example, to give us an opportunity to have and focus, to have substantial discussions on certain concrete draft laws at the very heart of the Minsk agreements. Finally, TCG has now met in video format in online meetings almost for 2 years. Meetings in video format lack drive and confidentiality. For several reasons, they do not offer possibilities for genuine negotiations and interaction. My goal remains to return to face-to-face meetings of our unique platform that does bring together Ukraine, Russia, the OSCE, as well as representatives of certain areas of Donetsk and Luhansk regions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Я благодарю его превосходительство господина Кинунина за его брифинг. И сейчас я представляю слово его превосходительству господину Ешару Халиту Чевику.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to brief this council today. In my capacity as the chief monitor of the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission to Ukraine and as the coordinator of the working group on security issues in the trilateral group, I will update you on key developments on the situation in eastern Ukraine during the past year. These include the security situation along the contact line, the impact of nearly 8 years of the conflict on civilians, and the SMM's increasingly challenging operational environment. The security situation remains fraught with tension. The gradual frame of the ceasefire I described to the Council last February has regrettably accelerated, and inevitably, civilians on both sides of the contact line continue to bear the burden of the tensions and resulting insecurity. I further have to note with deep concern that the impediments to the SMM's mandated freedom of movement have not only persisted, but escalated in the past year. In times of heightened tensions in and around Ukraine, when the mission's impartial and objective reporting is vital, these restrictions are especially unacceptable since they limit the mission's capabilities. The SMM has been vilified in public rhetoric, and mission members have at times been intimidated. Our technical monitoring tools are subjected to intense interference daily. The mission suffered temporary blockades of operations in Donetsk region last October. In Luhansk region, the SMM is also subjected to a blockade. SMM's sustainability is under risk as it has been deprived of its operational freedom and independence. In this context, I also wish to highlight my concern with the fact that the contact line remains exceedingly difficult to cross, both for SMM and civilians. It increasingly looks like and feels like a border, which it transects and divides families and communities and provision of services. Before elaborating on these developments, I wish to stress that in such challenging circumstances, the political will of the sides to strictly adhere to the ceasefire and reduce tensions is imperative. Silence along the contact line is of utmost importance for allowing space for negotiations. Abstaining.
You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you from Orlando, Florida. We have been listening in to this feed coming in from the United Nations Security Council, where any moment now, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is expected to address the escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. As you can hear, other speakers are in the process of making some remarks, so we are continuing to monitor this feed. And when we do see Secretary Blinken step up and join this conference virtually, we will be sure to cut in here on Live Now from Fox. But I know we've been listening in for quite some time now, so it's been a pretty busy morning of developments regarding this situation. So if some of you are just joining our stream, I do kind of want to walk you through what we've seen in the last several hours. So Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin actually joined us live from a NATO press conference in Brussels, Belgium. And he said that more troops are being added by Russia along the Ukrainian border, despite the fact that they said that they are in the process of withdrawing now that military exercises are complete. Austin also mentioned how Russia is building up their readiness in the Black Sea, stocking up on blood supplies and flying in more aircrafts. Despite all these measures, Austin says the U.S. is still serious about engaging in dialogue with Vladimir Putin to reach a diplomatic solution. And during this press conference, Secretary Austin did also kind of lay out the plan for the rest of his trip throughout Europe. He plans on visiting Lithuania and Poland to meet with leaders and visit U.S. troops. So this was about a 13-minute press conference that we brought to you a little bit earlier here on Live Now from Fox. And if we do get any more feeds from his overseas trip, we will be sure to air that for you here. Meanwhile, we also saw Vice President Kamala Harris at Joint Base Andrews earlier. She was boarding Air Force Two to head to Munich, Germany, also amid these escalating tensions. She is going to meet with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, among other world leaders, during her visit at the Munich Security Conference. So she will be holding a series of meetings with European leaders and delivering an address to hundreds of officials, likely mentioning these tension and these talks with Vladimir Putin, as well as the escalating, stories that we have been hearing from both sides of the aisle here. NATO allies have been accusing Russia of misleading the world with misinformation, saying that they are adding more troops despite the fact that they said they are pulling them back. We also just moments ago, about an hour ago, heard from President Biden addressing this situation, warning of an invasion. This is really a pool feed, as we like to call it. Biden addressing the media on the White House lawn. Let's listen into what he had to say here on Live Now from Fox. It was only about a minute long.
Number one. Number two, we have reason to believe that they are engaged in a false flag operation to have an win. Every indication we have is they're prepared to go into Ukraine, attack Ukraine. Number one. Number two, I've been waiting for a response from Putin with my letter, my response to him. It's come to that Moscow embassy, the faction of here, the Kremlin here. I have not read it yet. I cannot comment.
Do you think he's going to go through with this, sir? Is your sense that this is going to happen now?
Yes. My sense this will happen in the next several days.
How many days are we talking, sir?
Is there any diplomatic path still available, Mr. President? There's a clear diplomatic path. That's why I asked Secretary Blinken to go to the United Nations and make this statement today. He'll lay out what that path is. I've laid out a path to Putin as well on, I think, Sunday. So there is a path. There is a way through this.
But Mr. President,
are you going to call? I'm not calling to. I have no plans to call.
What do you say? Why do you?
What do you say to Biden today, sir?
So as you heard President Biden saying he does not have any further plans to call Vladimir Putin at this moment. We did know that they spoke over the phone last weekend amid these escalating tensions. Now the United States has warned of several sanctions if Russia invades the Ukraine. He is headed off to Cleveland, Ohio as we speak, where he is going to be speaking in Lorain, Ohio at around 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, touting his infrastructure bill that he signed into law last November, talking about jobs and infrastructure projects that will be happening out there in Northeast Ohio. So we will bring you those live remarks for you here a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. Also an interesting development out of the Ukraine specifically that I do want to bring you the latest information on here on Live Now from Fox. A Ukrainian joint forces operations actually blaming a pro-Russian force for damaging a kindergarten building as a shelling was reported today in the Luhansk region. A video here posted by the JTO opens with a shot of the blast crater outside of the kindergarten and shows more damage to the building. According to an NGO working in this area, they said that 2 employees suffered from shock after a shell hit the building at around 9 a.m. local time out there. Interfax reported 3 injuries, citing a local Ukrainian military unit. No children were reportedly harmed in this situation. So it's been a long morning of developments. Again, we wanted to walk you through what we know here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. I do want to let you know that we are continuing to monitor this United Nations Security Council meeting where any moment now we should be hearing from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news as we continue to monitor these escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. We are going to head back live into this United Nations Security Council meeting happening. We do know that any moment now we are going to be hearing from Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking on Russia and the Ukraine. Now, it has been a long morning of developments. Also, before we head back out here, I do want to let you know that we've been monitoring stocks this morning. They've only been trading for a little more than an hour, and the Dow is down more than 400 points as of this morning. This has been going up and down a little bit, but mostly staying in that 390, 450 range, and now it's down 479-ish points. So we are going to continue monitoring this feed for you here on Live Now from Fox as well. But I do want to continue listening in to this United Nations Security Council meeting because we are expected to hear from Secretary Blinken any moment now.
The process of exchanging security guarantees among the sides has been at an impasse, particularly in Luhansk region. I would like to underline that the exchange of security guarantees, which are essential for conducting vital repairs, had previously not been linked to increased tensions on the ground. This process should not be politicized as it is done now. Mr. President, reviewing these challenges, it appears to me that there has never been a greater need for impartial and objective monitoring delivered by SMM. The sides also recognize the importance of the mission's work. Their reactions to the temporary relocation of some mission members last weekend clearly indicated that. Throughout the past year, the SMM has continued managing the challenges I described and performing its mandated tasks. However, since I last briefed this council, the mission's work has continued to be undermined by persistent and escalating constraints on its freedom of movement, predominantly in areas outside government control. I need to underline that freedom of movement is what makes monitoring as foreseen in the mandate. It is essential for enabling the SMM to serve as an impartial eye and ear of the international community in Ukraine. I wish to recall that this freedom of movement is enshrined in the mission's mandate as well as in Minsk agreements. In 2021, some 91% of all freedom of movement restrictions experienced by SMM took place in non-government controlled areas. The past year saw missions movements across the contact line increasingly denied, delayed, and conditioned. These impediments continued to undermine the SMM's operational unity and threaten the sustainability of its work in non-government controlled areas. Impediments to SMM's use of technical monitoring tools have also continued on both sides of the contact line. Instances of gunfire assessed as targeting SMM's unmanned aerial vehicles almost doubled. The intensity of GPS signal interference in 2021 reached unusually high levels. The degradation of our aerial environment in 2021 particularly affected the SMM's long-range waveways. This platform is the only one that can monitor the full length of the contact line and the areas near the border outside government control 24/7 basis. However, over 80% of the flights encountered interference. Mr. President, the past year has been difficult on many levels. At a time of heightened tensions on the ground and in public rhetoric, it is imperative for the signatories of the Minsk agreements to adhere to all their commitments, first and foremost among them, to strictly adhere to ceasefire regime. Political impasse and increased violence reinforce one another. I hope that the recent resumption of the Normandy 4 consultations and other confidence-building efforts under the auspices of the OSCE will provide much-needed political impetus to relieve tensions in the region and for conflict resolution process to move forward. The restoration of SMM's freedom of movement is meanwhile paramount in order that the mission can do its job. The SMM should be actively supported by the sides in installing new cameras and opening long-planned forward patrol bases. The SMM should again be able to cross the contact line without arbitrary condition and denials. Its unimpeded and unconditional access through the contact line, especially in Luhansk region, must be restored without delay. Attempts to vilify the mission by public accusing it of bias should also come to an end. The impasse in exchange of security guarantees among the sides also requires urgent resolution all along the contact line. The capacity on the ground exists, the will to use it needs to be strengthened and be guided solely by the needs of the long-suffering civilians. The SMM remains available to facilitate constructive efforts in this regard. Mr. President, before concluding my remarks, I would like to highlight 2 points. I remain convinced that the SMM's role remains critical to reducing tensions and fostering peace, stability, and security. Yet, our key challenge has been to ensure the space for the implementation of that mandate. Lacking any way to enforce this implementation, we need the strong and sustained support of the international community to urge the sides to implement their commitments and restore SMM's freedom of movement. Where there is a political will, there is a way, and I remember particularly the reconstruction of the Stanitska-Luhansk bridge after so many years and the encouraging periods of quiet that briefly followed the July 22nd measures agreement. Progress is possible. I'm also compelled to highlight the continuing plight of civilians. I have described the death and injury caused by continued exchanges of fire and by mines. However, allow me to also note that with the contact line nearly completely sealed for 2 years already, people-to-people contacts have been greatly disrupted and communities, even families, have been divided due to no fault of their own. This is taking place against the background of other developments that are further deepening the divide between people living on both sides of the contact line. The political challenges of this 8-year conflict should not eclipse the human cost. I implore the signatories of the Minsk agreements to be mindful of these costs and redouble their efforts. I also urge the members of this venerable council to work with the sides and support their efforts to that end. If you allow me, Mr. President, I would also like to give some information about the developments of today's morning hours. Between yesterday evening and 11:20 Kiev today, Kiev time today, the SMM has recorded 500 explosions along the contact line. The wider areas of disengagement areas near Stanitska-Luhansk, Zolote were particularly kinetic. After 11:20, we have recorded about 30 explosions, so the tension may seem to be easy. During the early hours, around noon, the SMM has asked the sides to strictly adhere to the ceasefire commitments. It is critically important to de-escalate immediately to avoid further aggravation of the situation. SMM is aware and is following up on the reports of civilian casualties, damage to civilian infrastructure, and all along the contact line during the last 24 hours. We will continue to follow up the security situation as much as our resources allow, of course. The increased kinetic activity happened along roughly 200 kilometers of the contact line, basically on the Luhansk Oblast, and many SMM patrols are still returning and in the process of reporting. SMM patrols have visited the sites of the alleged damage to kindergarten and railway station in the government-controlled part of Stanitska-Luhansk. At the kindergarten, the SMM saw fresh damage to its facade. Of course, the details will be reported after all the corroboration effort has been completed, and we will do it as soon as possible because we are aware of the importance of these reports in reducing the tensions in the area. In Marinka and Karamchuk, where there were allegations, SMM itself didn't register ceasefire violations, and we are going to follow up. We are actually following up the allegations that reached to us. But it is important that the sides are called to reduce tensions and ceasefire, and also they do themselves being mindful of the high tensions in the region. I thank you very much.
Я благодарю его превосходительство господина Чевика за его брифинг. А сейчас я предоставляю слово госпоже Татьяне Монтян,
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. This is the technician. Can you please unmute your microphone? Ma'am, your microphone is still muted. Please unmute your microphone.
Слышно?
We can hear
Теперь
you now.
слышно, да? Еще раз добрый день, дамы и господа. Надеюсь, теперь меня слышно. Я внимательно прослушала все, что говорили ораторы до меня. И хочу вам сказать, что я абсолютно уверена, что вы все прекрасно знаете, что никогда, никогда, никогда киевские власти не собирались.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. We are continuing to listen in to the UN Security Council, awaiting those remarks on Russia's threat to peace and security by Secretary of State Antony Blinken. However, I do want to cut in here with some breaking news that we have just learned within the last couple of minutes. So, courtesy of our Associated Press feeds, we are getting this shot from outside of the U.S. Embassy in Moscow right now, because we've just learned that the Russian government expelled the second highest ranking American official from the U.S. Embassy. That's according to the State Department. And this is obviously happening, as we just heard from President Biden a little bit earlier, warning that the threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine remains very high. Bart Gorman, who is the U.S. Deputy Chief of Mission to Russia, was expelled from the Russian capital on Thursday. They said, quote, from the State Department, Russia's actions against Gorman was unprovoked, and we consider this an escalatory step and are considering our response. That is, again, coming from a spokesperson with the State Department, raising the prospect of retaliatory expulsions from Russia's embassy in Washington. They said, quote, we call on Russia to end its baseless expulsions of U.S. diplomats and staff and to work productively to rebuild our missions. Now more than ever, it is critical that our countries have the necessary diplomatic personnel in place to facilitate communication between our governments. Gorman does have a valid visa and had been in the country for less than 3 years. The expulsion comes as the U.S. and NATO are warning that Russia is preparing for an invasion and ramping up its troop presence at the border. So again, this is news that we've received to our desk just within the last several minutes, and we do have these exteriors of the U.S. Embassy there in Moscow here on Live Now from Fox. This is who we are and what we do. We are able to bring you front row to anywhere around the globe, especially when news breaks just like this. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to run you through all of the developments we have seen amid these escalating tensions just within these last couple of hours. Ever since we launched the stream at 6 a.m. Eastern time, we have seen Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin speak in Belgium with NATO allies about Russia and the Ukraine. We've also seen Vice President Kamala Harris depart to Munich, Germany, where she is expected to meet with the German Chancellor as well as the Ukrainian president. And then we also did hear from President Biden before he departed to Ohio, saying that a Russian invasion is the risk of it and anticipation of it is very high. So again, we'll run you through all of our latest information that we have from this morning after this quick 2-minute commercial break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. We are live and worldwide this morning with this feed coming from outside of the U.S. Embassy in Moscow after we have just learned that Russia expelled the deputy chief of the U.S. diplomatic mission, Bart Gorman, in Moscow amid the escalating tensions over Ukraine. Now, no details were given of why Bart Gorman was expelled. The State Department did confirm the expulsion just within the hour, calling it unprovoked. Now, Gorman did have a valid visa and had been in the country for less than 3 years, according to that State Department spokesperson. So we are going to continue monitoring this breaking news development out of Russia here on Live Now from Fox. Like I've mentioned several times, it has been a busy morning of developments when it comes to this situation. And just because we just got this feed, I do want to head out live right now to Cleveland, Ohio, and that is because President Biden is arriving as we speak. Now, he did just depart Washington, D.C. A little more than an hour ago at this point. Quick flight there. He is planning on speaking about his bipartisan infrastructure law in Lorain, Ohio, to be exact. Those remarks are expected at around 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. So when we do get that feed coming in, we'll be sure to air that speech for you here live, raw, and unfiltered. But earlier, we did hear him speak on the escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. He actually did address it to the pool of media reporters out there earlier, saying that the likeliness of an attack is very high. Now, we have heard very conflicting stories within the last several days as we continue to monitor this situation. NATO allies are actually accusing Russia of misleading the world and disseminating disinformation by saying that they were returning some troops to bases, but instead they're saying that Moscow has actually added as many as 7,000 more troops near its border with Ukraine. Now, we are continuing to monitor this live event for you here. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is expected to speak on the threat to peace and security here very shortly. This meeting has been going on for basically an hour now, so we are going to continue monitoring those remarks for you here on Live Now from Fox. When we do see him pop up virtually, we will cut right to it. We also, overseas this morning, heard from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. Now, this was at a NATO conference earlier in Belgium. He said that Russia is adding more troops along its border with Ukraine, despite saying that they're in the process of withdrawing now that military exercises are complete. Austin also mentioned how Russia is building up their readiness in the Black Sea. They're stocking up on blood supplies and flying in more aircrafts. Despite all these measures, Austin says the U.S. is still serious about engaging in dialogue with Vladimir Putin to reach some sort of diplomatic solution. During his trip to Europe, he plans on visiting Lithuania and Poland to meet with leaders and visit U.S. troops. Now, he is not the only one from the Biden administration overseas right now. Earlier this morning, we got these feeds from Joint Base Andrews of Vice President Kamala Harris. She is actually on her way to Munich, Germany right now, where she is expected to meet with the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, also with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, among other world leaders, during her visit to the Munich Security Conference. Again, this is all happening as Vladimir Putin is massing about 150,000 Russian troops on the Ukrainian border. Harris is going to be holding a series of meetings with European leaders and delivering an address to hundreds of officials. So this is going to put her on a pretty wide stage when it comes to national security, international relations. So when we do get feeds coming from her visit, we will be sure to bring those to you here also on Live Now from Fox. Back out to Cleveland, Ohio. You've got President Biden heading into a car right now. Camera a little bit shaky as reporters work to follow his ventures out there. Again, he is expected to speak at around 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. We are going to continue listening in to this UN Security Council meeting here on Live Now from Fox. Hopefully, Secretary of State Antony Blinken will pop up here very shortly for his very anticipated remarks on Russia and the Ukraine and Russia's threat to security and world peace, as as he mentioned. So let's continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Намекая на наличие альтернативного решения конфликта в Донбассе, он сказал, что в Киеве по-разному относятся к порядку выполнения тех или иных пунктов Минских соглашений. 31 января в интервью агентству Associated Press секретарь Совета национальной безопасности и обороны Украины Данилов заявил о том, что выполнение Минских соглашений означает разрушение страны. Когда они были подписаны под дулом русских пушек, а немцы и французы смотрели, всем разумным людям уже было ясно, что реализовать эти документы невозможно. Конец цитаты. Украинские политики последовательно пытаются укоренить на Западе мнение о том, что Минские соглашения противоречат интересам Украины. Но если задача построения мира на своей земле входит в национальные интересы Украины, подобных утверждений быть не должно. Другая распространенная отговорка подобного рода о том, что якобы некие свои обязательства по Минским соглашениям не выполняет Россия. Не исключаю, что подобные утверждения мы услышим и сегодня. При этом очевидно, что для такой постановки вопроса нет никаких оснований, так как упоминание России в тексте...
Something that we'll also hear today. At the same time, it's obvious that there are absolutely no grounds for that because there is no mention of Russia in the text of in the Minsk agreements. Let me just give you one opinion on this, not by anyone, but by a judge from the Constitutional Court of Ukraine. He very recently proposed opening criminal prosecution against those who participated in the working out of Minsk agreements, Leonid Kuchma and Petro Poroshenko. And the reason, he says, and I quote, Minsk provides for 20 obligations placed on Ukraine, 6 on OSCE, 2 on Donbass, and not a single one for Russia. End of quote. Colleagues, please allow me to, yet once again, very briefly recall the contents of the document we're discussing at this meeting of ours. Let me list it item by item, and the order in which they are to be implemented is very clearly stated. It cannot be changed. First, ceasefire. Second, withdrawal of weapons. 3, OSCE monitoring. 4, launching a dialogue between Kiev and Donbass. 5, amnesty. 6, exchange of detainees. 7, humanitarian access. 8, lifting the economic blockade. 9, transfer to the Kiev border control provided item 11 is implemented. 10, withdrawal of foreign formations and mercenaries. 11, new constitutions providing special status for Donbass. 12, agreeing on the order of conducting elections. And 13, intensifying the work of the contact group in Minsk. 7 years down the road, it is clear that none of the provisions of the package of measures have been implemented by Ukraine in full. Starting with the first one, ceasefire. And the root of the problem here is systematic lack of desire of Kiev to get into a direct dialogue with the authorized representative of Donetsk and Luhansk in the contact group. Whereas this is a dialogue that is clearly directly provided in items 4, 9, 11, and 12 of the document. This is not our requirement. This is something that is stated in the document. It's an obligation on Ukraine. And this is something that our neighbors increasingly bring into question and thus risk undermine the whole Minsk process, which could lead to devastating consequences for Ukraine. Ukraine stubbornly refuses to implement the provisions of the Minsk on direct dialogue with Donbass, interim self-governance, restoring socioeconomic links, constitutional reform. Currently, the Verkhovnaya Rada has a draft on decentralization. It's not agreed with Donbass and is not provide for a special status. The Ukrainian side has taken course to completely move away from a direct interaction with Donbass within the coordination mechanism. And they are providing various options, but they do not allow for effective reaction in case there are violations. Attempts to place the blame on Russia are futile and baseless, and this only hides the goal of shifting the blame away from Ukraine. I must say that we are very disappointed by the ostrich-like position of our Western colleagues who are trying not to see obvious things. We are surprised that they're putting into the shadow the Minsk complex of measures, but they are placing the emphasis on the Normat format. I'd like to recall the Normat format, according to Annex 2 of the resolution, is a mechanism to control implementation, but not a place where new decisions could be discussed. For 7 years, Russia has been calling in all platforms for the Western sponsors to exert pressure on Kiev to implement the Minsk agreements. They were doing exactly the opposite. So the increasing feeling of impunity pushed the Ukrainian hotheads to new excuses and military adventures against their own people, and this is what we have. We have thousands of victims of the internal armed conflict. Many millions in Donbass are still presented as foreigners in their own country. They have automatic rifles, sniper rifles, howitzers, and strike drones targeted at them. Ukrainian representatives keep coming up with new excuses not to implement their agreements and order to shell their own people. There is an Alley of Angels, a memorial complex in Donetsk to commemorate the children who died at the hands of Ukrainian military. Those who died at the Children's Beach in Zurgus on the 13th of August. It was targeted by the Air Force of Ukraine. 20 people died, dozens were wounded. A 24-year-old Anastasia Rubin, a local, was there with her son at the time when the Ukrainian Air Force started shelling the town from their multiple rocket launch system. One of the charges exploded right next to them. Everything was covered in blood and smoke and bloodied bodies of children. This and other similar episodes were compiled by the Investigative Committee of Russia and the RT Media in a compilation showing the Ukrainian military using prohibited means or ways of means, and our UN mission have compiled that and disseminated this to members of the Security Council. Please take a look at them. You'll be horrified by them. The Kiev's commitment to the complex of measures can also be illustrated by the abduction last year in Lugansk from the Joint Center on Conventional Control of Andrea Cossack. Mr. Kinnunen, we would be very grateful if you could tell us about this episode. This is a treacherous event, and it is a direct violation of Item 5 of the conflict measures, which prohibits the prosecution and punishment of persons in connection with the events in Donetsk and Luhansk. Colleagues, I would like to finally say that you will be able to resist the temptation to play to the cameras and will not make this meeting of ours into a circus. Will not present here baseless accusations saying that Russia allegedly was going to attack Ukraine. I think we've had enough speculation on that, including the Security Council meeting on the 31st of January convened by the United States. We have long ago clarified everything and explained everything, and the announced date of the so-called invasion is behind us, so therefore my advice to you is not present yourself in an awkward situation. I thank you for your attention. And now I resume my function as President of the Council, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States of America.
Mr. President, this Council was convened today to discuss the implementation of the Minsk agreements, a goal that we all share, despite Russia's persistent violations. These agreements, which were negotiated in 2014 and 2015 and signed by Russia, remain the basis for the peace process to resolve the conflict in eastern Ukraine. This Council's primary responsibility, the very reason for its creation, is the preservation of peace and security. As we meet today, the most immediate threat to peace and security is Russia's looming aggression against Ukraine. The stakes go far beyond Ukraine. This is a moment of peril for the lives and safety of millions of people, as well as for the foundation of the United Nations Charter and the rules-based international order that preserves stability worldwide. This crisis directly affects every member of this Council and every country in the world. Because the basic principles that sustain peace and security, principles that were enshrined in the wake of 2 world wars and a Cold War, are under threat. The principle that one country cannot change the borders of another by force. The principle that one country cannot dictate another's choices or policies or with whom it will associate. The principle of national sovereignty. This is the exact kind of crisis that the United Nations, and specifically this Security Council, was created to prevent. We must address what Russia is doing right now to Ukraine. Over the past months, without provocation or justification, Russia has amassed more than 150,000 troops around Ukraine's borders, in Russia, Belarus, occupied Crimea. Russia says it's drawing down those forces. We do not see that happening on the ground. Our information indicates clearly that these forces, including ground troops, aircraft, ships, are preparing to launch an attack against Ukraine in the coming days. We don't know precisely how things will play out, but here's what the world can expect to see unfold. In fact, it's unfolding right now, today, as Russia takes steps down the path to war and reissued the threat of military action. First, Russia plans to manufacture a pretext for its attack. This could be a violent event that Russia will blame on Ukraine, or an outrageous accusation that Russia will level against the Ukrainian government. We don't know exactly the form it will take. It could be a fabricated so-called terrorist bombing inside Russia, the invented discovery of a mass grave, a staged drone strike against civilians, or a fake, even a real, attack using chemical weapons. Russia may describe this event as ethnic cleansing or a genocide, making a mockery of a concept that we in this chamber do not take lightly, nor do I take lightly, based on my family history. In the past few days, Russian media has already begun to spread some of these false alarms and claims to maximize public outrage, to lay the groundwork for an invented justification for war. Today, that drumbeat is only intensified in Russia's state-controlled media. We've heard some of these basic allegations from Russian-backed speakers here today. Second, in response to this manufactured provocation, the highest levels of the Russian government may theatrically convene emergency meetings to address the so-called crisis. The government will issue proclamations declaring that Russia must respond to defend Russian citizens or ethnic Russians in Ukraine. Next, the attack is planned to begin. Russian missiles and bombs will drop across Ukraine. Communications will be jammed. Cyber attacks will shut down key Ukrainian institutions. After that, Russian tanks and soldiers will advance on key targets that have already been identified and mapped out in detailed plans. We believe these targets include Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, a city of 2.8 million people. And conventional attacks are not all that Russia plans to inflict upon the people of Ukraine. We have information that indicates Russia will target specific groups of Ukrainians. We've been warning the Ukrainian government of all that is coming. And here today, we are laying it out in great detail with the hope that by sharing what we know with the world, we can influence Russia to abandon the path of war and choose a different path while there's still time. Now, I'm mindful that some have called into question our information, recalling previous instances where intelligence ultimately did not bear out. But let me be clear. I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one. The information I presented here is validated by what we've seen unfolding in plain sight before our eyes for months. And remember that while Russia has repeatedly derided our warnings and alarms as melodrama and nonsense, they have been steadily amassing more than 150,000 troops on Ukraine's borders, as well as the capabilities to conduct a massive military assault. It isn't just us seeing this. Allies and partners see the same thing. And Russia hasn't only been hearing from us. The international chorus has grown louder and louder. If Russia doesn't invade Ukraine, then we will be relieved that Russia changed course and proved our predictions wrong. That would be a far better outcome than the course we're currently on. And we'll gladly accept any criticism that anyone directs at us. As President Biden said, this would be a war of choice. And if Russia makes that choice, we've been clear, along with allies and partners, that our response will be sharp and decisive. President Biden reiterated that forcefully earlier this week. There's another choice Russia can still make if there's any truth to its claim that it's committed to diplomacy. Diplomacy is the only responsible way to resolve this crisis. An essential part of this is through implementation of the Minsk agreements, the subject of our session today. There are a series of commitments that Russia and Ukraine made under Minsk, with the OSCE and the Normandy format partners involved as well. If Russia is prepared to sit with the Ukrainian government and work through the process of implementing these commitments, our friends in France and Germany stand ready to convene senior-level discussions in the Normandy format to settle these issues. Ukraine is ready for this, and we stand fully ready to support the parties. Progress toward resolving the Donbass crisis through the Minsk agreements can reinforce the broader discussions on security issues that we're prepared to engage in with Russia, in coordination with our allies and partners. More than 3 weeks ago, we provided Russia with a paper that detailed concrete reciprocal steps that we can take in the near term to address our respective concerns and advance the collective security interests of Russia, the United States, and our European partners and allies. This morning, we received a response, which we're evaluating. Earlier today, I sent a letter to Russia's Foreign Minister Sergey Lavrov, proposing that we meet next week in Europe, following on our talks in recent weeks, to discuss the steps that we can take to resolve this crisis without conflict. We're also proposing meetings of the NATO-Russia Council and the OSCE Permanent Council. These meetings can pave the way for a summit of key leaders in the context of de-escalation to reach understandings on our mutual security concerns. As lead diplomats for our nations, we have a responsibility to make every effort for diplomacy to succeed, to leave no diplomatic stone unturned. If Russia is committed to diplomacy, we're presenting every opportunity for it to demonstrate that commitment. I have no doubt that the response to my remarks here today will be more dismissals from the Russian government about the United States stoking hysteria or that it has no plans to invade Ukraine. So let me make this simple. The Russian government can announce today, with no qualification, equivocation, or deflection, that Russia will not invade Ukraine. State it clearly, state it plainly to the world, and then demonstrate it by sending your troops, your tanks, your planes back to their barracks and hangars, and sending your diplomats to the negotiating table. In the coming days, the world will remember that commitment, or the refusal to make it. I yield the floor.
Я благодарю
I thank
Его
His
Превосходительство
Excellency
государственного секретаря США Антони Блинкена.
Secretary of State of the
И
United States,
приглашаю,
Mr.
предоставляю
Blinken,
слово его
and
представительству
I now
государственного
give the
министра
floor
Европы, Северной Америки,
to
Соединенного
Minister of State for
Королевства
Europe and North
Великобритании,
America of the United
господину
Kingdom and Great
Джеймсу
Britain and
Клеверли.
Northern Ireland, Mr. James Cleverly.
I thank you, and I thank the briefers for the information they've given today. The United Nations, the OSCE, and the mandate of the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission continue to command our full support. The rights of all Ukrainian, whether they are in Kyiv, Lviv, Donetsk, Luhansk, can only be served by peace, diplomacy, and dialogue. I want to make absolutely clear the United Kingdom's support for the implementation of the Minsk agreements as endorsed by the UN Security Council Resolution 2202. That resolution reaffirmed the Security Council's full respect for the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. It remains the responsibility of all parties to implement fully their commitments and to seek a peaceful resolution to the conflict. In this respect, we condemn the actions taken by the Russian Duma to propose the Russian president recognize the regions of Luhansk and Donetsk as independent. This would directly undermine the Minsk agreements and must be rejected by the Russian authorities in line with the commitments that they have made. We welcome all efforts to support the process and to avoid escalation, including the role of the OSCE and the Normandy format. This remains our long-standing position. Mr. President, let us remind ourselves of the context for the Minsk agreements and the situation in which Ukraine finds itself today. In March 2014, Russia invaded and illegally annexed Crimea in flagrant violation of international law. A few weeks later, in April, Russia instigated a conflict in the Donbass, which it continues to fuel today. More than 14,000 people have lost their lives in the fighting there. Now, today, the Ukrainian people are yet again living under the threat of invasion, with well over 130,000 Russian troops, heavy weaponry, and military vessels amassed and exercising on their northern, eastern, and southern borders, from Belarus to the Black Sea. Let us say clearly what the whole world can see. Russia has deployed the forces necessary to invade Ukraine, and now has them readied for action. In the past days, we have heard Russian claims that some units are returning to barracks. It is, however, all too clear that the opposite is in fact true, and the Russian military build-up continues. Russia will say that it has the right to move its forces within its own territory, but no one has the right to threaten the use of force. Russia is patently failing to live up to the international commitments that it has made around military transparency by refusing to adequately explain its military build-up or provide the necessary transparency to build trust and to de-escalate the situation. If the Kremlin is serious about a diplomatic resolution, then it needs to show up to the diplomatic meetings and commit to meaningful OSCE talks, including via Chapter 3 of the OSCE Vienna document. They did not show up on Wednesday, and they do not intend to show up on Friday. Russia's actions are clearly designed to intimidate, to threaten, and to destabilize Ukraine. We know it, they know it, and the international community knows it. Mr. President, Russia called this meeting today to discuss Resolution 2202. That text is very clear on 2 points that reflect the core tenets of the Charter emphasized by the United Nations Secretary General, when he addressed this situation only a few days ago. One, that resolving the situation in eastern regions of Ukraine can only be achieved by peaceful means. And two, that there must be full respect for the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Yet, we are seeing increasing disinformation about events in the Donbass that are straight out of the Kremlin playbook. A blatant attempt by the Russian government to fabricate a pretext for the invasion of Ukraine. It is therefore clear that we are at a critical juncture to prevent further escalation. Upholding the core tenets of the Charter in respect of peaceful resolution and respecting sovereignty and territorial integrity has never been more important. Russia must now engage with the diplomatic process we have built up over several decades and on which global security depends, and resolve this situation through peaceful means. If Russia chooses to launch an attack at this time of heightened tension, using disinformation of a pretext, it will show that Russia was never serious about diplomatic engagement. Any Russian invasion now would be a conflict of choice for President Putin and an abdication of Russia's responsibility under the UN Charter to refrain from the use of force and to maintain international peace and security. There should be no doubt that any further Russian incursion into Ukraine would be a massive strategic mistake and a humanitarian disaster that will be met with strength, including significant coordinated sanctions. And we will continue to call out the pattern of deception and disinformation from the Russian state. But if Russia is serious about the Charter and its role as a permanent member of this Council, it should give the Minsk agreements the chance to be implemented, free from coercion. It should engage seriously with diplomacy, and it should stand down all of its troops. There is still time to change path. Conflict can be avoided, and we urge Russia to match its words with actions, to withdraw its troops, to engage meaningfully in talks, and to act in the best interest of peace and security and stability in Europe. I thank you.
Я благодарю его превосходительство
His
господина Клеверли за его заявление.
We've been listening to the UN Security Council meeting there on Russia threats there. We've heard from representatives from Russia, and then, of course, right here in the U.S. there with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying just moments ago that this is a moment of peril for the lives and safety of millions of people. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everybody will continue to listen in. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
The threatening security situation in and around Ukraine is alarming. Norway is deeply concerned by Russian large-scale military buildup in occupied Crimea to the north, east and south of Ukraine, as well as in Belarus and the Black Sea. The alleged reports of increased shelling are disturbing. They must not be used as a pretext for any military action. Norway calls on Russia to de-escalate and to engage in dialogue, constructively and in good faith, through established international mechanisms. It remains a major obstacle that Russia falsely seeks to portray the conflict in eastern Ukraine as an internal Ukrainian conflict. The reality is that Russia has fueled the conflict by providing financial and military support to the armed formations it backs. President, Norway expresses strong concern regarding the resolution of the Russian State Duma calling for the recognition of the self-proclaimed People's Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. We warn against such a step, which would constitute a further violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and directly contradict the spirit and the letter of the Minsk agreements. Norway supports the negotiations in the Normandy format and in the trilateral contact group aimed at ending the conflict through a political settlement and implementation of the Minsk agreements. Norway calls on the parties to uphold their commitments and to engage constructively towards resolving the conflict by peaceful means. We welcome the OSCE chairmanship's renewed European Security Dialogue initiative. We encourage Russia to engage in this format. We also urge Russia to respect its commitments under the Vienna document and contribute to a constructive dialogue and exchange under Chapter 3. Norway upholds a European security order based on international law and national sovereignty and territorial integrity. These principles have repeatedly been invoked by Russia in Council discussions. Norway calls on Russia to respect these principles when it comes to Ukraine. President, through threatening posture and rhetoric and unrealistic demands, Russia is challenging European security. Every country has the right to freely choose its security alignment. We cannot allow the established security architecture to be replaced by spheres of influence. We're concerned that the ceasefire in Donbass from July 2020 has become increasingly fragile. We call on the parties to seek a durable ceasefire and do their utmost to prevent civilian casualties. The humanitarian situation is severe after 8 years of conflict. Civilians are increasingly losing access to essential life-saving services as civilian infrastructure is damaged and destroyed. Any escalation of the conflict would lead to devastating humanitarian consequences. Let me conclude by reiterating Norway's unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its international recognized borders in accordance with the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. This includes the Crimean Peninsula and its territorial waters. I thank you.
Я благодарю
I
представителя
thank the
Норвегии за
representative
сделанное
of
заявление.
Norway for her
И сейчас
statement.
предоставляю
And now
слово
give the floor
представителю
to
Бразилии.
the representative of Brazil.
Thank you. Mr. President, Brazil follows with concern the situation in eastern Ukraine. Persistent political stalemate and prolonged crisis have reached a critical point. In present circumstances, renewed and reinvigorated political resolve by all parties is crucial to address the conflict. Achieving and maintaining peace is our collective responsibility.
All right, we will, of course, continue to follow everything that's happening there at the UN Security Council meeting right there. We want to go to some breaking news we are following for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to go out to Michigan right now. You're taking a live look right here of a fire that's happening at a country club building right now. This is all happening in Bloomfield Township right now, where the township fire departments and Southfield fire departments have been called to this massive fire at the Oakland Hills Country Club this morning, according to what we are seeing right here. So you can see from the roof there, you got the smoke that continues to be coming out there. And you got firefighters there on the scene as the call for this massive fire came around 10 o'clock local time right there. So about 90 minutes ago, a spokesperson from the Bloomfield Township Fire Department told Fox 2 that every single firefighter from the department is on the scene. A short time later, the Southfield Fire Department was called in for mutual aid as well. It's unknown how the fire has started or if anybody was hurt here. And you can see we got a roving camera right there as this photographer getting different shots right here. This is what we do here. Give you these live raw feeds that are coming in right here on Live Now from Fox. The Oakland Hills Country Club is one of the most prestigious courses in Michigan and has hosted the 6 U.S. Open Championships, 3 PGA Championships, and the 2004 Ryder Cup. It was originally founded back in 1916. It has played a significant role in history of the sport of golf in the United States here. The country club sits on Maple Road between Lasher and Telegraph and consists of two courses, the north and south course here. Here's a better view now that we are able to see, as you could see that flames ripping through the roof there of the country club. So such a historic place here in this township, and not only for this township, but really for the Gulf community, not only in Michigan, but across the country right here. And you are taking a look now of firefighters continuing to battle this raging fire at the country club. And it's unfortunate because it will be a loss here for so many memories and really for the town as well. Construction started in 1917 after the two Ford executives bought farmland on Maple Road. The south course of Oakland Hills opened first in 1918, and the clubhouse was then finished back in August of 1922. That same year, construction started on the north course and was finished 2 years later. There's a little bit of history right there as we continue to show you right here on Live Now from Fox. If you're just joining us here, we are taking in these live pictures right now coming out of the Oakland Hills Country Club fire. Unknown right now if there are any injuries associated with this, any firefighters injured. We don't have those details for you at this moment, but very fluid right now as it's still going on. It's been going on for the last 90 minutes. Crews has the several ladder trucks right there that continue to try to fight this fire and get these flames out, but you're still seeing them rip through right here on Live Now from Fox. A little bit more history of this golf club. The first major tournament was the Western Open back in 1922, followed by the U.S. Open in 1924. Golf legends including Gary Player, Arnold Palmer, and Jack Nicklaus have all played and won various tournaments. The club just finished a complete renovation of the South Course in July of 2021 with hopes of being considered for a future U.S. Open or PGA Championship. It has last hosted a major event back in 2008, the PGA Championship, but also hosted the U.S. Amateur back in 2016. Here's a zoomed-in shot now that we're able to get to you right here on Live Now from Fox as it continues to rip right now of this major fire happening at the country club at Oakland Hills Golf Course. Hoping for the very best for all the firefighters there on the scene as well, and everybody that's associated with this golf club. Hopefully they were all able to get out of the main building there at the country club. Just to reiterate, everyone, the Bloomfield Township Fire Department and Southfield are on the scene right now. The call for this massive fire came about 10 a.m. local time. And a spokesperson for the Bloomfield Township Fire Department told Fox 2 that every single firefighter from the department is on the scene. We're seeing a little bit more white smoke come up. That's a good sign right there in firefighting practices, but the flames continue to persist right here. This is exactly what we do here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you the breaking news coverage as these feeds come in from around the country. Once we get them and once we are notified of them, we try to go to it as soon as we can here for you and give you all the pictures that come in live through our news studio and pump it right out to you. You can watch on LiveNowFox.com and so many other places. Come and check that out. Looks like there's going to be maybe a reporter jumping in there. So what we'll do is we will continue to take a look at this breaking news. And once we get some more updates, maybe if there's a news conference, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here, everybody. When we come back, we'll take you back out to the UN Security Council meeting on Russia threats. about to do a live update, so we'll check back in a little bit. I want to go back out now to the UN Security Council meeting on Russia threats. You're watching Live Now from Fox, always worldwide here for you.
DiCarlo, Special Representative Mikko Kinnunen, and Chief Monitor Yasha Archevik for their comprehensive briefings on the occasion of the 7th anniversary of the package of measures for the implementation of the Minsk agreements endorsed unanimously.
We'll check back in. I do want to go back out. We are getting air coverage now of Fox 2 in Detroit of this breaking news.
This blaze as we speak, and as of now, really, it's just a matter of mobilizing as many fire crews as possible to try to get the blaze under control. It's my understanding that this is just one large building and that the fire is located in the clubhouse. And to my knowledge, it has not spread to other buildings. We also are learning at this point that the fire started just about an hour ago. And right now, as I mentioned, we're waiting on updates from fire officials. That, of course, the information I got coming from police, because the support around here is from police, keeping things blocked off in all directions leading up to the club, and, of course, providing support for firefighters. But all the firefighters that we could speak to, command, is inside right now, also actively fighting that fire.
Hillary, how was your trip out there? We know that, there are roads closed. As you mentioned, you had to walk quite a long ways just to get to the clubhouse there. What was your experience getting out there? We know there's a lot of smoke. How was that?
Yeah, fine. I mean, the smoke is really concentrated here. I actually can't even smell the smoke, believe it or not, where I'm standing. I'd have to ask my photographer if he has that same experience, but it's pretty well isolated. And I think also, Michael may have touched on some of this, depending on which wind direction where the smoke is headed, that probably has some impact on whether or not it affects people who may have some kind of respiratory issues. But right here in this central location, which really no one should be except for emergency personnel and, of course, the fire crews who are bravely battling that blaze, it's actually okay. So I think at this juncture, because the fire started so recently, what we really need to do is let fire crews, and again, even the brass that are in there fighting the fire, do their job. And I'm sure they'll have an update for us as soon as they get that fire contained. But it is indeed, at this moment, Amy, very active.
Yeah, those flames are really something. And Brandon, I know we just heard from Rick Palmer, who is the president out there at the golf club, and he said, it's a freestanding structure, so nothing else is in danger. But he did say the damage, and as we can see behind you there, Hillary, just extensive.
It really is. It really is. So the message to everyone is steer clear. There's no need to come into this area at all. You only endanger yourself and the personnel, not just fire, but police and emergency services who are trying to keep the area clear and provide additional support. That's another thing I should mention, Amy. As I was coming down, there were a number of vehicles. I had to get away. It's icing right now. Get off the road. As you know, things are starting to ice up, and move out of the way so that I could let fire crews and additional support personnel pass by me. So the best advice is all the looky-loos who want to come, steer clear. It makes things safer for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, great advice. Thank you so much, Hillary. Stay safe out there. We'll check in with you for more a little bit later. Live in Bloomfield Hills, we appreciate you. Be right back.
That was Fox 2 coverage there, and we'll continue to check in on them of that breaking news there in Michigan with that famed country club and famed golf course there. Live look right now. Once we get more updates, of course, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Live Now from Fox continues, and we are getting closer and closer from the most famous words in all of motorsports. Gentlemen, start your engines. It's coming up. Daytona 500, of course, this Sunday, and we have a special programming note. We have pre-race coverage live from the track starting tomorrow, and of course on Sunday, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern. We got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, celebrating the great American race, Daytona 500, gearing up for quite the show. You got Kyle Larson on the pole. Yeah, he was the 2021 champion, and starting 2022 off to a great start there, leading at the pole there. So we'll keep an eye on all of that fun coverage there as we gear up this weekend for the big race. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here today on this Thursday. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Let's go out to earlier this morning. You had the Defense Secretary Austin give us some remarks there about these threats with Russia-Ukraine tensions. Let's listen to a little bit of this right here on Live Now from Fox.
Secretary's opening remarks, and we'll go to some questions. We've got time for 4, and I'll be calling on the questioners at that time. We ask you to keep your follow-ups to a minimum if you could. And with that, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thanks, John, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Secretary General Stoltenberg for hosting this NATO Defense Ministerial. It certainly comes at an important time for the alliance as Russia continues building up their military presence along Ukraine's borders, including in Crimea, in Belarus, and in the Black Sea. In many ways, this brings Russian troops right up to NATO's doorstep. So let me begin today by making clear that America's commitment to NATO and to Article 5 remains ironclad. As President Biden said a couple of days ago, we will, if we must, defend every inch of NATO territory. There's no reason, of course, that it should ever come to this. Just like there's no reason for Russia to again invade Ukraine. Ukraine does not threaten anyone, let alone its Russian neighbors. And yet, that is what Moscow would have us believe. And that is how Mr. Putin continues to justify his assembly of significant combat power. Now, the Russians say that they are withdrawing some of those forces now that exercises are complete, but we don't see that. Quite the contrary, we see them add to the more than 150,000 troops that they already have arrayed along that border, even in the last couple of days. We see some of those troops inch closer to that border. We see them fly in more combat and support aircraft. We see them sharpen their readiness in the Black Sea. We even see them stocking up their blood supplies. You know, I was a soldier myself not that long ago, and I know firsthand that you don't do these sort of things for no reason. And you certainly don't do them if you're getting ready to pack up and go home. So we and our allies will stay vigilant. We will watch for the so-called false flag operations, where Russia manufactures a dramatic event to justify an attack, a play that we've seen them run in the past. And we will continue to explore ways to enhance our readiness, as the United States and others have done with additional troop deployments to NATO's eastern flank. And we will closely match Russian words to Russian deeds, what they say to what they actually do. Of course, one thing that Mr. Putin says he wants to do is to engage in more dialogue. And as we have said all along, we would welcome that. We believe there's still time and space for diplomacy to work. and we are in lockstep with our allies and partners towards that end. A peaceful outcome that respects Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity represents the best outcome for Ukraine, to be sure, but also for Russia and the Russian people. If Mr. Putin is serious about achieving that sort of outcome, he will find in the United States and in this alliance no better or more serious interlocutor. And if he's not, as his deeds thus far tend to indicate, it will be clear to the entire world that he started a war with diplomatic options left on the table. It will be Mr. Putin who will bear the responsibility for the suffering and the immense sacrifice that ensues. You know, I've been doing this for a long time, this business of national security. I joined the United States Army in the middle of the Cold War, and I have served and fought alongside NATO allies for the better part of my adult life. But I can honestly say that I have never seen the alliance more relevant and more united and more resolute than I see it today. Mr. Putin says that he doesn't want a strong NATO on his western flank. He's getting exactly that. I'll soon depart for Poland and then to Lithuania to spend some time with these strong allies who likewise take these obligations seriously. I'll visit with their troops and mine, see their leaders, talk with mine, and talk about how together we can bolster the defense of the alliance. I'd also like to add my appreciation to Bulgaria, who just today agreed to host a U.S. Army Stryker company for joint training opportunities. Now, these troops will be departing Germany in the coming days, and they'll help ensure our readiness and our interoperability with Bulgaria as our NATO ally. All that is to say that I leave here incredibly proud of the alliance and satisfied in the knowledge that we will be sure-footed in the face of aggression, but dedicated, as always, to the prospect of peace. Harry Truman, the American president when NATO was founded, put it best when he noted that though peace was difficult, war was not inevitable. And so it is today. There is nothing inevitable about this looming conflict. It can still be averted. The path of diplomacy may be difficult, but it is still worth the trek. And NATO, as I said, remains sure-footed. Thank you, and I'll stop there and be happy to take a couple of questions.
Okay, our first question will go to Phil Stewart from Reuters.
Mr. Secretary, who is responsible for the shelling today in Ukraine's Donbass region, and how concerning is it? And what are you doing to lower the risk of dangerous and potentially explosive U.S.-Russia interactions, like the close call between aircraft this weekend?
Well, we've seen the reports of the shelling, and Phil, and they're certainly troubling. We're still gathering the details. But, you know, we've said for some time that the Russians might do something like this in order to justify a military conflict. So we'll be watching this very closely. And in terms of any potential interaction with our aircraft and someone else's aircraft, of course, we'll follow our own procedures very closely, which I think our airmen are very well rehearsed on. And we'll make sure that we're doing everything that we can to remain safe in the air. And if we see unsafe acts, we'll certainly demarche the people that are responsible for that.
Next question goes to Bettina Klein from German radio.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. I understand you have the evidence that there's more troop building rather than troop withdrawal in Russia. At the same time, I hear some skepticism, certainly in the German public debate. How can we trust this? How can we trust American intelligence? What do you suggest to build more public trust? And would you consider at one point to make more evidence you have publicly available? Thank you.
Well, you know, I don't see this as a competition of narratives. I think, you know, we've been very transparent about everything that we've seen thus far, and we've shared what we know with our allies and partners, and we really have done a very, very extensive job of making sure that our allies knew what we knew as soon as possible. But I think in order to address the issue that you raised, the solution is to continue to be transparent, to continue to, you know, talk to the American people and people around the world, quite frankly, and explain what we're seeing. And I think, you know, that has been very helpful thus far. We will continue to do that, and we certainly endeavor to do that while we're in this conference this week.
Next question goes to Carla Babb, Voice of America.
Thank you for doing this. Ukraine is calling this week's cyber attack the largest in the country's history. Can you confirm whether Russia was behind this attack? And President Biden last month said that if something short of an invasion happens, like if Russia continued to use cyber attacks, the U.S. could respond in a similar way with cyber. So has the U.S. responded to the latest attack? And if not, why not?
In terms of confirming whether or not this was Russia that was behind this, the intelligence community continues to assess what happened there. But I would just point out to you that this is a play taken out of his playbook. You know, we would expect to see before any attack, we would expect to see cyber attacks, false flag activities, and a number of other things, increasing rhetoric in the information space, and we're beginning to see more and more of that. In terms of a response to the cyber attack,
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Welcome to the new hour here, and we are still covering this massive fire that's happening at the Oakland Hills Country Club, a famed course there with so much rich history for golf in this not only state, but country as well. Bloomfield Township, Michigan is what we are looking at right now, of a massive fire going on at this country club right here. The call for the massive fire came in around 10 a.m. local time there. Spokesperson for the Bloomfield Township Fire Department told Fox 2 that every single firefighter from the department is on the scene right now. And we are going to continue to follow this here for you just because it has so much rich history of golf. You see the reporter there that might get in the shot in just a little bit here. But, I mean, this is a course that has hosted so many big-time events. We're talking about the PGA Championship, U.S. Open, and so much more here. It has a north and south course, and you are seeing just a lot of thick smoke there coming from the country club fire, where the last report there from the reporter there for Fox 2 said that this is still concentrated on this main building right now, and you are seeing several ladder trucks continue to douse water onto this building to try to get these flames down. This golf course last hosted their major event back in 2008 for the PGA Championship, and also hosted the U.S. Amateur back in 2016 as well. Just give you a little bit more idea of just how much rich history of golf has been featured here at the Oakland Hills Country Club. It's one of the most prestigious courses in Michigan, and it has hosted the 6 U.S. Open Championships, 3 PGA Championships, and of course the 2004 Ryder Cup, all at this course here. We are learning that the local fire department had to call Southfield Fire Department for mutual aid as well. We don't know right now if anybody is injured or hurt because of this, but we will definitely follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox in so many ways. We got you covered, as always, bringing you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. We're going to keep that in a double box there for you. I want to go out to, in just a little bit later today, we will be hearing from President Biden talking about infrastructure. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox to some of the speakers that we have already.
Lake for their fresh water supply. During the Obama-Biden administration, and the mayor referenced this, the president made a major commitment here at the Black River that flows through Lorain County and out into Lake Erie to move forward with a cleanup project that had languished since 1987. Today, as millions of tons of slag and pollutants have been removed, native fish have begun to return and be certified as safe to eat. Trout, catfish, and obviously walleye. Thank you, President Joe, for never forgetting us. I have served in the Congress during the tenure of 6 presidents. I can honestly say, President Biden, you have done more good works to benefit this region already and into the future with the passage of the Rescue and Infrastructure and Job Acts than any other president whom I have walked alongside as a member of Congress. The American people, over the next 5 years and more, will develop a greater understanding of what you have achieved as they begin to experience the modernization of our nation in an era of climate change, and today is proof of it. The American people will build modern infrastructure, including right here. New energy technologies, multimodal transportation, revolutionary water and wastewater technologies and innovations, restored water systems, cybersecurity, broadband, and so much more. As a co-chair of the Great Lakes Task Force, I thank you for your decision to construct a permanent barrier in Illinois to prevent the Asian carp from getting into and destroying our entire Great Lakes fishery. Your major decision as well to fund the modernization of the Sioux Locks up in northern Michigan so that those passages will make it possible for every single vessel that operates on the lakes and all of our port communities across the Great Lakes will be more competitive in an era where China and Russia are hungering strategically for control of ocean passage. Thank you for being here with us today, Mr. President, and every day. The burdens you bear are extremely heavy. Russia stands at Ukraine's border, and we pray for peace. We know, we have an idea of what you are doing in working with our allies to make that possible. Our region stands with you to build back better the America we love. And because of the announcements such as today's, leave our nation better than we found her for the generations of Ohioans and Americans who will follow. God bless you. May you have fair winds and following seas in your service. And we are very grateful for your visit today. Thank you for all the guests who are here, including my dear friend, Secretary and former Congresswoman Marcia Fudge of Cleveland, Ohio.
And we'll continue to take a look at this event there in Ohio. You do have President Biden speaking there a little bit later. Live look right now as we continue to showcase this big fire at the country club in Oakland Hills, Michigan, there at that golf course. And you can see the several ladder trucks continue to be up there and trying to get these flames down at this prestigious golf course. You're watching, as always, right here, live now from Fox. Everybody, let's go from earlier today. You did have Senator Mitch McConnell live on the floor.
For defunding our police department. This far-left Black Lives Matter activist and defund the police cheerleader walked into a Jewish Democrats campaign headquarters and opened fire. Obviously, every aspect of this is still under investigation, including the suspect's mental condition. But guess what? He's already been let out of jail. Already let out of jail. A left-wing bail fund partnered with BLM Louisville to bail him out. Less than 48 hours after this activist tried to literally murder a politician, the radical left bailed their comrade out of jail. This is just jaw-dropping. The innocent people of Louisville deserve better. Since 2020, a long list of prominent corporations have donated or pledged enormous amounts of money to the radical nationwide BLM parent organization. One wonders if any of their corporate money helped spring this would-be assassin from jail. Now, I'm confident that if activists claiming to be conservative tried to assassinate a politician, whatever his mental state, the media would open a 24/7 national conversation about rhetoric on the right. Somehow, I doubt attempted murder by a BLM activist will get that same treatment. I doubt we'll have a national conversation about the constant chorus of powerful voices calling our society evil. I raise this double standard because it's not limited to media coverage. We've seen this extend into our legal system itself. In May of 2020, when Minneapolis was engulfed in lawless riots, one rioter broke into a pawn shop and started a fire that burned it down. His act of arson actually killed somebody. But the federal attorneys who were supposed to represent the victim and the people went out of their way to push for an unusually lenient sentence. They asked for the typical sentencing guideline to be cut in half. Why? Well, because they wrote the defendant was an angry political protester who simply lost his cool. They wrote, quote, "As anyone watching the news worldwide knows, many other people in Minnesota were similarly caught up," end quote. As if that were an excuse. This is the sentencing memo from the prosecutors. It reads like it was ghostwritten by the defense. They even tried to quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to explain why this guy burned down a pawn shop. What a backward attitude. We cannot have federal officials acting like left-wing political violence is more acceptable than any other violence. If anything, political violence is uniquely unacceptable in a democratic republic. Now, I placed a hold on President Biden's nominee to take over as U.S. Attorney in Minnesota until he pledged he'd keep political favoritism out of his prosecutions. Fortunately, he quickly said so in writing. He also knows Republicans will be watching. The American people need public servants to crack down on crime and defend their safety. Crack down on crime and defend their safety. Less pandering to woke mobs, more protecting innocent families. Now, on an entirely different matter, Washington Democrats' inflation is slamming consumers with the highest prices in 40 years. One of the toughest blows has been the soaring cost of a trip to the gas pump. A gallon of regular costs a full $1 more today than it did a year ago. So after triggering an historic run of inflation and hammering American producers with anti-energy policies designed to restrict supply, our Democratic colleagues are suddenly talking about gas prices. And there's a bold, creative plan, temporarily suspending the gas tax to the tune of 18 cents. Oh, and excluding diesel. A slap in the face to truckers and a further burden on the supply chain. Oh, and just to make the political games transparent, they want this to expire right after the midterms, as soon as the next Congress is sworn in. Democrats want to blow a $20 billion hole in highway funding so they can try to mask the effects of their own liberal policies on working Americans. They've spent the entire year waging a holy war on affordable American energy, and now they want to use a pile of taxpayers' money to literally hide the consequences. As the senior senator from West Virginia has pointed out, people want their bridges and their roads, and we have an infrastructure bill we passed this summer, and they want to take all that away? It just doesn't make sense. He added, this half-baked proposal doesn't make any more sense than the president's pointless decision to take oil out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve last year. President Clinton's Treasury Secretary Larry Summers called this stunt short-sighted, ineffective, goofy, and gimmicky. That's the Secretary of the Treasury in the Bill Clinton administration about this idea. Back in 2008, then candidate Obama himself said this: we're arguing over a gimmick that would save you half a tank of gas over the course of the entire summer so that everyone in Washington can pat themselves on the back and say they did something. Well, let me tell you, this isn't an idea designed to get you through the summer. It's designed to get them through an election. That's Barack Obama in 2008, and he was right. Look, if Democrats actually want to help the American people fill their tanks, they wouldn't have been attacking American energy every way possible for the entire year. President Biden made killing the Keystone XL pipeline his day one priority. Democrats voted in lockstep to endorse President Biden's ban on new energy exploration on federal lands. At every turn, in every way, Democrats have made it harder to produce affordable and reliable American energy. Take any form of energy, and if the people in San Francisco don't find it fashionable, the Biden administration has gone after it. 3 years ago, under Republican policies, the United States became a net exporter of oil for the first time in more than 70 years. From a sheer mathematical perspective, for the very first time since World War II, we were producing all that we needed and then some. Alas, a very different philosophy now controls Washington. In President Biden's first year, our own oil imports from Russia hit a new all-time high. But as we speak, events in Eastern Europe are reminding the entire world that energy abundance is not just about families' pocketbooks.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here for you on LiveNOW from Fox, and then we'll get out to President Biden in Ohio.
Dependent on countries who don't like us very much. Some of our European allies have spent many years voluntarily winding down reliable
Back out live for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We do have President Biden in Ohio as he is talking about infrastructure. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody.
God love you, kiddo. You're the best. Before I began, I want to just point out I was having just sitting talking for a second with the head director of HUD and a former congresswoman just on the other side of this district. And she said something that reminded me of what I miss as well. She said, it's so good to be home in Ohio. No, I really mean it. And I said, you're probably the only one here that understands that every time I get a chance, I go home to Delaware. You think I'm joking, I'm not. I represented Delaware for 36 years as a United States Senator. And just like most congressional districts, the good news is the bad news. Everybody knows you. Well, it's great it's great hearing you say that. It's great hearing you say that. Well, Administrator Regan, I talked him into coming out of what they consider God's country down there in the Carolina area, and he came up and took on this job. And as I said, and a proud daughter of Ohio, Secretary of Housing and Urban Affairs, Marcia Fudge, who's represented the district as well. And Mitch Landrieu, who's leading the implementation of our infrastructure. Where are you, Mitch? They don't know anybody from New Orleans down here. He used to be the mayor of New Orleans, and I called him. Mayors know how to get things done, as the mayor will tell you here. And I called him, asked him to come up, and would he be the hands-on guy to actually implement the law, implement it, get it done, and let people know how they can access it. And Brenda Malloy, chair of our Council of Economic Quality. Brenda, where are you? There you are. Thank you, Brenda. We rode up together on the aircraft together, and it's great to have you as well. I also asked to say hello from someone who you know in Lorraine, but couldn't be here today. A tremendous fighter and Ohio for Ohio workers, and a guy who could easily be standing where I'm standing right now, Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown working in the Senate, keeping an eye on that other team, see what's going on. It's good to see you, Congresswoman Chantel Brown. Where are you, Chantel? I said, there you go, right in the front there. Congratulations, and it's great to have you here. And of course, Marcy Kaptur. Marcy has not only made history as the longest-serving woman in the history of the House of Representatives. Every day she's making a difference. She never, ever slows up. And she's helping this region compete, thrive, and come back. You know, that's what I want to talk a little about today. Excuse me. The historic investment we're going to make to restore the Great Lakes, strengthen the region's economy, provide clean drinking water, clean up our communities, and create good-paying jobs. A year ago, when I spoke at a joint session of the Congress, I was coming off the podium, the platform, and Marcy came up to me, and with all the press in the gallery looking down, handed me a note, a letter. And the commentators and reporters were so damn curious, what did she hand you? What's in that note? And I said, I can't tell you. No, well, if you know Marcy, you know what that letter was about. The Great Lakes. The Great Lakes. She described the treasure the Great Lakes are. They connect 8 states, 2 nations. They provide more drinking water than any set of lakes in the world, and more than 40 million people benefit from that. They support more than 1,300,000 jobs in manufacturing, tourism, transportation, warehousing, farming, and fishing. And they're essential to shipping goods made in the Midwest all across the country and around the world. Generations of families have depended on them on the boating, fishing, and hunting and swimming that they provide for everyone in this region, those who come and visit. There are homes to countless natural and cultural wonders that should be conserved for all to enjoy, today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. And Marcy, by the way, I saw her tonight, she said, I got another letter for you. I don't know what the hell you got. Marcy, I promise you, I'm working like hell. But I'll read it, I promise. Whatever you say, I'll do. But Marcy's letter said, and this is why I bring it up. She said, and I quote, "The Great Lakes undergird life, work, and recreation for millions of people. And we need them. We need to invest in them. We want a brighter, more prosperous future for the region. Well, they are. They are, and we are going to. We're investing like never, ever in history. Back in 1987, an independent commission identified 43 places called areas of concern along the Great Lakes. There are areas where pollution, as EPA director said, where pollution from industry, runoff from agriculture, poor wastewater treatment, put the Great Lakes and everyone who depends on them at risk. 26 of these areas are on the United States side of the border. 12 of them are in Canada, and 5 are shared between the United States and Canada. And our mutual nations made a commitment to clean them up, to be good partners, to protect these shared treasures. And for decades, there was a lot of talk, a lot of plans, but very little progress. It was slow. That changes today. Today, we're announcing an investment of $1 billion. $1 billion from the bipartisan infrastructure bill. It's going to allow the most significant restoration of the Great Lakes in the history of the Great Lakes. We're going to accelerate cleanup of sites across 6 states in the Great Lake Basin, from Duluth, Minnesota to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Gary, Indiana, Buffalo, New York, and everywhere in between. We know these sites were dangerously polluted for decades. We're committed to clean them up. 3 decades ago, we made this commitment. And yes, we've gotten a couple of them done, like right here, like the one of my old hangouts as well. I went to Syracuse University, and I was a lifeguard on Lake Oswego, and I know the Oswego River up in New York. That was another one that's been taken care of. Now we're talking about cleaning up the Cayuga River behind the Cayuga Gorge Dam, and in the process, and it passes through Cleveland. I always mispronounce it, the Mawami River, right? Wami River in Toledo. I can say Toledo. Restoring the shoreline around the Detroit River in Michigan, the St. Louis River in Minnesota and Wisconsin, the Grand Calumet River in Indiana, and so much more. Dredging polluted sediment, restoring wetlands and habitats, making the water safer for swimming, fishing, drinking, providing habitats for wildlife and wildfowl. And the study found that every dollar we spend cleaning up the Great Lakes generates between $3 and $4 in economic benefit. That's a fact. And it's a really good investment. These are not only investments in we're making the Great Lakes. Last month, we announced over $500 million to upgrade the Sioux Locks in Michigan, which connect Lake Superior and the Great Lakes. 7,000 vessels, and 90% of our country's iron ore moves through these locks every single year. That ore makes nearly all the high-strength steel that goes into U.S.-made cars and appliances. Replacing and modernizing the locks will not only create good jobs doing that, it's going to strengthen our supply chains and get goods moving faster and reduce cost. This is not the totality of what we're going to do, but it's an example of what I've said from day one. We're rebuilding America. We're going to invest in America and build a better America than we found. And for the better part of the 20th century, we used to lead the world by a significant margin because we invested in ourselves. We invested in our infrastructure, our roads, our highways, bridges, ports, airports, the arteries of the nation that allow commerce to function smoothly and move swiftly. And we invested in our people and in opportunity. We're among the first nations to provide universal high school at the turn of the 20th century. We invested to win the space race that facilitates in facilities like Lewis Research Center in Cleveland, which is now named for my buddy John Glenn, God rest his soul. And we led the world in research and development and led the creation of the internet. But somewhere along the way, we took our eye off the ball. We took our eye off the ball. Our infrastructure used to be rated #1 in the world. Today, according to the World Economic Forum, we rank number 13 in the world. China and the rest of the world is catching up and passing us. But now, with our infrastructure law, we're reinvesting in our economy and in our people, reclaiming our leadership and creating millions of jobs for building a better America. That's what we're going to do. But as we rebuild America, we're buying American and betting on American workers. This Buy America law makes the most significant investment in roads and bridges and highways in nearly 70 years through the infrastructure law, fixing as many as 1,300 bridges and nearly 5,000 miles of highway right here in Ohio that are in poor condition. If I note parenthetically, I went to visit a place in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where a bridge that was well over 100 feet off the ground going over a gorge completely collapsed at 6:30 in the morning. Thank God there was only 3 vehicles on it. No one died. But had it been during rush hour, kids in school buses, there would have been numerous people that would have been killed or maimed. American workers building these roads and bridges with American-made steel is how we're going to do it. Jobs making high-speed internet affordable and available to the 14% of households in the state of Ohio that don't have the internet. We also know that Ohio has the second most lead pipes in the country. We have 650,000 lead pipes here in the state of Ohio. We're going to start undoing the legacy of lead, which has poisoned too many of the region's children. That means replacing 100% of the lead water pipes and service lines and addressing what they call PFAS, a dangerous forever chemical that are a threat to the drinking water here in Ohio and other parts of America. Every American, every child should be able to turn on a faucet and know that the water they're drinking is clean and safe. We're also going to create thousands of good-paying jobs in the process with union plumbers and pipe fitters. For generations, the industries that built and defined America, steel, cars, tires, paint, all of them grew and thrived right here in Ohio. Right here on the banks of the Black River, workers built and launched 900 vessels. Freighters, tugboats, tankers, minesweepers, cruisers, built right here, were part of our arsenal of democracy in World War II. Making it in America is what this region was built on, making it in America. This region built America. It's not hyperbole. I'm not just saying that because I'm here. It's a fact. The Midwest built America, and we're building it again. Again, you've heard me say this often. You know, if Wall Street's there are a lot of good people on Wall Street. They do good things, a lot of them. Not all, but a lot of them. And guess what? The fact of the matter, Wall Street didn't build America. Ordinary middle-class people built America. And manufacturing and unions built the middle class. So, we're bringing manufacturing jobs back, taking supply chains back home from abroad so we have better jobs and lower prices. And now, instead of losing manufacturing jobs, since I came to office with the help of the congressional delegation down here, we have added 375,000 manufacturing jobs in 1 year. In 2021, we saw the highest increase in union manufacturing jobs in nearly 30 years. A couple of weeks ago, the CEO of Intel joined me and Senator Brown and Senator Portman. And by the way, I grew up in a Senate that really was bipartisan. Senator Portman played an important role in this legislation. And so at the White House, they came to see me, and the head of the Intel came. He wanted to announce at the White House $20 billion investment in semiconductor campus outside of Columbus, Ohio. Now, semiconductors are badly needed, those computer chips to manufacture automobiles, appliances, cell phones, and so much more. We invented them, but we don't make them anymore relative to the rest of the world. It's going to create 10,000 jobs. 10,000 jobs. By the way, 7,000 jobs constructing this massive facility and 3,000 jobs running the facility, making an average salary at that facility of $135,000 a year, blue-collar workers. Pretty good money. Manufacturing essential products that are stamped made in America. And there's more. Just a couple weeks ago, General Motors announced a $7 billion investment in Michigan to manufacture electric vehicles, creating 4,000 new quality jobs. That's on top of the announcement that I say Ford, that was General Motors. And Ford made last year an $11 billion investment in electric vehicles, creating 11,000 new jobs. 3 weeks ago in Western Pennsylvania, after I went to look at that bridge,
That's President Biden making remarks on infrastructure, making the push there in Ohio. We'll get back to that in just a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox, but I want to show you just the radar that we are seeing here with these strong, severe storms that are happening in the country here. Look at Memphis right now as it is all lit up there with these killers here, with these strong storms that continue to be pushed out. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks so much for joining us here live on Live Now from Fox. Let's go out right now, though, to Memphis, Tennessee, where we do have Fox Weather's Will Nunley there right now in the severe storm threats. How you doing, Will?
Hi there, Mike. You're right. We are on the leading edge of this storm, and you know this is bringing so many different effects to the part of the country, no matter or depending on where you are. As a matter of fact, I mean, you have Kansas City that has seen substantial snowfall because of this. Now we're pushing in that line that's going to bring severe weather here. The possibility of tornadoes, of flash flooding here in Memphis and a lot of the Mid-South right now. We are under a tornado watch that was issued within the past hour and continues to about 6 o'clock local time. And you may have heard Memphis in the news over the past couple of weeks in terms of weather, because this city is barely just recovering from a significant ice storm that brought power down to more than 200,000 people. And even as soon and recently as yesterday afternoon, there were still several hundred people that had not recovered power from that storm. And now we have this storm knocking on the door. So we do expect the possibility of tornadoes for this region today. We do expect for some limbs to come down. And that's really one of the big problems here, Mike, is the fact that we had so many trees that were weakened during that ice storm. And maybe those branches didn't fall, but they're still kind of dangling from the trees. Well, no doubt that's going to continue to lead to the power outage concern here today. So Memphis is being dealt another blow on top of everything they have been experiencing over the past week or so. Crews ready once again when it's safe to head out and repair any damage that comes as a consequence of this storm. Here in Middle Tennessee, as you push towards Nashville, lots of the schools have gone ahead and called out for the day in anticipation of this. This is a pretty powerful squall line that's going to shape up for us here any time now, between especially now and 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time is when we're going to see really this intense squall line develop here that's going to bring a pretty significant amount of storm activity here to this area, stretching all through Memphis, northern Mississippi, moving into Alabama and Georgia later on throughout the night. So a lot for us to keep tabs of. I know you're going to be doing it there from your viewpoint as well, and we have the whole Fox Weather team that's streaming around the clock to keep you updated of the very latest, that free Fox Weather app, Mike.
Yeah, Will, right where you're at right now, it seems relatively calm, but we all know with weather it could change in an instant there. And as you said, it could happen really at any time now.
Absolutely. We've had a couple of the big waves already move through, but that's just kind of been the precursor. We had just a little storm move through before dawn, had a little lightning with it, a little burst of rain, and that knocked out power to nearly 1,000 people here in Memphis. And that storm really wasn't anything. I mean, it was just one of those kind of the smaller storms that fire up ahead of big lines like this. And so if we've saw that much impact from a smaller scale thunderstorm, you can imagine what this could possibly do once we really bring in these 60-mile-per-hour winds that are associated with this bigger front that's moving through. Not the kind of news that people here in Memphis want to hear.
No, not at all there. So hoping for the very best for everyone out there, including your team as well. Will, we appreciate it so much. Thanks so much.
Anytime.
And of course, Fox Weather is always there for you. You could download the app there, and you could always be in the know, especially in your areas when there is weather moving on in. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thanks again for joining us, as always, worldwide here for you. I'm going to go to a quick 2-minute break, and then we're going to go out to... Oh, here we go. We got the news conference going. This is Oakland Hills Fire Country Club. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
We were called out here about 9:17 for the odor of smoke in the building. Crews arrived to find some light smoke and some the odor in the building. They attempted to locate it. Over the course of time, conditions got worse and worse, and then they progressed to the point rapidly where the fire was in the attic above them and running all the way across the building. At this time, we have no injuries to any crew. The building has sustained extensive damage to the center of it. Right now, we're trying to stop it at the two end wings of the building, but the wind isn't helping us, and we're having water main issues at this time.
Now, if I understand that there may have been some issues in the exhaust fans, is that accurate?
At this time, I don't know what they encountered, where they encountered it, or what they saw initially. I did hear that on the radio, but I don't know if that was where it truly was or not.
Now, is it that the fire department was here looking at things, or you had the report of smoke and there were firefighters on the scene?
We had the report of smoke, a 911 call, and a fire alarm activation had occurred, and we responded at that point. I believe it was 9:17 this morning.
Okay, so they were in the building, and then they realized it was on fire.
They were in the building trying to find the smell and trying to find where the smoke was coming from at that time.
Do you know how many people were inside when you were called out here at 9:17?
I do not know that at this time. The building is undergoing renovations, and there was obviously staff that is here all the time during the day. Anyway,
and you can confirm everyone was safely evacuated.
Everybody was safe. The fire alarm had activated. In fact, it's still going off to alert everybody, and they had exited the building at that point.
It looks like the building could be a total loss. I'm so sorry. It looks like the building could be a total loss. Is the entire roof gone at this point?
What you see here is the entire center of the building has sustained extensive damage, and right now the two end wings of the building, we're trying to stop it from extending into those ends of the building.
Chief, can you describe what's in the center? I mean, what part of the club is that?
That's the clubhouse, the restaurant, all of the offices, the kitchen, all of those facilities are directly in the center of the building.
Can you talk about the difficulty in fighting this fire? Because this was big and nasty.
Yes. The difficulty we have with this fire, I believe this building is the second biggest wood frame building in the state of Michigan. It has extensively been added onto over the years, and making it very difficult to stop the fire or compartmentalize it. The firewalls are old, and whether they are intact or not, whether things have been renovated through it over the years. And quite frankly, the wind being out of the north today and pushing it on us, it's really hampering our efforts at this time.
It used to be that you couldn't have, or you shouldn't have, an attic that's fully open, that you'd want it segmented off. Was that a building code issue, or would that be?
I don't know at this point. I know the attic was an open attic, and it was segmented off, but over the years, you never know what has been done to it at any given time during the renovation process.
And so there is a renovation that is underway?
There's always some just upkeep type renovations. I don't know what they were doing down here at this time, but I just know that there was some renovations going on.
Was this the kind of fire when you realized what you had that you just kind of moved people back because there wasn't much you could do?
This was the type of fire we had all of our crew's interior looking for it. We couldn't find the seat of it. We knew we had a fire somewhere in the building, and we were trying to find it. But given the size of the building and where it's trying to find the location of it is very difficult, and having no idea where it originated at. The other thing is immediately once the conditions, we went from a smell of smoke in the area to seeing smoke to other things, we automatically activated our mutual aid. And at one point, I believe within a very short amount of time, this became a third alarm fire.
Tell me how many crews, how many fire departments responded to the fire?
At this time, I don't know the exact number, but it's probably in the neighborhood of over a dozen. As you can see, we have 5 or 6 ladder trucks up and trying to do the best we can at this point.
And was there a situation where you felt like it was just beyond your control? In other words, I know you worked to control it, but at some point it was just beyond?
They hit that point about the time that they finally found it, went through the roof on them, and they actually opened up some ceiling. They knew where it was above them in the attic. And at that point, they did a quick, tried hitting it, but then they have to get the resources in place in a large building. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to get those resources in place to even start fighting the fire.
The president of the club told us that this is a freestanding building. So you have one large building, but there are, of course, adjacent buildings. Was there ever any concern that the fire might spread elsewhere?
No. At this point, the outbuildings are far enough away from the building. We don't have any issues with exposures other than the main building here at the facility.
And if you wanted to characterize the fire at this point, would you consider it controlled, contained? How would you characterize it now?
I would still characterize this as an active scene. The fire is not under control at this point, and we're just trying to keep it out of this Charlie seaside of the building as best we can.
Is today's forecast with falling temperatures and snow forecasts is supposed to help contain it, do you think?
No. The weather won't help us at all. In fact, it's going to make it worse. It's going to become very slippery out here for crews, and we're going to have to worry about crews getting injured and things like that on the scene as the conditions deteriorate.
Chief, you can see a lot of smoke still. It's white, gray, brown, whatever you want to call it. What's going on right now? Is it burning crazy?
No, right now it's just the building is collapsed in on itself, and we have a lot of pockets of fire inside the building that are making it difficult to get water on because it's burning underneath, and we can't get the water directly on the seat of the fire.
Structurally, is the core of the building a total loss?
At this point, the core of this building right in front of us is almost a total loss, with the fire stopped at these walls that you see right here.
And around what time do you think we might have another briefing, sir, before we go on the air?
If you'd like, I can. Would 3 o'clock be okay?
That sounds great.
All right, I'll be back here at 3 o'clock.
All right, so that was the update there from fire officials at the famed Oakland Hills Country Club that was really host to so many U.S. Open PGA Tour championships right there, really the heart there of Bloomfield Township, Michigan. And looks like there will be another news conference coming up at about 3 o'clock Eastern. And if we do get that, of course, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox Everybody. In the meantime, what I do want to do is just go back out to the UN Security Council. We will be playing this for you on the other side of the break. You see there, you got Ukraine there talking about the Russia really aggression and threats that continue. We'll play it out for you on the other side of this break right here on Live Now from Fox. We're back out for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to listen in here because we do have a representative from Ukraine talking about the Russia aggression and threats that continue. You know, we're talking about 150,000 Russian troops that are on the Ukraine border right now. And let's listen right here at the UN Security Council meeting.
Of Russia's strategy. Only this morning, the Ukrainian Stanitsa Luganska was shelled with heavy weapons from occupied territory of Donbas. Civilian infrastructure damaged, including a daycare center. Upon the instructions of my government, I have to bring to the attention of the Security Council another outrageous situation that undermines the Minsk agreements and the entire process of peaceful settlement. 2 days ago, the Russian Duma appealed to the Russian president to recognize the occupied parts of the Donetsk and Lugansk regions of Ukraine as so-called Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics. This decision runs counter the commitments undertaken by Russia as a signatory of the Minsk agreements. Therefore, I requested the Security Council in my letter to the Security Council dated 16 February 2022 to consider this situation today. Our standpoint remains unchanged. Russia's recognition of the so-called Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics will be tantamount to its deliberate withdrawal from the Minsk agreements. Such a move will cause a serious blow to the political diplomatic settlements that Ukraine and its partners have been actively engaged to promote. Recognition of the so-called republics will have no legal implications. Russia will not succeed at masking the Russian occupation administrations in the temporarily occupied territories of Lugansk and Donetsk regions as independent entities, or to disguise its own involvement as a party to the armed conflict in Donbass. Instead, if the Russian president endorses the ruling of the State Duma, it will have much broader, destructive consequences for the international rules-based order and the global security architecture. Therefore, Russia has a choice to embark on the path of de-escalation and diplomatic dialogue, or experience decisive, consolidated response by the international community. It is a matter of practical concern that the same pattern was implemented and the same language was used in 2008, despite what the Deputy Minister just said, referring that it is just an appeal of Duma. In 2008, the appeal by the State Duma of the Russian Federation to the Russian President Medvedev on the need to recognize the Republic of South Ossetia and the Republic of Abkhazia preceded the presidential decree on such recognition adopted on 26 of August 2008. So just don't call it a mere appeal by Duma. I thank the Secretary of State, Mr. Blinken, for his powerful statement of February 16 on the issue of Duma's decision, as well as I thank the Foreign Minister Le Drian of France for his clear statement, as well as I thank Minister Cleverly of the UK for his statement today, as well as I thank Norway, Ireland, Albania, and many other partners and responsible members of the international community for their statements on this issue. And I would like to ask the Secretariat of the Security Council to make my letter part of the proceedings. Letter dated February 16. It is important, however, as well, because the soft and feeble reaction of the UN in 2008 resulted in lasting occupation of parts of the Georgian territory. And I will not quote what the then Secretary Ban Ki-moon said and what the PGA said at that moment. We hope that the UN leadership today learned the lessons from the occupation of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, and we all, both members and the states and the Secretariat, will be more vocal on defending the UN Charter. I addressed my letter on the issue to the Secretary General, and I wait for a meaningful reply by the Secretary General to my letter. We call on Russia to take a constructive stance towards achieving progress in the framework of the existing negotiations formats. Otherwise, Russia will bear full responsibility for ruining the Minsk agreements and the process of peaceful settlement of the armed conflict. The Minsk agreements are the complex of three documents, and we should approach its implementation from this standpoint. Starting from the Minsk Protocol of 5 September 2014, let me remind you that according to the paragraph 4 of this document, Ukraine and Russia agreed on establishment of security zones in the border areas of Ukraine and Russia with the OSCE permanent monitoring and verification on the border. Ukraine expects Russia to deliver on this agreed commitment, which would become a major input into the resolution efforts. It is more than urgent now, as about 150,000 Russian troops have been deployed in the vicinity of the Ukraine's borders. We note the statements by the Russian officials on their withdrawal, although verification and credible proofs are required. Unusual military activities on Ukraine's borders that Russia denied to explain in violation of the Vienna document on confidence and security building measures have a detrimental economic and social impact on Ukraine already, regardless of ultimate plans by Russia. The military build-up on the ground has been coupled with a blockade by Russia of the large parts of the Black Sea under the pretext of naval exercises. This has made navigation and international shipping extremely complicated, causing serious challenges for the major Ukrainian ports. All these actions feed into the concept of the hybrid war against Ukraine, with disinformation and cyber attacks as its other important components. For instance, the most recently, Russia pulled another propaganda ace up its sleeve, blaming Ukraine for genocide in the occupied territories. These are fake and irresponsible allegations by Russia aimed at hiding its responsibility for the occupation of the Ukrainian territories and subsequent human rights violations there. Excellencies, Ukraine remains committed to peaceful resolution of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict by political diplomatic means. Ukraine wants peace, security and stability, not only for itself, but also for the entire Europe. At the same time, I reiterate that in the event of Russia opting for escalation, Ukraine will defend itself. We welcome all diplomatic and other efforts taken at different levels to prevent the worst-case scenario. We are grateful for support and solidarity with Ukraine so explicitly demonstrated worldwide. We reiterate the need to further explore all political means to ensure the escalation. Reinvigorating the Normandy format and the trilateral countergroup is one of the necessary steps. Both include Russia and Ukraine as parties to the conflict and constitute the proper framework for their direct dialogue. The dialogue that Russia still avoids and hides behind their puppet occupation administrations. As long as Russia makes preconditions about direct dialogue between Ukraine and Moscow's proxies, which are effectively a non-starter, the progress on the implementation of the Minsk agreements will remain elusive.
We've been listening to that Ukraine official. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break and be with you at the top of the hour. And when we come back, everyone, we do want to go out to look at this, everyone. Philly police are looking for this suspect, a carjacked, not a car, not a van, but a FedEx truck. Take a look at that. We'll have all of the details coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Paches. We are now into a new hour, bringing you always the top stories and headlines from all over the country. It's always great to be here with you. Let's first just show you what the market is looking at right now. Down about 375 points there in the red. These are not session lows, trying to make some sort of little comeback here, but we will definitely keep an eye on this. Obviously, for the last couple of days, we've really seen the stress on the stock market as investors continue to worry about the threats that we are seeing on a global scale because of the Russia threats and Ukraine tensions. So, of course, we will always continue to monitor it. And of course, if there is any major breaking news with that, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But our next story here, want to go out to Philadelphia because Philadelphia police are looking for a suspect that carjacked a FedEx driver. Our Fox 29 crew talked to officials about this brazen carjacking that happened in broad daylight. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Look at me the whole time. Tell me your full name spelled out.
It's Captain John Ryan, Northeast Detectives.
What did we hear for today? What's the update on the...
We're releasing video of a robbery of a FedEx driver on February 10th around 11:38. It was 4200 block of Tacoma. A black male entered the truck with a gun while the delivery man was in the back. He tied him up with his belt, drove him probably about 4 blocks. He crashed into a few parked cars and ultimately fled the vehicle with a couple of packages. As you'll see on the video, it's super crystal clear. It's high-def stuff. If anybody recognizes this male, to contact 215-686-TIPS. So we need the public's help in getting this male identified and off the streets.
Has there been any word that he's a familiar suspect that you...
Well, we don't have him identified yet, so we're seeking the public's help to identify him.
What do you think about the fact that he tied him up and kept him in the truck? Like, it's very odd.
That's unusual. We don't have any patterns connected to that sort of behavior. Thankfully, the driver was uninjured. Other than suffering the trauma of a gunpoint robbery while working for a living.
Well, how do you think he handled it?
He handled it pretty well. The guy was cool and calm and collected and didn't get himself hurt.
So, you can't speak for the suspect, but why drive around if you're just going to take some packages?
It's between me, you, and,
man upstairs.
Yep.
Yeah. What's the biggest thing you need from the public if let them know they can do it anonymously?
It's absolutely anonymous. 215-686-TIPS. Because this guy's a danger. He's doing a brazen gunpoint robbery, broad daylight.
And then in general, just right now with the carjackings, your thoughts on that right now in the city, especially in Northeast Philly?
Well, they're up. Everybody's got to take account of their surroundings and look around them as they're going to and coming from their cars.
Anything else you want to share?
Report any suspicious behavior.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it, Captain.
And that was from our Fox 29 team talking to that police official about that investigation that they are hoping that the people in the Philadelphia area will see this face and recognize it after this. Look at this, broad daylight just goes into it. Look at that. The driver was in the back, and he ties him up and then continues on right there and continues for a while, hits some cars as well. But police are looking for that individual there in Philadelphia. Our thanks to our Fox 29 team for getting us that coverage. We appreciate it as always. And if we get an update on that case, of course, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go now down to Florida, where the Polk County Sheriff is giving an update about some scams that happened with a company where they were due for some services, but they never showed up after they got their money. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Because it's frigid, it's cold, and they can't do their work. And they come to Florida. And then they prey on people in Florida, unsuspecting people. People who need work done, whether that's trimming trees, redoing roofs, doing handyman things, or paving. This one's paving. Let me introduce you to the leader of the gang, the traveler, Raymond Locke. He's 36 years of age. So he's the leader of the group, And he is going around to different businesses and offering to redo their parking lots. Oh, I can fill in the pothole, or I can redo the asphalt before it gets out of repair. I can make it look nice again. It'll help improve your business. So he talked to one of the business owners who owns JK Food Mart on Spirit Lake Road at Thornhill. This was about the 19th of January. I can redo the parking lot for $5,000. And then it went to $7,000. Well, I can do this extra work for only $12,000. So they not only do shoddy work or incomplete work or no work at all, they'll also jack up the price. It all has to be right now. We can do it right now while we're here. It's high pressure selling when they rip you off. So not only did he want to repair for $5,000, he went to another one of the man's businesses. Oh, I can help you out here. So how did we find out about it? No one called us. One of our detectives, on his way to another call, saw them in the parking lot, saw the out-of-state tags, and that's a big clue. If somebody comes up to your house in a truck with an out-of-state tag wanting to work, in our business we call that a clue. Stay away from them. So here's what occurred. That detective sent patrol back to talk to them. Well, he engaged two other guys, Henry Stanley and David Menjahar. They are his partners. Now, David in the center is from Texas, and Henry is from New Hampshire. At the moment, they go, hey, we just work for Raymond. We don't know anything. So we gathered the information from them, sent them on their way, while we continued to try to investigate Raymond. We seized their equipment that were there. We towed it. The investigation's on. While we're doing this investigation, we asked one of our deputies, hey, when you're on patrol tomorrow, see if you see any other places that look freshly done. Well, we discovered two more in the city of Winter Haven. Now, the Winter Haven police detectives, who are our buddies and do a great job, are investigating, and we anticipate they're going to file additional charges. Well, Raymond showed up with his attorney. He refused to talk, and he turned himself in, so we have him in custody. But we need Henry and David. We need your help. If you call Crime Stoppers 1-800-226-TIPS and say where these folks are, you can receive a cash reward, and they will go to jail where they belong. Another thing that I want to point out, if Raymond, David, or Henry have come to your business or your home and done work, please call us. We need to know that. Even if the work looks like it's done appropriately, here's what we know about asphalt. If it's not applied appropriately at the right temperature, if it doesn't have the right ingredients in the asphalt, it will crumble and start falling apart on you in the next few weeks. We can come to your business, test it, look at it, evaluate it, and see if you've been ripped off. That's part of the issue right now. Some people don't yet know they're victims of a ripoff. Some people are unaware that they've been ripped off. Some people are too embarrassed to admit, well, you know, they said they would do the job for $2,000, and then the next thing you know, it was $5,000, then it was $8,000. Once these folks get their claws into you, they will keep bilking you for money. And they'll use threats, they'll use hurry-up tactics. They're just mean criminal people. They need to go to jail. We want to get him, whether he's gone back to New Hampshire or to Texas, no matter where they're from, we want their next address to be the Polk County Jail.
What are some of the questions that people should ask if someone comes to their house offering work so you can, get a legit person and not get scammed?
First and foremost, you need to say, are you insured? Now, they'll dummy up the insurance paper to show, oh yeah, I've got workman's comp, I'm covered, so if I'm injured on your property. So say, no problem. I want a written estimate. I want to see your address. Look at the tag, see if it's from out of state. Take all the information. You can call the state of Florida or go online and determine if, in fact, they've got workers' comp insurance and are appropriately licensed. You'll find that they're not. I'll promise you, if they have an out-of-state tag and an out-of-state business name on the side of the truck, they're going to be operating outside of the law. They just always are. These are called travelers. They move around. And you know what? They're even known for, if the heat gets on them, before the cops show up, they'll run back, thinking the cops are on the way to give you your money back. I call it hush money. Well, I got my money back and I got an experience. I'm okay. That's not okay with us. They'll just go down the road or to the next county and rip someone else off. We understand they've been moving from motel to motel to motel in the Osceola and Orange County area. So help us put these guys in jail and stop them from ripping off someone else.
What do you think about one of your detectives was actually the one that spotted them? I mean, it's pretty good police work.
You know, our detectives are simply the very best, and they work these travelers. This is part of their job. And he was on his way to another investigation when he drives by JK and says, aha, they're at it again. So he's on a mission that he's got to do, so he calls patrol. They come in and hold everybody. As soon as he finishes his other interview, then he runs back and starts this investigation. From there, our deputies, I've got to hand it to them, went above and beyond. They started looking for new asphalt work, and lo and behold, discovered 2 more victims that we're currently aware of in in Winter Haven. But we know that there are more victims out there because they come down, they set up a base to operate from, which is usually a motel room. They go around and start offering to redo your parking lot. So if you've just had your parking lot redone, even though it may look good today because they just did it a month ago or 3 weeks ago, I'll promise you this group with out-of-state tags has ripped you off.
I'm assuming a lot of times these people need their work done anyway, and that they think this is cheaper. They think it's, I guess, you get what you pay for sometimes.
Well, many times what happens if they've gone out and gotten a commercial price, and someone says, well, it costs $15,000 to redo your parking lot. And these jokers come along and say, I'll do it for $5,000. And they go, well, it needs to be done anyway, and that's 1/3 of the cost. Well, there's a reason that legitimate business owners tell you $15,000. They're going to use the right asphalt with the right ingredients at the right temperature. They're going to have insurance. They're going to pay taxes. They're going to do all the things that these criminals don't do.
And lastly, bottom line, they come to Florida, right, because the temperature is nice here, so they have more place to operate. So is Florida more of a target for these folks than other places?
The South.
Yeah.
I'm certain they may move down into the entire southern border, but Florida gets them every year. It's just like clockwork. We arrest some of these travelers every year. Now they've learned a trick. We seize their equipment and forfeit it. Well, these guys have it all leaned up. So why do they have big liens on it? Because they don't want us to take it. But the banks need to know they don't plan to pay this equipment off. Not now, not ever. Banks, if you're not being scammed already, these rascals will scam you. If you've never seen scammers in real life, here's your sign.
Polk County Sheriff there, Grady Judd, breaking it all down there on those suspects they are trying to find there that not doing good business at all. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage from across the country coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. As we go into commercial, let's go out right now to Kansas City, Missouri. The Show Me State is showing it is a lot of snow happening. Hard to believe that they just had temperatures in the 60s earlier in the week, and right now they are getting pummeled. This is a true Chamber of Commerce really commercial for states like Arizona and Florida. Want to get away? Live Now from Fox coming up next in 2 minutes. We're back out live here for you in Kansas City, Missouri. Take a look at here as the snow continues to come down, blanketing the streets and the sidewalks right now. They are under a winter storm warning that will continue until 6 p.m. Local time there. They are expecting more snow to be heavy at times and maybe even trailing into the morning hours as well. But here's the setup. So right now it's 25 degrees in Kansas City. On Sunday, this coming Sunday, they are expecting it to be 61 degrees. So they are going to get a quick change from about a 40-degree change there, no doubt about it. So we'll keep an eye on Kansas City. Great area there as always. And a special reminder, everybody, that we have a programming alert to get to. Daytona 500, it is this Sunday we are gearing up for. You can only watch it on Fox, and we'll have a little bit of pre-race coverage that we're going to dip into starting tomorrow, February 18th, and then we'll have it, of course, on the 20th there for you as well. Race day, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern. We'll be taking some of the action that is coming from the great American race headquarters, Daytona Beach, Florida, and getting you all of the updates and really fun activities as they are gearing up for, the truck race is starting tomorrow, and then they'll have the Xfinity race on Saturday, followed by the big Daytona 500 on Sunday there. So we'll be definitely keeping an eye on all of that. Kyle Larson is your pole getter there. So he ends the year as a champ and starts the year at the front. Gotta love that. All right, coming up right now, we want to go back out to the UN here. We have the U.S. representative talking about their meeting that just wrapped up with the Russia-Ukraine tensions.
To defend the UN Charter. There is too much at risk for anyone to sit on the fence. This is a moment for collective action. The United States will continue to pursue de-escalation at the diplomatic table. So will Ukraine, and as you heard, our European partners, our NATO allies, the Security Council, and all of us here at the United Nations who are committed to the principles of the UN Charter. We are, as Secretary Blinken made clear this morning and President Biden said earlier this week, prepared for anything. But we will do everything possible to pursue the path of peace. Thank you very much.
All right, so we'll be keeping an eye on this possible and any other speakers coming up there. And of course, with the very latest with Russia-Ukraine tensions, we will be monitoring it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, everybody, I do want to go out and really just talk about the Senate hearing happened earlier today, talking about the U.S. economy. Where are we at right now? Where are we going forward? What about the future of cryptocurrency and so much more? Let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Compete with countries like China. They'd support the production of key inputs like semiconductors. We should put a comprehensive bill on the president's desk soon. We also took an important step to speed up our supply chain by passing the bipartisan infrastructure bill to improve our roads and our bridges and ports, making it easier and more efficient for American manufacturers to get products to market. As important as these steps are, government is not the only actor here. Corporate consolidation is reducing competition, giving consumers fewer choices and workers fewer options. Nobody explains better in the meatpacking industry than my colleague from Montana, Senator Tester, what's happened there. Too often.
We're going to go back to that in just a moment here, but I do want to dip into Fox Weather's coverage right now. There is a tornado warning for 3 Mississippi counties right now. Let's listen to some of their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
Miles per hour. It's moving off to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So, Bridget, this is a storm that's going to be moving into Vicksburg very quickly. But that tornado warning storm, the one we need to watch particularly close.
Yeah, you can see with all of these new warnings, tornado warnings popping up as well as severe thunderstorm warnings, you can really get the sense that the trigger now is being pulled for this atmosphere to really fire up some of this severe weather. It's pretty typical into the later part of the afternoon that we start to see this. That's because we're really starting to get into the prime heating of the day, more instability in this region, and even some rotation as some of those winds are mixing down closer to the surface. So again, we have this tornado warning that is going to be expiring right around 1:15. That's local time for Holmes County, Mississippi. You can see some of the rotation as you see those circles on the radar. That's indicating that spin. The red box you see flashing, that's that area that's under that tornado watch or tornado warning, for the next hour or so. Little under an hour of this tornado warning still in effect. There's about 13,000 people in the line of this tornado warning. So a fairly decent population that needs to be aware of this. You know, if you don't necessarily live in this neck of the woods, but you have family, make sure you text them and let them know that sirens may be going off and they need to take this threat seriously. Again, this is for Yazoo County, Mississippi, as we head through about 1 o'clock with some of that spin in the rotation. As of now, this tornado warning is radar indicated. That means the radar showing the potential for this tornado to drop down, really that funnel to drop down, produce a tornado. Nothing as of now has been spotted on the ground, but I will emphasize that doesn't mean it's not on the ground. So you have to act like it is. You need to make sure you are going to the lowest level of your home. If you don't have a basement, make sure you get into an interior wall. Also, a thing to think about, you know, if you're in a mobile home in this area, you need to make sure you have that plan. And if you're hearing those sirens go off or if you're in that tornado warning, make sure you get out of the mobile home. That's because those kind of loft into the air really easily. There's no foundation, so nothing really keeping you to the ground. So make sure you are being aware of this. Again, watches and warnings, there is a difference. We have a widespread watch in effect for portions of Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana. That's where it's indicating that conditions are favorable. There's going to possibly be tornadoes in the future. The warning is where we are actively seeing the potential for a tornado on the ground. So warning is a bit more imminent, but still, we have this widespread watch in effect. This goes until 6 o'clock. That's local time, including really some big towns, big cities like Memphis, Tennessee, Nashville. You're not included in on this. doesn't mean you won't see some strong storms into this afternoon. Tupelo, Grenada, as well as Jackson, Mississippi. And then we are going to see that tornado watch extend back out to the west. I believe we potentially have a new thunderstorm warning in effect.
Yeah, Bridget, the issue with that tornado watch as well is that as we move through the latter portion of the afternoon and evening, this is a line of storms that's moving at a pretty good clip now. We may even see that extended farther off to the east. So yeah, Sam, Seth, let's get a big zoom out in case you're just joining us here on Fox Weather. I want to show you where exactly we're looking. It's good. It's easy to get in the weeds. It can be tough to see where we're looking at. This is where we were talking about that threat. You just saw where the tornado watch was issued for today through the whole afternoon and into the evening. West Tennessee into Middle Tennessee, down into Mississippi. You've seen where we've seen severe thunderstorm warnings so far today. But in Holmes, Yazoo, and Humphreys counties in Mississippi, that's where we have the active tornado warning, our first of the afternoon hours. And it's within that broader line of storms that you're seeing there. So this issue is we've got all this warmth, we've got all this moisture, we've got dew points in the 60s, close to 70. That's ripe Gulf moisture that's been streaming northward off the Gulf of Mexico, out ahead of this winter storm system. That's what's providing the fuel, some of the energy to get these storms started. There's also a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere. We talked about that. At the surface, we've got this south and southeasterly wind. That's off the Gulf of Mexico. That's pumping in some of that warmth and moisture. But as you get higher up in the atmosphere, up to about 10,000 feet, that wind direction turns more to the southwest, even a westerly wind direction. Because the wind becomes more perpendicular with height, you get this twisting that occurs that allows these thunderstorms to start spinning, and when that happens, they can produce tornadoes. That was the threat moving into the day today. So there is Yazoo City there in Mississippi, the most intense part of this thunderstorm just back to the west. You see that warning runs until 1:15 Central Time. So we've got a little bit more than 45 minutes left on this warning. Just for some perspective, that's Canton, Mississippi. This is Interstate 55. We're east of the Mississippi River and south of Jackson, Mississippi. That's a storm track in case you live in any of the communities on your screen right now. We talked earlier about some of the tornado preps, putting that plan into motion. That's what you need to be doing right now, as that's what it means with the tornado warning, is that a tornado is imminent or could be occurring here with this radar indicated tornado warning. It's the National Weather Service looking at radar and saying, hey, a tornado is possible at any moment with this storm. Carter, Crump, 1228 and 1230. That's essentially in the next couple of minutes. You need to be in your safe place right now. Places like Pluto, you had about 5 minutes. You see this storm is racing off to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. That's the couplet. It's well formed there. You see via Doppler radar, you've got those reds, even some pinks. That's indicating wind that's traveling away from the radar. The greens is wind that's traveling towards the radar. And because they're in close proximity, you've got Seth and Sam and Fox Weather Command circling that couplet for you. That's where you can infer the rotation via Doppler radar that's occurring within this tornado warned storm. Can we get back to the shear tracker as well? That's been fairly impressive with this storm system, and I want to see where exactly it is in relation to some of these cities. It looks like this is the shear tracker. This isn't the instantaneous scan. This is what we've seen over the last several scans from Doppler radar, and you saw where it started to intensify off to the south and west of Yazoo City, and then it's moving just off to the north. But when you see some of that red or a maroon shading, that's moderate wind shear. That's rotation being detected by Doppler radar. And oftentimes when we start seeing that color with our shear tracker, unfortunately, that correlates pretty well to when we start seeing an actual real-life tornado on the ground. So this is the rain rates. We've also talked about the flooding threat that's there with this storm system. When you have Gulf moisture, doesn't matter if it's the middle part of February or in the springtime severe weather season, you get that possibility for some flash flooding. As you're seeing on your screen there, a live picture from Vicksburg, Mississippi. You've got water on the lens. You've got heavy rain falling through parts of the area. Of course, that area right now and not included within this tornado warning, but farther off to the south and west in Vicksburg, that's actually where we have that severe thunderstorm warning that's issued. We're showing you the rainfall rates, but eventually you've got the most intense part of this storm that's going to be moving into Vicksburg. So that camera right there, we'll put a button on that. That's going to be one to watch as we head on through the next several minutes as we keep tracking the system. We're going to.
All right, thanks to our Fox weather team giving us some of the latest as they continue to track this weather moving across parts of Alabama, Mississippi, and into Tennessee. We're going to be staying on top of all of these weather movements. Here's yet another live look for you in Mississippi. You can see those clouds moving pretty fast across the sky as well. So we're going to be back in our Fox weather team coverage coming up here in just a few minutes after we step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look at our radar as we are seeing some big storms make their way across not only Alabama, but also Mississippi and into Tennessee as well. These are some strong storms that are developing down in the southeast. They're not only bringing us some severe weather potential, but also with that, they are now monitoring for some tornadoes as well as damaging winds, large hail. So these storms really could produce some tornadoes popping up along its path here as it continues to head east. So let's go ahead and jump back into our coverage with our Fox weather team as they are giving us more of these storm updates with their meteorologists.
Oh, 1 o'clock, 1:15 later on this afternoon. So Mississippi already starting to see that active warning. As of now, it's radar indicated, but again, some of the reflectivity has been strengthening with the latest radar scan. Ian?
Yeah, you see just off to the north of Yazoo City, that's where we're tracking the most intense part of that tornado warned storm. This is north of Jackson. The most intense part of it, that's still back to the west of Interstate 55. So we've got that whole broader area warned as a severe thunderstorm warning with some gusts up over 60 miles per hour possible. And then farther off to the south and west down into Vicksburg, we were showing you that camera. That's also a severe thunderstorm warning. This is the look right now at that tornado warned storm, including Yazoo County and Mississippi. Very heavy rainfall. You see a lot of lightning within the storm. That's Interstate 55 right there over towards Durant down to Pickens, just for a little perspective. That's the camera in Vicksburg, Mississippi. This area right now is under a severe thunderstorm warning. You can see the camera bouncing around just a little bit. Not overly dramatic right now, but portions of this line are warned as severe thunderstorms, and that includes right there in Vicksburg. I'm not sure where along Interstate 20 that camera actually is, but you see the most intense part of that severe thunderstorm is actually still back to the west of Vicksburg. So we're going to keep an eye, watch that camera very closely. Very likely that we'll see conditions there deteriorate a bit over the next several minutes as this severe thunderstorm continues to move into town, moving right along I-20 and heading out toward Jackson, Mississippi. It's that portion of the line farther up to the north. We've talked about Madison County, Madison Parish also included Warren counties in Mississippi within this severe thunderstorm warning. It's a broad one. It's essentially just the Weather Service saying this portion of this much larger line of storms has reached severe criteria, meaning we could get hail in excess of 1 inch diameter, as well as those wind gusts right along the leading edge of the most intense part of that line, producing some wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour. Then we go farther up to the north and east along this line, which has really congealed quite nicely over the last couple of hours into a large squall line that's going to be moving through the southeastern portion of the country over the next several hours as it's crossed the Mississippi River and it continues to move off to the east from there. That's the tornado warning, that blinking red box. And what you're seeing is a velocity product right now. The couplet is still there. Can we get a live look at the shear product? It looks fairly broad. Not quite. There you go. So this is the green shading here. That's indicating weak rotation. Previous scans, we saw more of those reds, the maroons, and it looks to have weakened a touch. Could it still be producing a tornado? Yes, and it needs to be treated as such. The trend has been good, at least in the short term. The issue along this line of storms is that we'll likely be seeing pulsing in intensity with these storms. We saw that just a couple weeks back with the storms that moved through Alabama, sadly deadly storms that produced those EF2 tornadoes in Alabama. We saw those all day, pulsing in intensity. We may be seeing that. Trends in the short term have been a little bit better. It looks like the intensity has dialed back just a touch. This will be the track of this. It's moving off to the northeast at a very, very rapid clip, 55 miles per hour. It's taking it toward Interstate 55. Those are some of the communities that are going to be impacted by this storm system, even if it's not producing a tornado right now, which we need to treat this as if it is. It's producing that possibility. You see that much broader yellow box. That's a severe thunderstorm warning, indicating that this is likely reaching the severe criteria for those wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour. The large hail that can be damaging and dangerous as well. It does look, for folks watching from Yazoo City there in Mississippi, most intense part of the storm is now passing you off to the north. If you live on the northern side of the community there, you need to be mindful that you're still in the teeth of this, catching the worst of it. Most of the area, though, that threat is starting right now to pass you by off to the north, sliding farther off up to the north and east, places like Chula, as well as Durant, areas right along I-55 there. Those are the spots to watch. But you see, this is a broader look at this thunderstorm. It's producing a lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of gusty winds along the leading edge of that. And then farther back to the south and west, you look closer to the Mississippi, right over Vicksburg now. That's Interstate 20 through Jackson. You've got the main line of storms, but then also out ahead of it, you've got these discrete storms that have been developing. And forecast models yesterday were showing this trend, and that's going to be what we're particularly concerned about, not just the main line of storms, but farther back. You see with the dry line with this, multiple batches of storms. This is out ahead of the actual front. Actual front's likely here somewhere in there. I have to look at some of those surface observations. But out ahead of it, as you're in the warm sector, this is a juicy atmosphere. It's one that's very reminiscent of a straight-up springtime severe weather season atmosphere. And with that, you get these discrete storms that develop. Some of those can start rotating, they start spinning, and they can start producing tornadoes. Right within this area where we had that tornado watch issue, just indicating that those conditions were favorable for tornado formation through the afternoon into the early part of the evening. Unfortunately, we're seeing that unfolding already, just the beginnings of a few tornado-warned storms. But within these broader lines, any portion of the lines throughout the rest of the afternoon, the early part of the evening, you need to be treating those as the possibility of them becoming severe very quickly. That threat is going to be there. This is what I was talking about. Southwestern parts of Tennessee, eastern parts of Arkansas, northeastern Louisiana, western parts of Mississippi. That's where the tornado watch is in effect until 6 p.m. Central Time, and bullseye right in within that area. That's where we've seen the severe thunderstorm warning so far. It's also where we've seen our only tornado warnings of the afternoon so far. So a pretty good bet here that this is the part of the country where the atmosphere is most primed to produce these severe storms, to produce these tornadoes. And that's what we're going to really need to be mindful of and track very closely for you here at Fox Weather over the next several hours, as this threat, fairly long in duration through the rest of this afternoon and through likely a good chunk of the evening, these storms maintaining their intensity. This is the broader look from the Storm Prediction Center at the severe threat for today. And unfortunately, as I was mentioning, the longer duration of this, it's possible that we'll either see a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch extended farther off to the east. It's going to need to include, you saw right now, it was just southwestern parts of Tennessee. You're likely going to have to go ahead and include middle Tennessee in that, perhaps portions of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, all the way down into Alabama. All of these areas, unfortunately, do see a pretty good bet of some severe weather as we move through the balance, what's left of this Thursday, as we've got another powerful winter storm system that's producing a wide variety of threats here. These blinking green boxes, look where we're looking here. Paducah down to Mayfield. These are areas that were hit hard by the December tornado outbreak, the deadly, tragic tornado outbreak through the latter portion of the year last year. We're about 2 months removed from that. This whole region now is included within these flash flood warnings, the western part of Kentucky and then up into portions of Illinois farther off to the north. These are the rain totals from the past 12 hours. It's another threat being produced by this storm system, I-69, I-24, back to Interstate 57, where you're seeing those orange colors. Those are 3 to 5 inches of rain that have fallen just in the last 12 hours. That's leading to flash flooding, which is another very dangerous aspect of this storm. Bridget.
All right, let's send it out live. We want to turn it over now to Fox Weather's Robert Ray, who's in Jackson, Mississippi. Robert, just west of you, we're starting to see some of these severe thunderstorm warnings come in. You're not under that warning yet, but likely going to see those conditions really roll through over the next 30 minutes or so.
Bridget, I believe it, and I feel it right now. Moments ago, the wind was howling here. It got calm just in the past couple minutes. We've had sporadic rain, and boy, I got to tell you, you know it's coming. And you speak of that tornado threat going on north of us in Yazoo City. Let's look back. In 2010, guys, there was an EF4, 170 mile per hour winds that hit that, and that killed 10 people and injured 146 people. So let's hope that we don't see another situation like that. The Capitol, right over my shoulder here in Jackson, the state of Mississippi, roughly about 3 million people under the gun here as this has just progressed throughout the morning and now into the afternoon. We have these wind gusts, according to the National Weather Service, well upwards to 50 miles per hour. And I will say, when the system's about to come in with that rain and wind, because it gets a little calm, and it's like that right now, guys.
Yeah, of course, that system, as we track it east, you're likely really going to start to see those wind gusts pick up out ahead of that system. Of course, we are going to be checking back in with you as the system rolls through the area. But of course, as it approaches, make sure you're staying safe as we're seeing heavy rain, frequent lightning, and some of those gusty conditions.
And thank you to our Fox weather team for continuing to keep us up to date. Here again is that live look at the radar as we continue to track this weather. Do want to let all of our viewers know we're going to be staying on top of all of these weather alerts, especially since there is a tornado warning that's been issued for Mississippi. You just heard from our reporter, Robert Ray, who's with our Fox weather team, and he was saying you can feel a shift in the air, that kind of energy that you feel right before a severe storm approaches. You're City. Being from a area that has had tornadoes before, you really can kind of feel a different charge in the air when you do have those different storms making their way in. So again, we are going to be staying on top of this, especially since there are 4 states that are under a tornado watch, and then many under this severe weather watch, as we do again have not only tornadoes that are being produced from this storm system, but also some damaging winds are also a threat as this continues to make its way east. So these are going to be moving across our south states, again, starting in Alabama, making their way through Mississippi. Mississippi is the one who has some of those tornado warnings at this time. NOAA Storm Prediction Center has issued that tornado watch until 6 p.m. Central Time for Arkansas, northeastern Louisiana, for central and northern Mississippi, for southwestern Tennessee. This does include places like Memphis, Tennessee, Jackson, Mississippi, Monroe, Louisiana, El Dorado, Arkansas. So a lot of folks going to be under this threat of severe weather. It's not the only weather we're tracking. There's also some heavy snow expected all the way from Missouri to Michigan. We saw some of our folks driving through that snow earlier here today. And that's also going to be another big weather impact we're going to stay on top of. So we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. Stick around. We'll be giving you more top news stories all the way from weather to the latest with our tensions from Ukraine and Russia. And also, we're going to be giving you some more details on this video that's going over social media. $1 billion worth of drugs seized by the U.S. Coast Guard. More on that story, plus all of our other top stories right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are getting some video in here to our desk of the U.S. Coast Guard offloading more than $1 billion worth of cocaine and marijuana happening in South Florida on Thursday. It's one of its largest seizures to date. Now, the Coast Guard seized the drugs from traffickers during multiple times they interacted at sea in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific Ocean. The crew of the Coast Guard Cutter James brought the drugs to Port Everglades in Fort Lauderdale on Thursday morning. Now, officials said they seized approximately 54,500 pounds of cocaine and 15,800 pounds of marijuana. Now, the drugs have a street value of over $1.06 billion, according to the officials. And we did have the commanding officer of the James, Captain Todd Vance, say the crew seized a total of 30 metric tons of drugs in their purest form, adding that it was the largest seizure in total tonnage for the vessel to date. Now, this aerial video, again, coming to us from WSVN, it's showing pallets of those confiscated drugs on board the vessel before they were offloaded at port. And good to see the Coast Guard hard at work getting control of those drugs. As we know, there's been quite a problem here, especially a rise of the drug use during our pandemic. So thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're always trying to stay on top of the latest moving stories happening all the way from coast to coast and even around the world. Earlier here today, we did have our United Nations today with Secretary Blinken speaking about that ongoing tension, where they see things going if Russia does continue to add more troops at the border. We're going to be replaying some of those remarks a little bit later here on our Live Now from Fox stream. But I do want to show our viewers, we do have another event taking place live at this time. This is out in New York City. We do have the Democratic Convention. Now, we're going to be listening into a little bit of this. Now, coming up in about 1 hour, we do have Hillary Clinton, who's going to be speaking at the convention as well. So we're going to be listening into some of our leaders here at the New York State Democratic Convention live for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Oh, wow. I love you too. It's about time that we're here. It's about time that we start to recover from the scourge of COVID-19, but it's about time that I get to nominate my brother, my friend, Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin. The Empire State, 20 million strong. I'm a proud American, proud Democrat, proud Bronxite, as you know. And I'm proud to deliver this nominating speech from my friend Brian Benjamin. You see, it's an honor to be here. And as I reflect on who I am and how I got here, it's not lost on me that as the great-great-great-grandson of Sylvia Richardson Holder, a woman who was born into slavery, that this convention is taking place during Black History Month. I remind you that we are not that far removed from the vestiges of slavery. So I'm lucky, you see, I serve in the House of ASC. Yeah, you know me. You see, I came up under the tutelage of Speaker Hasty, the first of his kind. I served with Crystal Peoples Stokes. I served on the same floor as our history-making AG. Our mayor is Eric. Our speaker is Adrian. I come from the borough of Vanessa and Darcel. What a time to be alive. The ancestors are shining down upon us, and they shine down upon someone else. Our Lieutenant Governor, Brian Benjamin. You see, Brian Benjamin is like Black history. It's a living document like the Constitution. It continues to write itself. It prevails through the form of his daughters, Caroline and Olivia. It prevails through my daughters, Giada and Karina. It writes itself throughout the history of this great state. And Brian Benjamin is the product of dreams realized. You see, when Brian was nominated to be our lieutenant governor, I was extremely happy for him, and I tweeted something, but I made one error. I said, it's all about the Benjamins, baby. Now, you know I'm a hip-hop fan because I'm from the birthplace of hip-hop, the undisputed birthplace of hip-hop.
It is what it is.
Y'all know.
Going so well.
Y'all know. It's a classic song indeed. But dare I say I was wrong, because it's never been all about the Benjamins. The Benjamins have been all about New York. So when you look at his parents, Yvonne and Alvin, immigrants from Guyana and Jamaica, give them a round of applause. They're all about New York. The Benjamins are all about New York, my friends. Amazing people who wanted more for their son. And his amazing better 99%, his wife Kathleen. A dynamic public servant in her own right. She's all about New York. Brian Benjamin is our dreams realized. From Brown University to Harvard Business School to public service, Brian Benjamin could have done anything in the world that he wanted to do, but he chose to serve us in the state Senate. where I got a chance to really know Brian the person. Brian the girl dad. Brian the hip hop fan. Brian the person who wants to do great things for his community but doesn't want you to know exactly what he's doing because he's doing it from the goodness of his heart. That's Brian Benjamin. He's a member that had such an expertise that a committee was created for him. You see, prior to Brian Benjamin's election to the state Senate, there was no committee called Budget and Revenue. I want you to think about the acumen that this man has, the ability that he has in so many arenas, in so many ways, but that's not the only reason why I'm so proud to support him. He's dedicated. He's loyal. He's someone that you want to be in a foxhole with. You see, since he's ascended to being the LG, he's listened to the community. He's heard out our Latino brothers and sisters. Brian's been there. He's defended the LGBTQIA community in not just words, but in action, because Brian has been there. When we said that we collectively couldn't breathe and we protested, guess what? Brian has been there. Responding to hate crimes against our Asian community, responding to condemn anti-Semitism, and there to show respect to law enforcement when a member has made the ultimate sacrifice and bravery. Brian's been there. But in these times, my friends, I urge us as Democrats to not fall for the oldest trick in the book, the divide and conquer strategy. You see, we are united by a common thread, but sometimes people like to pull on that thread to try to unravel the sweater that we've knitted. You see, like many of us during this Black History Month, we like to quote the words of Dr. King, and I think about one of my favorite speeches, I've been to the mountaintop. And what did he see from that proverbial mountaintop? I don't know what he saw, I can't say, but I can imagine that it was not a future laden with an attempt to make it harder for people to vote. I can imagine it was not a future where people will be so politically divisive. I can imagine it wasn't a world where people who love to quote him in one side do exactly the opposite of what he wanted to do in the same breath. But my friends, what unites us is greater than what could ever divide us. But I want you to realize that bacalao is the same thing as saltfish, my brothers and sisters.
All right, we are listening in here again, a Democratic convention happening in New York. We are expecting to hear in less than an hour from Hillary Clinton. So we will be bringing you into those remarks later here on our Live Now from Fox stream. We're going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here with you with more content on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are always staying on top of the latest news stories coming to us from across the country, especially as we have live cameras in multiple different areas from coast to coast. We're going to take you down to Texas, where we do have a community asking for help in finding a missing woman. She was last seen on February 6th. Her name is Sarah Goodwin, and she was seen being pulled into a white van by an unknown male. Now, they also had said, along with this story, that 2 other women were enticed to try to get into the van as well. So that is the last that they saw Sarah, and now the community is asking for help finding her now that she's been missing for multiple days. Let's go ahead, listen into this update again down in Texas.
Yes, so I am the one that found the video. I canvassed the area. Closer, Jessica Finn, Finn. So, yeah, I canvassed the area, and I talked to Eco Park, the car dealership, and they were able to provide the video. The salesman there, they were able to go and look through the cameras. I gave them a time, and I went here to the Victoria Apartments. This was where her phone last pinged. Still wasn't able to find her. I talked to girls out on the streets. They told me that this guy has been out. One girl told me that she saw the car a couple days after Sarah went missing, and he had a gun. Okay. She said that she was going to get in, but he had a gun and tried to force her in, tried to rob her, and then she got out the car. Luckily she was free, but this lady is out. I tried to call the officers. I tried to call everybody, advocacy groups, to try to see if anybody can do anything, and there has been no help. There has been nothing. And I just want her to be found and be safe.
We'll take any questions now.
Sorry, so I have to ask you, do you believe that it maybe had been sex trafficking and prostitution?
Let me say this. We believe that she's been abducted. We believe that she got in that car because a transaction was to take place. But also, based on what the other girls have said to us, we think when she got in, she saw that gun like they did. And you see her try to get out of the car. You see her put her leg out the car. You see her put her arm out the car. Then you see her stop. Then she goes to shut. Then she tries to get out again. Then you can tell she's pulled back in the car, and the door slams. The door shuts behind her. It's obvious this child was abducted. It's obvious that she did not want to get in the car of her own free will, and that she tried on 2 attempts to exit.
Do you think that it was a secondary person in the car?
We don't know. We can't see, but you can tell she was forced to stay in the vehicle when she was trying to get out of the vehicle. HPD, if you look at that video, HPD, get busy. Look at the video and you would know that this child has been abducted. She's 18 years old. That's somebody's daughter. That's somebody's child. That's somebody's sister, cousin, niece. Act like her life has value. We believe that this person is the same person involved in that case. And HPD just give you more details about that case because they're aware of it. We believe that this guy has done this before. This is not his first time. And even after Sarah Goodwin has been abducted, he's still cruising the area. He's bold because he feels law enforcement does not care about the women that he's abducting. That's why he feels so free to do this. If he felt that law enforcement really took these cases seriously, he would not be cruising the area so freely like that. We believe that we have a serial abductor in this area taking these girls. And they're coming up missing. One has been found dead. We don't know where Sarah is. We're hoping she's alive and well, but we know she's been abducted. Yes.
Take us, you've been a part of quite a few type of cases. HPD, is this something that is it like something that you notice that happen on a regular basis? Talk to us about just the due diligence of the detectives.
Well, I'm going to be very honest with you. What I notice about the Houston Police Department, if the victim is white, there's a whole nother level of urgency, concern, due diligence to investigate and seek justice for that victim. But when the victim is a person of color, in particular black, especially a young woman from this area, they act like they really don't care because they feel the public does not care. And all they got to do is label them as prostitutes and sex workers, and who cares what happens to them? But they're still human beings. And as tax-paying citizens, you have a right to protect every citizen of this city, especially those who are being kidnapped, regardless of your opinion of them. Any more questions?
Do you have I know that police haven't done anything according to y'all, but do y'all have a description of the man that y'all want to put out at this time?
All we know is that he's between the ages of 30 and 35. That's what we know. And he's a medium-built man, dark-complected. That's all we got. That's all we got. We got the vehicle, yes.
What can you just talk about?
We gave you the video. We gave you video of the vehicle already, so y'all should have the video. I believe. What is it again? It's a Honda CRV.
Great.
A 20.
The license plate in it? I mean, try and get it. You can't.
HPD has the technology to enhance the license plates. We couldn't. But it's a Honda CRV 2014. But they have the technology and the resources with those who can enhance the license plate to find out who's driving that car, because it was not a paper plate. There's a hard plate on that vehicle. HPD, do your job. Get busy. Help us find this young girl.
When you ask them about this case, have they given you a reason why they haven't responded urgently, or what has their response been?
Lukewarm, watered down. I'm not in today. The detective is on the case, not in today. He'll be back in 2 days. He'll call you when he get back. Oh, he's a good detective, but he's not working today. Well, guess what? She's still missing today. So assign somebody else to it that is working today. Don't tell us that a girl who's been abducted and who's missing every day, every hour, every minute, every second counts. It matters. Don't tell us that he ain't at work today. That's all you can tell us. No, man, get busy. Do something about this case. Enhance the video, get the license plate number, get busy and find this man. For another woman is abducted and comes up missing and possibly killed because we know Sarah is the victim of foul play. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for your presence. We thank you for helping us with this.
Who found the phone and tried to turn the phone in? Or is there any clues?
They can get it from them. Go right to the leasing office. They can get it from them. All they got to do is go exactly where it is today. I don't want to go too far into that. Thank you all for your time and your presence. Thank you once again. We're going to now pass out some of these flyers.
A community upset, thinking that this has not been the first time the unknown male, who again was last seen pulling Sarah back into a white car, has done this before. They are saying that they believe he could be responsible for other women who have gone missing in the area. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Our team's always working to bring you these different live top stories as they are happening. We are going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. We'll continue to give you more news across the country when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look at our radars. We're waiting to see what develops from this severe storm. It is making its way across areas like Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee at this time. We do have Mississippi under tornado warning. Some of its residents going to be seeing those high winds, some possible tornadoes popping up, as well as possibly some heavy hail. So let's go back into coverage with our Fox weather team as they are giving us all of these updates. So right here on Live Now from Fox.
The rain and the snow, so that's going to create extra issues there, especially around 10 o'clock this evening in Columbus and Cleveland, two big cities there across Ohio, even in Buffalo. So that is why we've got winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings going right through the rest of our day today. Again, a winter storm warning is a little bit above a winter weather advisory in terms of the hierarchy of how these advisories work. But you could see, a good swath of the Midwest and the Great Lakes here as we go through places like Wichita, Kansas City, and then right up into portions of Illinois, Indiana, and even parts of northwestern Ohio, and then Michigan as well. So all of those areas, Kendall, are areas that we're going to be monitoring here very closely. And one of those spots that I mentioned is Kansas City. So we're going to head out there right now where they could see as much as 8 inches of snow from that system.
Yes, and we've been talking to Max Gordon all day long. We're still checking in with you, Max. So how's it looking out there right now? It looks better. You don't have as much snow on your hat and your hair that you had a couple hours ago, but I can definitely still hear the winds whipping in the distance.
Yeah, it seemed like the winds kind of calmed down a little bit, but they've picked right back up again. We've been seeing some gusts of about 35 miles per hour here in downtown Kansas City, sustained winds of about 20 miles per hour, but it has been a record-breaking day here in Kansas City. As of noon local time, we picked up 6.4 inches of snow here in Kansas City. That's according to the National Weather Service. That broke the previous record that was 6 inches recorded back in 1893. So a long-standing single-day snowfall record broken today in Kansas City. Let's give you a look at the conditions, though. If we step out onto the streets, these buildings really block the wind, but if you sort of step out into the streets, and you can really feel it, and you can see those flags just whipping on that flagpole right there. As I said, gusts of up to about 35 miles per hour. We've seen a lot of snowplows doing their work along the streets here in Kansas City. The Public Works Department has about 300 vehicles out and about. They've been working around the clock ever since this storm started. And just speaking about the evolution of this storm, it's been incredible to sort of feel the temperature swing that we've had over the past 24 hours or so. Yesterday, no snow on the ground whatsoever. We had temperatures in the 60s, and then things really started to plummet. Now we have temperatures just about in the teens, about 19 degrees here in Kansas City. It's made for tricky travel conditions all throughout Missouri and here in Kansas City. But for now, I'm going to toss it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Max. Well, just try to stay warm out there if you can. I know it's been a long day of staying out in the cold and the snow, but we greatly appreciate it. So let's throw it over now to meteorologist.
All right, guys, we were with our Fox weather team. We'll go back into some of their coverage, but I did at least want to pop up our XRAD here as we're continuing to track some of those more severe storms in the southeast. You can see here a couple different boxes popping up on the screen. Now, I want to explain those a little bit to our viewers. The purple ones, those are some of those severe storm movements that we're keeping track of, but those red boxes that we're seeing, especially up in near Clarksdale, we also see some popped up just a little bit west of Jackson, Mississippi. Those are going to be where we have some of those threats for potential tornadoes. So Yazoo City also looks like it has a red box popping up as well. So multiple different spots where you can see here that we have some of those potentials for developments of tornadoes. That means they're taking a look not only at the air temperatures, but also at the cloud movements, the wind movements that could possibly produce those strong tornadoes. So our Fox weather team still still staying on top of this coverage. We heard one of our reporters earlier here this afternoon who was in those areas saying you could feel the shift with the winds. You could feel the shift in the air, thinking that they were going to be hit with some of these severe storms a little bit later here today. So as of right now, again, we do have 4 states under tornado watch as severe storms are picking up, and they are bringing, again, tornadoes, damaging winds, also some hail along with it. This is a widespread area that's going to be getting rain and thunderstorms, but specifically our NOAA Storm Prediction Center has issued a tornado watch for some different areas until 6 p.m. Central Time. So that's going to be in Arkansas, it's going to be in northeastern Louisiana, across Mississippi, and also in southwestern Tennessee. So some major cities going to be under a tornado watch. Again, that effect is going to be happening until 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And these severe weather threats going to be stretching across these portions of the South and through the evening. Thunderstorms are already going on in Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and also in Tennessee, and expected to continue into the evening hours. Again, so other parts of Tennessee going to be seeing it later on in the day, as well as Kentucky and even Georgia. So some of the biggest threats, again, are going to be happening to Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama during this afternoon and into the evening. It's expected that we'll have some damaging wind gusts and tornadoes coming with these severe thunderstorms. Also heavy rainfall likely as well. So we're going to be staying on top of this, staying with our Fox weather team as they can continue to give us some more of these alerts. Do want to remind our viewers as well, we're keeping an eye on all of our different live events happening across the country. So let's go ahead, listen back in again with our Fox weather team.
And that's where the temperatures really drop. 22 degrees there. Buffalo, you'll be at 20. 19 for Cleveland by Thursday night. And Flint, okay, you're at 9 degrees. I've actually got a best friend of mine that's a producer up in Flint, and it's going to be very, very cold. But they're used to weather like this. It still hurts, though. Okay, by Friday, you're going to be at 32 in Pittsburgh. My friends in New York at 60, 57 in Boston, and 34 in Rutland. So you can see the differentiation of temperatures. You go from the rough 30s into the 60s, but with those 60s, you've got a great deal of rain. So, of course, we're watching that carefully. Philly, you're going to be windy at 58 by Friday. And then Burlington, Vermont, check it out. Thursday into Friday, you've got a lot of precipitation turning to snow. And then by Friday night, well, you're going to dry out, but you're at 7 degrees. And then we pick up again Saturday with the snow right at that freezing mark. So, yeah, the only day you're without precip would be Friday night. And then it's back with you on Saturday. So prepare for that. Get the parkas out. Be aware. You just need to stay warm. And I know you will. So we'll keep an eye on all of this. It's a serious situation. We're going to be monitoring it for you. Guys?
That's right. Just work on staying warm. Hey, a major storm moving across the country this afternoon, and it's having quite an impact on travel. Looking live here at I-29 North in Kansas City near the airport. A lot of snow, and we expect more of it as we head into this evening. Full details coming up.
And back to our live interactive radar here, giving us a look at those storms. Do want to remind our viewers you can always stay up to date on the latest top stories, including weather, but also all the other events that have been taking place coast to coast right here on Live Now from Fox on our stream, but also on our social media platforms. That's a great way to stay up to date on stories, not only in your area, but from coast to coast. A live look in Tennessee there. You're seeing a lot of people who have been dealing with just the front of this storm, but there is only more to come. So right now, this picture in that lower right-hand box is Nashville, Tennessee. You can already see the wet ground. They're already getting some of that rain, and those clouds moving across the sky are going to be bringing even some more severe weather threats into the later afternoon hours. So thank you again to everyone who's here watching with us on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to monitor these tornado warnings and severe weather threats, especially since not only do we have this storm that's making its way across the southeast, but then in some of those northern states on the East Coast, they're also getting some of the snow that's coming their way. So they're dealing with snow while the southern states dealing with some possible tornadoes. We'll keep track of it all here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for another 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll be switching gears, taking you back out to the Democratic Convention. It's a live event taking place at this time. We'll take you out to some more of the remarks being made by some of the leaders right after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We always like to monitor live events as they're happening from coast to coast. Going to take us out to New York, where we do have the 2022 Democratic Convention here. We are expecting, just a reminder for all of our viewers, Hillary Clinton to be speaking. She'll be up in about a half hour, set to give some remarks here. So let's go ahead, listen in again live to what's being said at the convention right here on Live Now from Fox.
Just what's so beautiful about the New York dream. Like you saw in the video, it's not about who's richest or most powerful. It's about building a state where New Yorkers, no matter what your zip code is, has the opportunity to unlock their God-given talents. But right now, that dream feels like it's out of reach for far too many New Yorkers, or has been put in hold or put in jeopardy because of the pandemic. New Yorkers like Kareem from Buffalo. When the pandemic hit, he had
And it does look like we're having a little trouble getting that feed coming in here. Sometimes it's just a matter of signal.
Pandemic relief for
so many people inside of the convention center. Signals may get a little bit crossed. We're going to continue to listen in live here. If it does happen again, we'll switch gears, give you more content.
You know, we're fighting for Long Islanders like Peter, a building trades member who catches the 4:30 a.m. train.
And it does look like we may have some adjustments being made here. So just a reminder, we're always in different live events as they're happening. That means sometimes when our photographers are readjusting their shots or possibly have some technical issues, we catch them all. So one of the great things, though, is we're able to continue recording on events like this. We'll be continuing to monitor it as well, especially since we do have Hillary Clinton, who's supposed to be making some remarks here in about a half hour. So we can always come back to this event, but we're going to continue moving things along, just hoping that that signal does strengthen up here a little bit until the time when we do have Hillary step out there and make some new remarks. Will there be any announcements being made? That's one of the things some people may be anticipating, but we'll be replaying another event that happened earlier here today. We did have Secretary Austin, who was doing a news conference as we continue to monitor the tension that's happening between Russia and Ukraine. We've heard time and time again that there's not any de-escalation happening from Russia's side. Instead, the opposite, more troops continue to be added to their western border there. So now they are saying more than 150,000 Russian troops are there on the border of Ukraine and could possibly attack and invade Ukraine at any day now. So let's go ahead, listen into the latest update right here again on Live Now from Fox.
Go to some questions. We got time for 4, and I'll be calling on the questioners at that time. We ask you to keep your follow-ups to a minimum if you could. And with that, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thanks, John, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Secretary General Stoltenberg for hosting this NATO Defense Ministerial. It certainly comes at an important time for the alliance as Russia continues building up their military presence along Ukraine's borders, including in Crimea, in Belarus, and in the Black Sea. In many ways, this brings Russian troops right up to NATO's doorstep. So let me begin today by making clear that America's commitment to NATO and to Article 5 remains ironclad. As President Biden said a couple of days ago, we will, if we must, defend every inch of NATO territory. There's no reason, of course, that it should ever come to this. Just like there's no reason for Russia to again invade Ukraine. Ukraine does not threaten anyone, let alone its Russian neighbors. And yet, that is what Moscow would have us believe. And that is how Mr. Putin continues to justify his assembly of significant combat power. Now, the Russians say that they are withdrawing some of those forces now that exercises are complete, but we don't see that. Quite the contrary, we see them add to the more than 150,000 troops that they already have arrayed along that border, even in the last couple of days. We see some of those troops inch closer to that border. We see them fly in more combat and support aircraft. We see them sharpen their readiness in the Black Sea. We even see them stocking up their blood supplies. You know, I was a soldier myself not that long ago, and I know firsthand that you don't do these sort of things for no reason. And you certainly don't do them if you're getting ready to pack up and go home. So we and our allies will stay vigilant. We will watch for the so-called false flag operations, where Russia manufactures a dramatic event to justify an attack, a play that we've seen them run in the past. And we will continue to explore ways to enhance our readiness, as the United States and others have done with additional troop deployments to NATO's eastern flank. And we will closely match Russian words to Russian deeds, what they say to what they actually do. Of course, one thing that Mr. Putin says he wants to do is to engage in more dialogue. And as we have said all along, we would welcome that. We believe there's still time and space for diplomacy to work, and we are in lockstep with our allies and partners towards that end. A peaceful outcome that respects Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity represents the best outcome for Ukraine, to be sure, but also for Russia and the Russian people. If Mr. Putin is serious about achieving that sort of outcome, he will find in the United States and in this alliance no better or more serious interlocutor. And if he's not, as his deeds thus far tend to indicate, it will be clear to the entire world that he started a war with diplomatic options left on the table. It will be Mr. Putin who will bear the responsibility for the suffering and the immense sacrifice that ensues. You know, I've been doing this for a long time, this business of national security. I joined the United States Army in the middle of the Cold War, and I have served and fought alongside NATO allies for the better part of my adult life. But I can honestly say that I have never seen the alliance more relevant and more united and more resolute than I see it today. Mr. Putin says that he doesn't want a strong NATO on his western flank. He's getting exactly that. I'll soon depart for Poland and then to Lithuania to spend some time with these strong allies who likewise take these obligations seriously. I'll visit with their troops and mine, see their leaders, talk with mine, and talk about how together we can bolster the defense of the alliance. I'd also like to add my appreciation to Bulgaria, who just today agreed to host a U.S. Army Stryker company for joint training opportunities. Now, these troops will be departing Germany in the coming days, and they'll help ensure our readiness and our interoperability with Bulgaria as our NATO ally. All that is to say that I leave here incredibly proud of the alliance and satisfied in the knowledge that we will be sure-footed in the face of aggression, but dedicated, as always, to the prospect of peace. Harry Truman, the American president when NATO was founded, put it best when he noted that though peace was difficult, war was not inevitable. And so it is today. There is nothing inevitable about this looming conflict. It can still be averted. The path of diplomacy may be difficult, but it is still worth the trek. And NATO, as I said, remains sure-footed. Thank you, and I'll stop there and be happy to take a couple of questions.
Okay, our first question will go to Phil Stewart from Reuters.
Mr. Secretary, who is responsible for the shelling today in Ukraine's Donbass region, and how concerning is it? And what are you doing to lower the risk of dangerous and potentially explosive U.S.-Russia interactions, like the close call between aircraft this weekend?
Well, we've seen the reports of the shelling, and Phil, and they're certainly troubling. We're still gathering the details. But, you know, we've said for some time that the Russians might do something like this in order to justify a military conflict. So we'll be watching this very closely. And in terms of any potential interaction with our aircraft and someone else's aircraft, of course, we'll follow our own procedures very closely, which I think our airmen are very well rehearsed on. And we'll make sure that we're doing everything that we can to remain safe in the air. And if we see unsafe acts, we'll certainly demarche the people that are responsible for that.
Next question goes to Bettina Klein from German radio.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. I understand you have the evidence that there's more troop building rather than troop withdrawal in Russia. At the same time, I hear some skepticism, certainly in the German public debate. How can we trust this? How can we trust American intelligence? What do you suggest to build more public trust? And would you consider at one point to make more evidence you have publicly available? Thank you.
Well, you know, I don't see this as a competition of narratives. I think, you know, we've been very transparent about everything that we've seen thus far, and we've shared what we know with our allies and partners, and we really have done a very, very extensive job of making sure that our allies knew what we knew as soon as possible. But I think in order to address the issue that you raised, the solution is to continue to be transparent, to continue to, you know, talk to the American people and people around the world, quite frankly, and explain what we're seeing. And I think, you know, that has been very helpful thus far. We will continue to do that, and we certainly endeavor to do that while we're in this conference this week.
Next question goes to Carla Babb, Voice of America.
Thank you for doing this. Ukraine is calling this week's cyber attack the largest in the country's history. Can you confirm whether Russia was behind this attack? And President Biden last month said that if something short of an invasion happens, like if Russia continued to use cyber attacks, the U.S. could respond in a similar way with cyber. So has the U.S. responded to the latest attack, and if not, why not?
In terms of confirming whether or not this was Russia that was behind this, the intelligence community continues to assess what happened there. But I would just point out to you that this is a play taken out of his playbook. You know, we would expect to see before any attack, we would expect to see cyber attacks, false flag activities, and a number of other things, increasing rhetoric in the information space, and we're beginning to see more and more of that. In terms of a response to the cyber attack, if someone attacks the United States of America, then certainly we will hold that element responsible or accountable. At this point, nobody, we haven't seen it. We have not been attacked. NATO elements have not been attacked. So we'll leave it at that.
Okay, last question today goes to Natalia Drozdiak from Bloomberg. Where are you, Natalia? There you are.
Where are you?
I'm here.
Back there,
thank you, Mr. Secretary, for the question. So some of these troops that we've seen Russia mass along Ukraine's border have come from very far parts of Russia's territory, including the Far East. So why do you think Russia feels comfortable enough to leave that border with China undefended? Does this represent a closer alliance between the two? Thank you.
Well, certainly I can't speak to the strength of that alliance. What I can say, and I'm not sure it infers anything at all, but we did note with alarm China's tacit approval of Putin's activities here in the region. So I'm not sure that we can make any kind of direct inference from what you just raised, but certainly those are things that we'll continue to watch going forward. But I think you raise a very, very interesting and important question. So, thanks.
Okay, thanks everybody. That concludes today's presser. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
All right, those remarks again happening just a little earlier here today with our defense secretary on all of the threats Russia has been continuing to push as they have hundreds of thousands of troop members at the border. Here's a live look in Kiev at this time. It is already in the middle of the night. Could an attack happen here before the weekend? It is possible. That's what our officials continue to say. President Biden even saying, I believe Ukraine invasion will happen in the next several days. Well, Russia was at a meeting here today. This is a look at some of the remarks that they had to say at the UN hearing that happened. Not only did Secretary Blinken speak, but you can see here a Russian Federation president also speaking. So we'll be listening into some of these remarks from the UN headquarters in New York City after we return from this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to bring us out to some breaking news that we just had come in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. A live look in Center City, Philadelphia. You can see police on scene here. A lot of crime scene tape up as well. Little information, but we do know at this time from our Fox 29 team that there was a double shooting that happened just before 2 p.m. Local time. So they do have a black male who was shot one time in the back, one time in the chin, and one time in the neck. They have also transported that male to Jefferson Hospital. He was placed in critical condition. The second victim, also a black male, shot one time in the arm, was transported also to the hospital, condition unknown at this time. They do also have this scene locked down. They have recovered at least one weapon, but no arrests have been made in this incident. So you can see here crowds starting to gather, but that crime scene tape up as the police are investigating. Looks like this car specifically is possibly what could be centered around this incident as well. So Philadelphia police out here on scene, keeping people away as our detectives are looking into this vehicle here. So once again, this is some live breaking news. This is what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox. Here of the breaking news, our camera crews got out to the scene quickly and have provided us with this shot. They're getting some different angles, some different looks here. But as you can see here, we do have police on scene again of this Philadelphia area where they are investigating a double shooting. So again, we don't have a lot of information. Hopefully we will have Philadelphia police at some point this afternoon provide more details, more information. But their first priority when they step out here on scene is obviously going to be looking for the suspects, helping those victims right away as well. They have those two victims again that have been transported to the hospital. So far, no arrests made. So they're going to try to now collect all of the evidence that they can. They're going to try to figure out what played out on scene here ahead of this shooting, and also then talk to some of these local businesses, talk to people who may have been in the area, try to collect as much evidence as possible, because we know nowadays in an area like this, you're seeing a lot of stores around here. They are going to have some security cameras that could have possibly been pointed in the direction of this incident. They're going to try to collect as many pieces of evidence as they can. So even if they already have one business's security camera, they're going to try to get each and every single business who has those outdoor security cameras pointed in this direction, collect that video evidence, because every angle that they can get, then they're going to be trying to, of course, piece everything together. Our camera moving around a little bit. Looks like we do have someone stepping up. Let's listen in live here.
We've got a real problem in this city. It's called guns.
What's your name?
Elizabeth.
And your last name?
Armour.
How do you spell that?
A-R-M-O-U-R.
And could you repeat just one more time what happened here?
There was a gentleman who was trying to move his car out of the parking lane, and there was another car that was blocked next to him. And he beeped naturally to say, could you pull up or do whatever? And he didn't want to pull up. And they got out and they started shouting. And then the guy got out of the car and pushed him, and there was that going on. He got back in his car, and the guy who was trying to get out pulled a gun and shot him 3 times.
How loud were those shots?
Sounds like fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. I mean, it's, you know.
Which cars were which?
Pardon?
Which cars were which?
The gray car here was the one that was double parked, who didn't want to move, who got confrontational.
And the silver SUV is the gentleman that got shot?
Yes.
What was your reaction to see that happen?
I hate to say it, but living in Philadelphia right now, this is going on all the time. I mean, you become immune to it. You become immune to violence and guns and random shootings. And we keep saying we got to do something about it, but so far I don't see us doing much.
So this was over a parking space?
Absolutely. It wasn't even a parking space. The guy was double parked beside him, didn't want to pull up 10 feet so the guy could get out of the parking thing.
And how do you spell your last name?
Armour, A-R-M-O-U-R.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I came in a little late. You said
Yes, it was over Joe.
All right, so we caught a little bit of that live interview. Just a reminder for all of our viewers, when we say we are a station who brings you live, raw, unfiltered content, this is exactly what we mean here. So we have a breaking news scene here in Philadelphia, and at this time, we do know police have said that there has been no arrests that have been made. You just heard from one of those witnesses who said that this incident was all over a parking space. So right now, again, live pictures giving us just a look at some of this investigation. Again, that woman saying that it was all about someone who was double parked, didn't want to move, and unfortunately, it led to this shooting. She even mentioned that this is happening too many times in their city. She said it's just something that you're dealing with now when you live in Philadelphia. Every time it happens, they say something needs to be done, nothing ever changes, and then it happens again. So here we are once again giving you a look at this live breaking news scene out of Philadelphia. Again, we do have two individuals who were shot. Hearing from one of these witnesses on scene that this was all over some parking issues on the street, and now police going to have to continue to work to bring together just so many different pieces of evidence that are going to be out here. So thank you again to all of our viewers who are watching here with us. You can see there that red shirt sticking out of the doorway, even looks like it may have a little bit of blood or something on it. And as we just heard from that witness, this was one of those people who had been shot. It was this individual who was inside of this silver SUV. So once again, some of the details that we do know at this time is that one of the male victims was a black male. He was shot one time in the back, one time in the chin, one time in the neck, transported to the hospital, and has been said to be in critical condition. The second male, also a black individual, who is said to have gotten shot one time in the arm, has been transported to the hospital. And as of right now, there has not been any arrests that have been made. You can see the witness speaking with police. They're probably going to make sure to not only get all the details they can from her, but get all of her information in case they need to follow up with her at a later time. So she was saying that this was because one of those cars was double parked, didn't want to move for the other car. They became aggressive, and that's when the shooting incident happened. Police out here on scene. We have our detectives out here as well. So huge law enforcement presence, especially as this has just unfolded here ahead of that 2 o'clock hour. Now police out here are going to be collecting all of the evidence they can. So as I mentioned, not only are they going to try to get some video footage probably from some of the surrounding stores, they're going to be taking photographs of their own. They're going to be collecting any of those shell casings that dropped down on the ground, placing that into evidence as well. And then finally, these cars will probably be towed and brought into the police evidence as well. So still a fresh breaking news scene here. As we mentioned, this was something that had been brought to our attention. We brought all of our viewers out here. We were able to listen into that live interview. Great to hear just some of those details, but we'll continue to keep our eyes on this shot to see when police possibly will give us a little bit more details, what their investigation is leading them towards. Do they possibly know of who this person was who had shot these two males? So could they possibly be then heading to that person's residency or trying to follow up and make an arrest? Since they don't have anyone in custody at this time, I know that's going to be something that this community is concerned about. And as we heard from that witness again, she said it unfortunately has been happening too many times here in their city. She was asked about those gunshots too, since we do know there was at least 4 shots from that information again of where these individuals were shot. We know at least 4 gunshots had rung out into the air here this afternoon, and she said it sounded so loud, like fireworks right there on the street. So thank you to everyone who's here with us on Live Now from Fox. This is what we do for you. We bring you out to breaking news. We continue to work to get information. We get little pieces here and there, but we'll also keep our eyes out for more information, whether it does come from police officially here down on the ground if they step up to our cameras, or from our news crew crews that are out there on scene as well. So with that being said, we are going to step away for another 2-minute break. What we'll do when we come back is not only will we keep our eyes here on this breaking news scene, if there's more developments, we'll be sure to keep you updated on them. But we're also monitoring a few different other live news pieces as well. So we do have some severe weather threats that are popping up in our southeastern states. You can see here on your screen those purple boxes. Those are some severe weather movements of the storm that they're keeping track of. They also have some areas where they believe it could possibly potentially produce a tornado that they're keeping an eye on as well. You can see those heavy bands of rain. Of course, that red means that's the heaviest rainfall. Purple going to be very heavy rainfall falling in those areas. So they're going to be getting some downpours all the way from Jacksonville all the way up to, looks like Columbus could possibly be now in the path of some of those heavier bands moving into the area. So we'll stay on top of the breaking news out of Philadelphia, on top of this weather, plus all of the tension that's been happening between Ukraine and Russia. We're going to be heading into some remarks that were made at the United Nations Council headquarters today, not only by our own officials here in the United States, but also we're going to be playing out remarks from Russia's officials as well. It's all coming up right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Did want to just remind our viewers who are watching here with us on our stream that we are in some breaking news here out of Philadelphia. Police right now investigating a double shooting that took place, and so far no suspects have been apprehended. Now, we did hear from a witness who was on scene here. You also saw her speaking with police a little bit ago, but she had talked with our camera crews on the ground saying that it was all over some parking issues about being double parked, people trying to get out of a parking space, and that's when one of those individuals had shot two different males. Both of them have been transported to the hospital. Now, one of them has a gunshot wound to the arm. He's been transported to Jefferson Hospital. Unknown condition, but the second male who was shot multiple times, he was shot in the back, shot in the chin, also in the neck. They've also been transported to the hospital and have been said to be in critical condition. So we are on this breaking news here for you because we're going to be waiting for police. Hopefully they would give an official statement, at least a little bit of discussion as to some updates on what they've been collecting here and some of the beginning findings of their investigation. So if we do have our officials step up, of course, we'll be jumping into this breaking news. We're also monitoring some of those severe storms that are making their way across the southeast. I know there's also a lot of people dealing with some snowstorms north of that in not only Missouri, but also in Illinois. So a lot to continue to keep track of, but that's the good thing about staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. Sometimes we jump from event to event. Sometimes we play them out in full for you. But what we're going to do right now is put you into a triple box. So we're going to keep an eye on our radar on that weather. We're going to keep an eye also on that breaking news that's coming to us out of Philadelphia. Of course, if any of the officials step up to that camera, we'll be switching gears, getting into that. But until that time, I do want to take us out to what had happened earlier here today. We did have the United Nations Security Council meeting that happened. We did have not only Russian officials, but also our very own Secretary Blinken speaking about this ongoing tension. So let's go ahead, start with the officials from Russia who are making some comments. And right after that, we do have Secretary Blinken who made remarks as well. We'll be listening into that here, keeping an eye on some of our other breaking news pieces. And it's all happening right here on Live Now from Fox.
Высказаны оценки заместителя генсекретаря ООН Розмари Ди Карло,
Secretary General Rosemary DiCarlo, Special Representative of the OSCE, Chairperson in office in Ukraine in the Trilateral Contact Group, and the Chief Monitor of the OSCE Special Monitoring Session, Mr. Chevik. And we are grateful to Ms. Tatiana Manchan for her valuable information firsthand about how the Security Council decisions on implementing intra-Ukrainian conflict are being implemented in practice. The date of the meeting today is not random. This is a day when 7 years ago, the Security Council of the United Nations passed Resolution 2202, and it unanimously adopted the package of measures for the implementation of the Minsk Agreement as the only international legal basis to settle the civil conflict in the east of Ukraine. And that is why the main goal for the meeting today we see in reaffirming by the Security Council of the fact that there is no alternative to this momentous for Ukraine document. Unfortunately, 7 years down the road, we are increasingly thinking that the implementation of the Minsk agreements is not something that's in the plans of our Ukrainian neighbors. They're stating that openly now. Let me give you some examples. As recently as yesterday, the Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, Irina Vereshchuk, stated that there will be no new laws on the special status of Donbass or no direct agreements. And this took place after Zelensky had a meeting with Chancellor Scholz. She also acknowledged that there is no pressure exerted by West on them to implement the Minsk agreements. On the 4th of February, there was an interview by the Ukrainian channel 1+1 by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kuleba. He said that the Minsk agreement cannot be implemented on Russian terms, and in those terms he thinks there's a direct dialogue between Ukraine and Donbass, despite the fact that this is clearly stated in the package of measures. This same idea was expressed by the head of Ukrainian presidential administration, Yermak, at the recent meeting in Normandy. Earlier, on the 2nd of February, Mr. Kuleba said that no Ukrainian region will have a veto right on the state decision. This is cast in stone, so there will be no special status, as Russia says, no veto. One day earlier, on the 1st of February, Zelensky also recalled for the world entire of Ukraine's inability to negotiate. He hinted at an alternative solution to the conflict in Donbass and says that Kiev has a different view to the order of the implementing the provisions of the Minsk agreement. On the 31st of January, in the interview to the Associated Press, the Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council stated that the implementation of the Minsk agreement means destroying of the country. They were signed at the barrel of Russian guns, and Germans and the French looked on, and every rational person understood that the implementation is impossible. Ukrainian politics are trying to implant the opinion in the West that the Minsk agreements are against the national interest of Ukraine. But if the goal of building peace on their own land is part of the national interest of Ukraine, well, such statements are out of place. Another excuse that we hear here is that Russia is not implementing some of its obligations in the Minsk agreements. And it is very possible that this is something that we'll also hear today. At the same time, it's obvious that there are absolutely no grounds for that because there is no mention of Russia in the text of the Minsk agreements. Let me just give you one opinion on this, not by anyone, but by a judge from the Constitutional Court of Ukraine. He very recently proposed opening criminal prosecution against those who participated in the working out of Minsk agreements, Leonid Kuchma and Petro Poroshenko. And the reason, he says, and I quote, Minsk provides for 20 obligations placed on Ukraine, 6 on OSCE, 2 on Donbas, and not a single one for Russia. End of quote. Colleagues, please allow me to, yet once again, very briefly recall the contents of the document we're discussing at this meeting of ours. Let me list it item by item, and the order in which they are to be implemented is very clearly stated. It cannot be changed. First, ceasefire. Second, withdrawal of weapons. 3, OSCE monitoring. 4, launching a dialogue between Kiev and Donbas. 5, amnesty. 6, exchange of detainees. 7, humanitarian access. 8, lifting the economic blockade. 9, transfer to the Kiev border control provided item 11 is implemented. 10, withdrawal of foreign formations and mercenaries. 11, new constitutions providing special status for Donbass. 12, agreeing on the order of conducting elections. And 13, intensifying the work of the contact group in Minsk. 7 years down the road, it is clear that none of the provisions of the package of measures have been implemented by Ukraine in full. Starting with the first one, ceasefire. And the root of the problem here is systematic lack of desire of Kiev to get into a direct dialogue with the authorized representative of Donetsk and Luhansk in the contact group. Whereas this is a dialogue that is clearly directly provided in items 4, 9, 11, and 12 of the document. This is not our requirement. This is something that is stated in the document. It's an obligation on Ukraine. And this is something that our neighbors increasingly bring into question and thus risk undermine the whole Minsk process, which could lead to devastating consequences for Ukraine. Ukraine stubbornly refuses to implement the provisions of the Minsk on direct dialogue with Donbas, interim self-governance, restoring socioeconomic links, constitutional reform. And currently, the Verkhovnaya Rada has a draft on decentralization. It's not agreed with Donbas and it does not provide for a special status. The Ukrainian side has taken course to completely move away from a direct interaction with Donbas within the coordination mechanism. And they are providing various options, but they do not allow for effective reaction in case there are violations. Attempts to place the blame on Russia.
All right, guys, I hate to interrupt. We were listening into some of those comments. Again, this happened earlier here today, but we do have officials in Philadelphia who are giving an update after we had that double shooting. Let's listen in live.
Eastbound on Chestnut. We're not sure what direction he went after that. We're still searching the area for additional footage to give us some more information on this vehicle. But again, this is, someone who has a gun, a fist fight that turns itself into a shooting midday here in Center City, Philadelphia.
The person knocked on the ground did the shooting?
We believe the person that was knocked to the ground by the person who was operating the food delivery car knocked him to the ground during the fight, and then he gets up and obviously angry and does the wrong thing, pulls out a gun midday Philadelphia here in Center City and fires a gun, which is unacceptable. So if that person is watching and he has a permit to carry or has something out there, do the right thing and turn yourself in.
Thoughts on that in the middle of the city, tourist area, and that's the choice that this person has?
Again, this is a fist fight that escalate a person with a gun, and people just have to realize that that's not the way to resolve situations anywhere in the city of Philadelphia, whether it's Center City, Philadelphia, or any community, is that we have to realize that guns, again, they injure people. In a situation like here, he hit his intended target, but think about how many people were out here with them bullets flying that could have been injured here. Not only that, but the psychological impact you've now done to Center City that's already struggling because of COVID and other issues. So it's a terrible situation, and that person out there was clearly with a friend of his in that car, and this looks like an individual who just made a mistake. Let's do the right thing and turn yourself in.
Both males?
No, male and female in that car.
Which was the delivery car?
The person who shot was operating.
So the parked car, the
parked car looks like they were shopping in the area. They were legally parked in a parking space parallel to the businesses, and then the as we all know, with Uber Eats and all these other services, they're pulling up double parking. That seemed to create the conflict, and that conflict occurred verbally. It turned into a physical, and then turned into a shooting.
So the delivery driver did the shooting?
No, the delivery driver is the victim who shot.
Is there anything that maybe the delivery driver like beat up on the guy and the guy shot back? Anything
The delivery, it was a consensual fight between two parties. It looks like the delivery driver did knock him to the ground.
Okay, so maybe he got upset.
And obviously he got upset over the fact that he was knocked to the ground and lost the fight. And again, just swallow your pride, get in your car and go home with your person that you're with instead of pulling out a gun and trying to correct the situation. That's not going to fix anything at this point. Again, you not only injured a person who's in the hospital now, you've created a lot of problems that we already have in this city with people fearing gun violence. As we have people walking around on a beautiful day trying to shop, trying to eat, and they come here and they see this craziness going on, and it just hurts our city in many ways.
How many shots total, do you know?
We don't know at this point. I mean, we're still collecting scene evidence, and we'll still be collecting a lot of video, and once we get video, we'll try to release it as soon as we can. There's no shortage of video out here, obviously.
And the driver is the only one that was injured in any way?
He's the only one injured at this point. There was initially thought there was two people shot, but that turned out when he got out of his car, a Good Samaritan drove him to Jefferson, and a police officer saw him on the way there, transferred him into his car, and then took him. So there's only one victim at this point.
It's just the Good Samaritan, just a random person here?
Yeah, it's just a random person who saw the guy shot and decided to take him to the hospital.
In a car?
So there are some good things that happened here today, but again, it's unacceptable behavior from people doing things like this.
Was the Good Samaritan a man, a woman?
We're not going to discuss who he is at this point, because he did the right thing and asked us not to.
Did you say and spell your first and last name?
Captain John Walker, Walker, Special Shooting Investigation Group. All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, so as I mentioned, this is what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox. We jump around and we saw our officials step up to the cameras. You heard it was all an altercation, not only about parking, but obviously that delivery driver being double parked, being in the way of this other person. After a fight had broken out between the two parties, that's when the other individual decided to turn it into a shooting. So police are on scene here investigating. If we do get other updates, of course, we'll keep track of that right here for you on Live Now from Fox. But this is a good opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we do have some severe storms that are making their way across our southern eastern states. So we do actually have a tornado warning for central parts of Mississippi at this time. So what we'll do is we'll jump into some more of our Fox weather coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox again after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Here is, again, a live look at just some of those severe storms that are making their way across Arkansas into Mississippi. We do have Tennessee that's also feeling the impact from some of these storms. You're seeing a couple of those highlighted boxes on your screen, one just north of Jackson. We do also have Memphis, who's been getting hit hard with some of those storms. You're seeing some red boxes once in a while pop up in different areas. My cursor showing you some of those red boxes as they are showing some cloud movements that are being tracked for possible tornado threats. So this is just one of the few weather incidents that we're keeping track of, because we do also have, if I zoom out here just a little bit for our viewers, we do have some heavy snow bands that are making their way also across some of the states to the north of these areas that are getting these severe storms. So there is a lot of folks who are dealing with heavy snow all the way from Missouri to Michigan. So you can see that we do have a lot of weather we're keeping track of. Thankfully, we do have our Fox weather team who is staying on top of all of these different moving events. What I want to do is take us out to their coverage. They are talking right now at this time about some of that heavy snow that's expected, again, all the way from Michigan, Missouri to Michigan. So we're going to be listening into their coverage. They're also bouncing back into some of those severe thunderstorms, some of the possible tornado potentials as well. So let's go ahead, listen into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
You'll have to combat the wind a little bit, even in a Friday night. So keep that in mind, plan accordingly. Luckily, though, that snow is starting to taper off as we get into this evening. All right, right now we're heading on to our Kansas City, Missouri, where they can see, potentially could be seeing 8 inches of snow from this system when it's all said and done.
Yeah, and that's where we find Fox Weather's Max Gordon. Max, I know you've been out there all morning long, but how are the city streets looking out there right now?
Well, city streets are actually looking pretty good right now. Crews here have been getting things under control as the day has worn on. About 300 trucks and plows have been on the streets plowing here in the Kansas City metro area. But I want to give you some updated stats from the National Weather Service. This is apparently, this is just in right this afternoon. 7 inches of snow has fallen here in Kansas City. And it appears that the bulk of the snow has moved on, but this still broke a record, the daily record for February 17th. The last previous record has been holding for over 100 years. That previous record made on February 17th of 1893. And this is actually the snowiest day for the Kansas City area ever since February 4th, 2014. So it's been about 8 years since we've had a day this snowy in the Kansas City area. And let's just show you around, give you a look at what all this snow looks like. We're in central Kansas City right now, and you can just see how all this snow is built up. Beautiful scene out here, but of course it is still pretty treacherous on some of the roadways. I believe we've got a live camera right now on I-35 with some overpasses. Got to still, even though crews are getting the snow cleared out because the snow has sort of moved on away from the Kansas City metro area, crews are working on the roads. It still is icy in some places on those bridges. So on those overpasses, got to watch out. Make sure you take it nice and slow on the roadways. And of course, if you do see a snowplow out there, give them plenty of room. Make sure you don't try to pass them, and just take it nice and slow on the roads. But for now, it appears that the snow has moved out of the Kansas City metro area. 7 inches of snow with this storm. Guys, back to you.
All good tips, Max, and a great day to just take it slow out there. And honestly, just stay indoors.
Yep.
Have a snow day.
Yep.
Not a bad idea. All right, thanks, Max. Let's throw it now over to meteorologist Lee Garner.
All right, guys, thanks a lot to talk about today, no doubt. Here's a look at Boston, and you can see it's really not overly cold. It looks like it would be much colder, but the winds are picking up. We've got winds out of the north at 19 miles an hour, okay? So that's something that's really going to kind of swing you around. We've got a wild 24 hours ahead. We've got winter weather alerts until Friday morning. Winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories. Of course, the warnings are going to heed more caution, but any kind of advisory is something we take very seriously. From Erie up to Olean to Buffalo and points north, wind advisories through Friday morning as well, also high wind warnings. So we're looking at Albany, Washington, D.C., New York, Scranton, Hartford, and then you've got the high wind warnings over parts of Boston and Nantucket. Nantucket, you could see wind speeds up to 50, maybe 60 miles an hour, and you're going to see that proven right here. As they fluctuate, Syracuse, Washington, Nantucket, Boston, you're all going to see very heavy winds in surrounding areas too. These winds are really going to slap you in the face if you walk outside. It's not going to be fun. But the good news is we will get through it. And once it ends, it ends. But I want to focus on the here and now and the what's to come. The rain and the snow and that rain-snow mix, that wintry mix, will continue to roll through. And it's going to drop a good amount of rain. And, you know, it's something that could cause a little bit of flooding too. With the warmer temperatures, flooding could be an issue. And of course, there's danger with all of that snow that's going to be melting. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that into Friday morning, okay? As we look at Pittsburgh and Syracuse, up toward Burlington, down even over Cincinnati. Cincinnati, you're likely to see some flurries too. With that heavy rain and snow melt into Friday, we're looking at Binghamton, we're looking at Rutland, Albany, down there in Watertown, Syracuse, Buffalo, St. Mary's, Erie. These areas are who are going to deal with the potential for some flooding and areas that we have to watch very, very carefully. And we will. That's our job here at Fox Weather, to keep you safe, and we definitely want to do that. The rain forecast will indicate to you that we are likely to see 1 to 2 inches of rain in some spots. It's very scattered, though. Most of you will see under an inch, but those of you that see that 1 to 2 inches, that's where problems could arise. And then points northward again in Cleveland, Syracuse, and Burlington up toward the Great Lakes, we'll see a good amount of snow. The late week storm will keep those in Detroit really, really cold. And those of you in Charleston and Scranton, not as cold, but very, very wet. Okay. As we get into Thursday night, Flint, you'll be at 9 degrees, Cleveland 19, Portland 48, and Baltimore 47. So you see the variation of temperatures there. By Friday, a lot of 20s, 30s, 50s, and 60s. It just depends on where you are. Warm or not, though, the winds are going to be issues as well as that rain, so it's something we'll have to keep an eye on. Burlington, Vermont, over the next 3 days, you're going to see temperatures ranging from the single digits to the 20s and eventually into the 30s. Guys?
All right, Katie, well, a major storm moving across the country this afternoon, and it's having quite an impact on travel. We're rounding up the roads and airports coming up.
And thanks again to our Fox Weather team for always keeping us up to date on the latest movements. Again, here is a little bit of a broader look at just some of those storms making their way across our eastern states. But there is a bigger threat for some of those southeastern states who are dealing with those possible tornadoes that could pass up. We're just adjusting our map here so you can see just some of those warnings that are popping up here on our screen. So we do have a couple of our severe thunderstorm warnings that are popping up across the area. Central Mississippi, though, where you're seeing some of these red highlights, this is going to be where they're tracking some of those movements of the clouds, of the air, where a tornado could possibly be produced. So we're going to be staying on top of the latest with the weather here for you on Live Now from Fox. But we do have a couple other live pictures coming to us as well. So here is a live picture of the arrival of Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, she is out traveling here today. She's going to be arriving here in Munich. And so we do have her stepping off the plane here in just a few moments. So once again, we are taking a live look here in Germany, where soon the vice president will be stepping off of the plane. Kamala Harris here in Munich to attend a conference, a security conference. That is going to be happening. A lot of the conversation is going to be revolving around, obviously, the ongoing tension and the threat of Russia invading Ukraine. We've been hearing from different leaders across our country. They've been saying that there's not only a buildup that continues to happen, those numbers are, by their estimates, still increasing instead of decreasing. Now they're saying that there's 150,000 Russian troops at the border. That's different compared to we used to think that there was around 100,000, then it had increased to 130,000. So now we're seeing yet again an increase of numbers. So no de-escalation happening. But President Biden did say earlier today that he believes a Ukraine invasion will happen in the next several days. So again, here just waiting to see Vice President Kamala Harris step off the plane and see if she does make any comments here to some of those media personnel who are waiting nearby. So while we're waiting to see a glimpse of her stepping off of this plane, let's go ahead and listen into some of the remarks that were made earlier here today by President Biden on Russia. Again, this was earlier when he was headed to Ohio to make those infrastructure remarks. So we're going to be replaying them as we also take that live look in Munich, Germany, of the vice president arriving for a security conference.
How high is the threat of a Russian invasion right now?
It's very high.
Why?
It's very high because they have not moved any of their troops out. They've moved more troops in. Number one. Number two, we have reason to believe that they are engaged in a false flag operation to have an excuse to go in. Every indication we have is they're prepared to go into Ukraine, attack Ukraine, number one. Number two, I've been waiting for a response from Putin for my letter, my response to him. It's come to that Moscow embassy. They're faxing it here. Not faxing it, they're sending it here. I have not read it yet. I cannot comment on it.
Have you disagreed on it in any way?
Oh, yes.
Is your sense that this is going to happen now?
Yes. My sense this will happen within the next several days.
Will there any diplomatic path still available?
Yes, there is. There's a clear diplomatic path. That's why I asked Secretary Blinken to go to the United Nations and make his statement today. He'll lay out what that path is. I've laid out a path to Putin as well on, I think, Sunday. And so there is a path. There is a way through this.
Are you going to call Putin? Will you speak to Putin? Are you going to call Putin?
I'm not calling Putin. I have no plans to call Putin right now.
Do you think he's made a final decision, sir?
All right, so you were able to listen into those comments again, those made ahead of the president traveling to Ohio. He is already back in the D.C. area, but we didn't get to play them out earlier. You could hear him say that they have seen the increase, there's no de-escalation, and he gets the sense that an invasion could happen here in these next few days. So what we want to do, he had mentioned that he sent Secretary Blinken to the United Nations United Nations meeting. And so he had sent him there to lay out some remarks on what would happen, what would be the consequences if Russia did invade, what the United States is operating and doing right now at this time. So what we want to do is then go into those remarks. They did already happen here this morning, but of course there is something that some of our viewers didn't get to see. Let's go ahead, listen into them right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
yourself in an awkward situation. I thank you for your attention. And now I resume my function as President of the Council, and I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States of America.
Mr. President, this council was convened today to discuss the implementation of the Minsk agreements, a goal that we all share, despite Russia's persistent violations. These agreements, which were negotiated in 2014 and 2015 and signed by Russia, remain the basis for the peace process to resolve the conflict in eastern Ukraine. This council's primary responsibility, the very reason for its creation, is the preservation of peace and security. As we meet today, the most immediate threat to peace and security is Russia's looming aggression against Ukraine. The stakes go far beyond Ukraine. This is a moment of peril for the lives and safety of millions of people, as well as for the foundation of the United Nations Charter and the rules-based international order that preserves stability worldwide. This crisis directly affects every member of this council and every country in the world. Because the basic principles that sustain peace and security, principles that were enshrined in the wake of 2 world wars and a Cold War, are under threat. The principle that one country cannot change the borders of another by force. The principle that one country cannot dictate another's choices or policies or with whom it will associate. The principle of national sovereignty. This is the exact kind of crisis that the United Nations, and specifically this Security Council, was created to prevent. We must address what Russia is doing right now to Ukraine. Over the past months, without provocation or justification, Russia has amassed more than 150,000 troops around Ukraine's borders, in Russia, Belarus, occupied Crimea. Russia says it's drawing down those forces. We do not see that happening on the ground. Our information indicates clearly that these forces, including ground troops, aircraft, ships, are preparing to launch an attack against Ukraine in the coming days. We don't know precisely how things will play out, but here's what the world can expect to see unfold. In fact, it's unfolding right now, today, as Russia takes steps down the path to war and reissued the threat of military action. First, Russia plans to manufacture a pretext for its attack. This could be a violent event that Russia will blame on Ukraine, or an outrageous accusation that Russia will level against the Ukrainian government. We don't know exactly the form it will take. It could be a fabricated so-called terrorist bombing inside Russia, the invented discovery of a mass grave, a staged drone strike against civilians, or a fake, even a real, attack using chemical weapons. Russia may describe this event as ethnic cleansing or a genocide, making a mockery of a concept that we in this chamber do not take lightly, nor do I take lightly, based on my family history. In the past few days, Russian media has already begun to spread some of these false alarms and claims to maximize public outrage, to lay the groundwork for an invented justification for war. Today, that drumbeat has only intensified in Russia's state-controlled media. We've heard some of these basic allegations from Russian-backed speakers here today. Second, in response to this manufactured provocation, the highest levels of the Russian government may theatrically convene emergency meetings to address the so-called crisis. The government will issue proclamations declaring that Russia must respond to defend Russian citizens or ethnic Russians in Ukraine. Next, the attack is planned to begin. Russian missiles and bombs will drop across Ukraine. Communications will be jammed. Cyber attacks will shut down key Ukrainian institutions. After that, Russian tanks and soldiers will advance on key targets that have already been identified and mapped out in detailed plans. We believe these targets include Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, a city of 2.8 million people. And conventional attacks are not all that Russia plans to inflict upon the people of Ukraine. We have information that indicates Russia will target specific groups of Ukrainians. We've been warning the Ukrainian government of all that is coming. And here today, we are laying it out in great detail with the hope that by sharing what we know with the world, we can influence Russia to abandon the path of war and choose a different path while there's still time. Now, I'm mindful that some have called into question our information, recalling previous instances where intelligence ultimately did not bear out. But let me be clear. I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one. The information I presented here is validated by what we've seen unfolding in plain sight before our eyes for months. And remember that while Russia has repeatedly derided our warnings and alarms as melodrama and nonsense, they have been steadily amassing more than 150,000 troops on Ukraine's borders, as well as the capabilities to conduct a massive military assault. It isn't just us seeing this. Allies and partners see the same thing. And Russia hasn't only been hearing from us. The international chorus has grown louder and louder. If Russia doesn't invade Ukraine, then we will be relieved that Russia changed course and proved our predictions wrong. That would be a far better outcome than the course we're currently on. And we'll gladly accept any criticism that anyone directs at us. As President Biden said, this would be a war of choice. And if Russia makes that choice, we've been clear, along with allies and partners, that our response will be sharp and decisive. President Biden reiterated that forcefully earlier this week. There's another choice Russia can still make if there's any truth to its claim that it's committed to diplomacy. Diplomacy is the only responsible way to resolve this crisis. An essential part of this is through implementation of the Minsk agreements, the subject of our session today. There are a series of commitments that Russia and Ukraine made under Minsk, with the OSCE and the Normandy format partners involved as well. If Russia is prepared to sit with the Ukrainian government and work through the process of implementing these commitments, our friends in France and Germany stand ready to convene senior-level discussions in the Normandy format to settle these issues. Ukraine is ready for this, and we stand fully ready to support the parties. Progress toward resolving the Donbass crisis through the Minsk agreements can reinforce the broader discussions on security issues that we're prepared to engage in with Russia, in coordination with our allies and partners. More than 3 weeks ago, we provided Russia with a paper that detailed concrete, reciprocal steps that we can take in the near term to address our respective concerns and advance the collective security interests of Russia, the United States, and our European partners and allies. This morning, we received a response, which we're evaluating. Earlier today, I sent a letter to Russia's Foreign Minister Sergey Lavrov, proposing that we meet next week in Europe, following on our talks in recent weeks, to discuss the steps that we can take to resolve this crisis without conflict. We're also proposing meetings of the NATO-Russia Council and the OSCE Permanent Council. These meetings can pave the way for a summit of key leaders in the context of de-escalation to reach understandings on our mutual security concerns. As lead diplomats for our nations, we have a responsibility to make every effort for diplomacy to succeed, to leave no diplomatic stone unturned. If Russia is committed to diplomacy, we're presenting every opportunity for it to demonstrate that commitment. I have no doubt that the response to my remarks here today will be more dismissals from the Russian government about the United States stoking hysteria or that it has no plans to invade Ukraine. So let me make this simple. The Russian government can announce today, with no qualification, equivocation, or deflection, that Russia will not invade Ukraine. State it clearly, state it plainly to the world, and then demonstrate it by sending your troops, your tanks, your planes back to their barracks and hangars, and sending your diplomats to the negotiating table. In the coming days, the world will remember that commitment, or the refusal to make it. I yield the floor.
Those were the comments there from earlier today. Secretary of State Antony Blinken really laying out what could possibly happen if Russia invades Ukraine. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on all of that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, everyone, we're going out live to New York. Hillary Clinton taking part in the keynote address at the New York State Democratic Convention. We'll bring you all of the highlights coming out of that right here on Live Now from Fox. We're back, everyone, here live now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today as we continue to bring you these top stories and headlines from all over the country. I want to show you the Dow right now as it continues to really sink here. Session lows had at more than 600 points there in the red as investors continue to worry about the Russia-Ukraine tensions that continue to build here. And we heard from President Biden earlier today saying that he thinks in a couple of days it could happen with an invasion here. So we are keeping an eye on that, as well as the weather out in the south right now, as we are seeing some heavy bands of thunderstorm and rain, especially move through Tennessee area. I want to go out to a little bit of Fox weather coverage here as they are doing some coverage of the strong tornadoes possible in western Tennessee right now.
Tennessee. I just got some updated numbers. You're talking about power outages and have an update for you there. It was what I feared actually happening with this in the Memphis area, and that is the rain and the storms and the wind that came through actually did increase the number of power outages. About 7,000 people are believed to have lost power as a result of the storm line as it came through. That is not the total outages, but that is the number of people that they think are affected in total in just Memphis and Shelby County. We saw that number jump from about 1,000 overnight now to about 7,000. So unfortunately, this storm did have an effect there. Meanwhile, on the roads right now, we are just watching for hydroplaning. That's the big concern as we were along Interstate 40 leaving downtown Memphis. Several accidents out there, both on the interstates and some of the side roads because of this. And as you can see, really the conditions here in real time, it's a steady rain. And when you're really in the core, in the heart of this line as it makes it through, the rain just comes down in sheets. I mean, it is pretty intense in the middle of all of this. What we aren't experiencing, and I'm sure you can kind of back this up with the data that you're seeing there coming out of Weather Command, is we're not seeing a whole lot of lightning. We'll see it occasionally, but this doesn't appear to be that electric of a storm, at least not in the area where we are. But certainly the wind has come along with this and the heavy rain at times, making for some difficult driving conditions. It moves fast, I'll tell you that. Once it moves through your area, the conditions begin to cool down and quickly improve. But absolutely, you'll know it as it's passing overhead. We'll continue to track it here. We're also going to push more towards southern Middle Tennessee, where that tornado watch continues. It was just issued there a little earlier, and we're going to continue to press towards that area and keep an eye on things with that latest tornado watch. Back to you.
All right, Will, we'll make sure to stay safe out there, and we're certainly glad that this is a fast-moving system. Will, thanks so much.
All right, Will, Kendall. Hey, let's take a live look at Chicago now. The Windy City under a winter weather advisory this afternoon with 4 inches of snow possible. Hard to even tell what you're looking at there, right? It's, well, very cloudy, and you can see every now and again a few big old flakes flying by that camera. So the snow is coming down there, and it's going to continue to do so as we head through at least the next several hours. As you can see, yeah, we are dealing with a severe weather component of this storm system further to the south. You head further north, though, and it is all about the snow and the freezing rain and the potential for a little bit of sleet. As you can see, through 6 o'clock Central Time, Chicago going to continue to see that snow, and eventually that should start to taper off as we get a little bit past dinner time. Indianapolis, though, Lansing, Michigan, still seeing snow as we head into those evening and nighttime hours. Meanwhile, Cleveland, Columbus, getting the transition from freezing rain and sleet over to snow, which is always good news. Nobody wants to deal with ice. You can plow snow. Snow is pretty. You can play in snow. You can't really do anything with ice. So we'd obviously rather have the snow than the ice. Here are your flood alerts. They're all over the place. They almost coincide with that winter weather. Snow is frozen water, and once it melts, it really can add up and saturate the water table. So we've got watches and warnings all over the place, right on top of many locations that have a winter weather advisory or a winter storm warning. And again, this is going through Thursday, and Chicago, as you just saw there, under that winter weather advisory. So clearly things are going to be difficult out on the roads. Make sure you're planning and realize that things are going to be difficult before you leave the house, and you'll be ahead of the curve there. Fort Wayne, Indiana, even as far north as Detroit, under that winter storm warning, and there's still some more snow to come, maybe an inch or two there as you look down towards St. Louis, but largely for the folks there.
We were listening in there to Fox Weather, always doing a great job of keeping us updated, not only with severe weather, but then winter weather as well, all in the mix right there. Just always a reminder, check out Fox Weather, download the app, and you can find out all of the great stuff and updates from them directly right there to your smartphone. We're going to keep on going right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to go out to New York, where the keynote address there for the New York State Democratic Conference is ending today, but not before. Hillary Clinton spoke there, and she just wrapped up. Let's play it for you in full. Just a reminder that there, are some whispers there in certain circles that could she be thinking about another run for president? Let's see if we hear any clues right here on Live Now from Fox.
Here in person with so many friends and former colleagues and fellow Democrats from every corner of the state. Well, I am delighted to be here with our terrific governor, Kathy Hochul, and our lieutenant governor, Brian Benjamin. They have brought new leadership for our state, and new hope for our future. And here in this great city, I want to thank our new mayor, Eric Adams, for his hands-on, energetic, no-nonsense leadership. And thanks also to my friends and our senators, Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand, our entire congressional delegation, for fighting so hard for New York and making progress despite the obstacles. And let's hear it for our Attorney General, Tish James, our Comptroller, Tom DiNapoli, Speaker Carl Hastie, and Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins, State Chair Jay Jacobs, and everybody who's working so hard to move New York forward. Because, my friends, we need smart, effective, principled leadership now more than ever. Not only in our state, but also in our country and the world. Just think about it. We have lost 65,000 New Yorkers to the pandemic. That is a lot of grieving families and broken hearts. And our economy, as you know so well, took a real hit. With businesses closing, jobs disappearing, everything costing more than it used to. And yet we are now in the midst of a robust recovery. And we still have work to do, but we are moving forward. But I want us to remember that too many parents and caregivers had to shoulder impossible burdens. How many of you had to be your children's teachers or your grandchildren's teachers? How many of you had to really deal with the stresses that the pandemic caused for so many of us? We've asked an awful lot of our children and our teachers, haven't we? We've asked a lot of our nurses and our doctors and our essential workers who kept our stores open, kept the lights on. In fact, we asked a lot of everyone on the front lines who kept us safe and healthy and working. And we have faced these challenges here in New York at a time when our nation is deeply and dangerously divided. Now, it is one thing to have political disagreements. Those are natural and healthy. But it is an entirely different thing altogether to lose a shared sense of truth, facts, and reality itself. And I know many of us hoped that defeating Trump would start to heal our divisions. I certainly did. That maybe, just maybe, the madness would break. But now it should be clear to all of us that the struggle for unity and democracy is far from over. When the Republican Party officially embraces violent insurrection as legitimate political discourse, when storming the Capitol, assaulting police officers, trying to overturn an election are being normalized, we are in uncharted territory. And make no mistake, our adversaries around the world are watching. Republicans are defending coup plotters. They're curbing voting rights at precisely the moment when democracy needs champions, when we should be standing together against autocracies like Russia and China. January 6th last year was a gift to them because they know something we need to remember. America is only as strong as our unity and our democracy allows us to be. That's why New York must be not just the home of the Statue of Liberty, we must be the defenders of liberty. Not just a laboratory of democracy, but a protector of democracy. And we must reject the big lie about the 2020 election and the cover-up of the insurrection of last January 6th. And we can't get distracted. whether it's by the latest culture war nonsense or some new right-wing lie on Fox or Facebook. By the way, they've been coming after me again lately, in case you might have noticed. It's funny, the more trouble Trump gets into, the wilder the charges and conspiracy theories about me seem to get. So now his accountants have fired him, and investigations draw closer to him, and right on cue, the noise machine gets turned up, doesn't it? Fox leads the charge with accusations against me, counting on their audience to fall for it again. And as an aside, they're getting awfully close to actual malice in their attacks. But as I said, don't get distracted. Don't let the extremes of any or either side throw us off course. Focus on the solutions that matter to voters, not the slogans that only matter on Twitter. Let's offer an alternative vision that inspires and motivates. Let's show that democracy works, that it delivers results for people and makes life better, fairer, and more prosperous for everyone. That's what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are trying to do every single day. And it's what Kathy Hochul and Brian Benjamin are trying to do right here in New York. In fact, it is what Democrats are running on in this election year. Democrats are fighting for safer communities and healthier families, with more opportunities for our kids and schools that are both open and fully funded. Democrats are fighting for better jobs and higher wages for everyone, for health care and housing that doesn't break the bank, for making life affordable, not just for those at the top. Democrats are fighting for cleaner air to breathe and water to drink, for common sense that tells us vaccines work and climate change is real. Democrats are fighting for the rule of law and for judges who follow it, for the right to vote, the cornerstone of our democracy, for the right to organize, because we need unions now more than ever, for the right for women to make our own health care decisions. Now, all this and more is at stake in this election, isn't it? New York and the country has an important choice to make because Republicans have a very different agenda. Republicans will take tax cuts, like the child tax credit, away from hardworking families and give them to billionaires. Republicans will claim they're on the side of parents and family values, but they will do nothing for actual parents or families, nothing on child care, nothing on paid leave, nothing to help working moms and dads get by and get ahead. They will do nothing to invest in our schools or make college more affordable. They'll ban books but do nothing about guns. They'll make it harder for people to vote, but easier for big corporations to bust unions. They'll let polluters trash our environment and let Donald Trump trash our democracy. That's why I intend to work my heart out to elect Democrats up and down the ticket this November. That is why I am so happy to support Kathy Hochul for a full term as governor of New York. I've known Kathy for a long time, and I can tell you something everybody is learning. No one will work harder for the people of the Empire State. Every county, every community. She is a governor for all of us. And by the way, isn't it about time that the state that gave birth to the women's suffrage movement, the state that has always been at the forefront of progress and reform, isn't it about time we elect a woman as our governor? You know, it's been 22 years since I stood before this convention, receiving your votes to endorse my candidacy for the Senate. New York took a chance on me back then, and I'll never forget that. Now a lot has changed. A lot has changed since then. I'm a little blonder. And New York and America have been through a lot. We've all had our share of ups and downs, but I've never lost my faith in our future. You know, Robert Kennedy, whose Senate seat I was so honored to hold, reminded us we are a great country, an unselfish country, and a compassionate country. If we choose to be, if we fight to be, if we elect people who bring out the best, not the worst in us. And despite all the ugliness that we see too much of, I still believe we can be that country, that we can bring back decency to our politics, hope to our communities, defend our democracy, share broader prosperity, because you know what, Democrats, we are stronger together. So please join me in welcoming the governor of our great state, Kathy Hochul.
Those were the remarks there from Hillary Clinton at the Democratic Convention. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break. And when we come back, we will go out and show a little bit of the discussion going on right now with Justice Stephen Breyer happening right now. And we'll be bringing that to you and get his remarks and his thoughts on his long career. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're in the final moments here before the closing bell, and you can see not a good day for the Dow. They're down 632 points. They're in the red as Russia invasion concerns continue to really be paramount for investors right now. That really taking in the news really hour by hour as they're getting these updates here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's continue to roll on right here. I want to show you just a little bit of a discussion that is currently going on with Justice Stephen Breyer talking about his life and career. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, unfortunately, no audio associated with that. We'll try to get it back a little bit later here, right here for you on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We will continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country, as always, everyone. But I want to go back out now, show you a little bit. This is live right now. You got the New York governor there, Kathy Hochul, at the New York State Democratic Convention.
He's trying to go for my record, but he's incredible, incredible, the passion and heart he brings to this. And talk about passion and heart. Our Attorney General, Letitia James, what a tireless fighter she is. She is amazing. We are so blessed to have her, not just here in New York, but as a national leader in fighting for justice and fighting against Donald Trumpism every place it rears its ugly head, and she has been out there for us, and I'm so proud of her. And Tom DiNapoli, who is a consummate public service, who has worked so tirelessly in the trenches, and what a great friend and ally he is. And our entire congressional delegation, they've had to take some tough votes. I sat there with them a decade ago. I'm proud of them, and I'll be there with them, and people like my great friend, who gave me a home when I had none, and that is Carolyn Maloney. I want to thank her for her support today, but always being at my side for such a long time. And our assembly leaders, and you heard from Crystal Peoples-Stokes, Buffalo's own, but also our state's treasurer, Majority Leader Crystal Peoples-Stokes and Speaker Carl Heastie, and Andrea Stewart-Cousins in our Senate. We have Democrats up and down the ticket, and we will run as one party. And we'll fight for every single vote, every single community, every single corner of this incredibly diverse and beautiful, beautiful state. And we'll draw the lines of separation between us and far-right extremism. And we'll take on the Trump Republicans who are working overtime to destroy what makes New York, well, what makes New York, New York. And this is our best way to stand up against their cynical and destructive efforts. And that is to empower and strengthen our own party. So how do we fight against their politics and division and fear-mongering? We organize, we mobilize, and we get out the vote. It's very simple. We know how to do this. And that's how we win as one party. One party that'll lead through unity and build on our strengths instead of disagreements. One party that'll move toward a strong and equitable recovery and lift up our middle class and our most vulnerable. One party that'll continue our effective and science-based approach to beating back the pandemic. One party that'll lead the way toward creating safer communities in our neighborhoods. And through a criminal justice system that lives up to the word, all-important word, justice. And one party that'll forever end the divisiveness, the dog whistles, and a system for that is too long left behind Black and Brown and Asian and Native American communities. That era is over. And by accepting your nomination, I will lead this party just as I've led this state, collaboratively, honestly, in lockstep with our values. And as we leave here today, my friends, I think of Teddy Roosevelt's words that I spoke on my very first day in office. The story of the man in the arena who's marred by dust and sweat and blood, in stark contrast to the timid souls who sit on the sidelines. I said for the first time in history, a woman has entered that arena as governor. But as I look out, I see so much more because I'm not alone in that arena. I see Democrats of every race, creed, ethnicity, gender who are with me in that arena, ready to fight for the very soul of our party and our state. You are in that arena with me. I see Democrats who are enlightened, emboldened, and empowered to spread the message that New York is back and our party has never been stronger. And I see Democrats that know that destiny waits for no one, for this is our time. And New Yorkers will regain that sense of pride, invincibility, unity, and of course, our swagger. As we enter this arena together, I say we rise up our brothers and sisters. We rise up for our brothers and sisters in labor, and we will rise up for women, and we will rise up for working families, and we'll rise up for the LGBTQ communities. We'll rise up for Black, Brown, Asian, and Native American communities. We'll rise up for New Yorkers, from Buffalo to Brooklyn. We'll rise up for upstate and downstate. Rise up! We will rise up! We will rise up! We will rise up for one state! Rise up for one state! Yes, my friends! Yes, my friends! This is a new day for New York! Thank you! Thank you, and may God bless all of you.
New York Governor there, Kathy Hochul, trying to get a full term elected too. You're watching Live Now from Fox as she wrapped up her speech there at the closing of the state Democratic convention. Live Now from Fox continues worldwide in just 2 minutes as the confetti comes down. Watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as now we do have the audio there that we were first trying to bring to you a little bit ago. Justice Stephen Breyer doing some remarks at this conversation with the 2022 Supreme Court Fellows Program. Let's listen right here.
Before you know it, he doesn't have too much leeway as to how he is going to assign the opinions. But he will assign them, and then whoever's senior in the dissent will assign the dissent. But probably, normally, we used to be anyway, and I think it's probably still true, we'd be unanimous almost half the time. And the 5-4 decisions that everybody used to talk about were about, I don't know, 20%, 15%? Sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. Not the same 5 and the same 4 all the time. You could say 6-3 now, whatever, but it isn't. And when I'd say 5-4, I said, one year I counted them, and I wanted to find out, I think there were 18 5-4 decisions or something like that. And 12 of the 5-4 decisions, 12 of those 18, were not what we would call the usual suspects. Okay? And I just had somebody look it up, because every single time that they were written about in the press, it said, in an unusual combination. So I said, how can it be an unusual combination? Well, I guess it could be, but do you see? So it's not. It's certainly not some cut and dried thing. And the breakdown conservatively, I mean, they occur in some cases. There's no question, but perhaps fewer than people think. There we are. So far right. You want the whole story?
The questions are going to come from me today. Okay.
Then my law clerk gives me a draft. This is getting a little boring. It's very technical. All right. Anyway, the law clerk finally, after 2 or 3 weeks, gives me a draft of what's assigned to me. I take it. I go write my draft on the computer. I was a teacher for many years. I can't resist it. You know? So then I write my draft. I give it back to her. She thinks hers is better. I say, maybe it was, but there we are. And so then she'll produce another draft, and I produce another draft, and eventually we get something, and we send it around, and then I just hope for at least 4 others joining it, and I'd like 9, but 4 will do. And they may have suggestions in the memos, and I may change it around somewhat. And somebody can write a dissent, or somebody can write a concurrence, and eventually everybody's either written or joined. That's always the first thing in the conference. Is everybody written in this case? Everybody written? Then the case comes out. The end. There we are.
Justice, one of the words I hear most frequently to describe you is pragmatic. And I wonder if, assuming that's true, does that come from your days as an Eagle Scout, or from reading William James, or from life experience? And how does that affect your approach to cases?
William James is closer than the Eagle Scout. And it's a special kind of pragmatism. I mean, when I was an undergraduate, I majored in philosophy at Stanford, and in England too. And at that time, people were, the philosopher at Harvard was Quine, and there's a list of philosophers, and I'm saying this for a reason. I mean, it's before William James was Peirce. It was Peirce, James, Quine. And the kind of thing pragmatism doesn't quite catch it. Yeah, it's a certain kind of pragmatism, but Quine had this, people have all kinds of systems in their minds, all kinds. And that's how we function during a day or a week or a month. And you could change certain beliefs that you have, but then there'd be implications for other beliefs. And there'd be implications over here, and there'd be implications over there. And if you're going to change too much too fast, you would discover all kinds of things you had to change, unless you decide to change the rule of logic itself, and then, my God, where would we be? Mm-hmm. And law is not that different, in my opinion. It's not that different. So when you say pragmatism, you have to take into account such things as, what does this do to the rule of, and now put in a principle, or an approach, or a standard, or a statutory word, or a canon, if you like. I've never been great fond of canon since I was it Carl Llewellyn, who's somebody who wrote, every canon there's a counter canon, you know, look before you leap, he who hesitates is lost, or whatever. You know, there is a certain, but all of those things, law is a complicated business, and there are systems, and there are approaches, and there are rules for dealing with rules, and they aren't quite rules, and so what you do is figure out not just what would be nice in the world, absolutely not. But that's a point. And so how does it react with it? That's why you have to accept cases that you really don't like. If you had been on this court before, you might never have done it. But there it is. And think about that. And it isn't just one thing. It's like 20 things, and what is the client going to learn from the lawyer? And you can go on endlessly to the point where you'd never be able to get a decision written. But the fact is that there are, in particular cases, canons or rules or statutes or all the things you learn in law school and the things you learn through experience, and lots of different systems and things and approaches. And to take some of those into account, I think it's absolutely necessary, and I think people either do it or they don't. Nobody doesn't. Not. They either tell you what they're doing or they don't. And that, I think, is more like the case. So I say, yeah, I admit I'm doing that, and when I do it, I say it. And then if people don't want to think I'm doing it wrong, say I'm doing it wrong. And the next judge will learn something better. You know? So we're in a complicated business, and there we are, but we like it, and that's not just the judges. The lawyers rather like it too, and the teachers, and it's interesting.
Well, Justice, we're in the library, so why don't we talk about a few of your books?
Oh.
And I'd like to start with Making Our Democracy Work. This is a book, a judge's view. And you talk about the operation of the court in this book. But one of the points you make is the importance of identifying rights and also proportionality in interpreting the Bill of Rights, and how identifying values and proportionality is important to resolving disputes over individual rights. Would you like to say a few words about that?
Well, it depends on the right. I mean, or it depends. If it says 2 senators, it means 2. But the freedom of speech doesn't quite define itself. You well know that. And that's what Black said. Black said, no law, no law. Congress will make no law. Abridging the freedom of speech. He says, no law means no law. I say, yes, that's true. Go with Justice Black. No law means no law. But the freedom of speech, as he said, doesn't quite define it. And so there are at all kinds of levels disagreement there. To what extent should you try to create rules as opposed to approaches, as opposed to strict scrutiny, intermediate scrutiny, little scrutiny? Are those rules? Are they approaches? Are they like stoplights, green, yellow, red? What are they like? And people are going to have a hard time. And so my own view, and why I say that there, is yes, those approaches, green, yellow, red, if you like, will answer some questions for you. Usually not the questions that we get, sometimes, but not too often. And rather, when people get into that, what they do, whatever color light they're using, they ask somewhat similar questions, at least to themselves. And they'll say, how does this really affect speech? And what kind of speech? And is it that kind that helps create well-known marketplace of ideas, or helps transmit those ideas to those in the government who could act on them? And to what extent will this hurt? And what's the reason for this rule which seems to hurt some? A lot? And are there other ways of going about it? By now it's absolutely familiar. Because although those 3 parts are well known, sometimes the court refers to them and sometimes not. And I thought they worked pretty well with gun control. I thought with gun control and you see, because ultimately, judges, Frankfurter said this, he said judges like, when they're applying a balancing test, they like a balancing test to work so that everything's on one side. Then they can't be criticized, you see. And then they get the answer pretty easily. But sometimes it isn't. And when it isn't on one side, there is some weighing going on. And that's why I've used that word proportionality. Because I think that captures what actually goes on in the judge's mind, and should. Sometimes better than saying we're using this test or that test. I'm not against saying we're using this test or that. I sometimes am, but I am in favor of saying, well, this is why I think it would be a disproportionate injury to the freedom of speech if you didn't let, use an old case that I dissented in, if you didn't let this retired administrative law judge teach the Kurds in Turkey how to petition the United Nations for a redress of grievances, rather than call it a violation of a statute which forbids you to give aid to a group of people on the State Department's terrorist list. You can look that up if you want. So in many of these things, I think, the cases are fine in the center, and there are not too many that are, really. And as you get towards the edges of these things, I mean by edges, it's blurred, it's uncertain, it's rather hard. I think you often do get into a weighing process, and I think that kind of weighing, which consists of the harm to the protected interest, the need for that harm, and the possibility of less restrictive alternatives in some form or other, are usually helpful questions to ask aloud so that the public knows what you're doing.
I'd like to turn to another one of your books. This is Active Liberty, Interpreting Our Democratic Constitution. And I guess my takeaways from this book, the general takeaways, is first that the court should consider the democratic underpinnings of the Constitution when interpreting it. And second, that the people have a responsibility to participate in those institutions to make democracy work. Is that a fair description?
Oh, absolutely, and I think it's more, I use it now. What I do when I'm talking to high school students, and I would urge you to do that, or talk to college students, and you all do that, and it would be, here's one of the things I try to work in is this. I always usually have a copy of the document, so that gets their attention. And I say, this document, I say an awful lot of people, of course it's important, it helps keep us together as a nation of 331 million people who disagree about everything. And I said, but it keeps us together as a nation. And I'd say, but if I want to think of how to describe it to the high school students, I think when I was in high school, I used to listen to a radio program, and it was called the Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. And Sergeant Preston was out there in northwest Canada, near Alaska, patrolling the borders. And life was tough on the borders, very tough. But he was part of the Border Patrol. And this sets borders. I say, it doesn't really tell you what to do, occasionally it does, but some of those border questions are pretty tough. Is abortion inside or outside, and so forth? You know, you can think of tough questions. But basically, it's a boundary setting document, and that boundary setting document is a boundary set that tries to leave lots of things, vast numbers, the vast majority of things, up to the public to decide through democratic processes. And to think of that sometimes helps you when you're trying to interpret the freedom of speech and whether the need for transmission to government officials. And sometimes it's just a way of looking at the document, but that's what it is. And so within those boundaries, which are very broad indeed, it's up to the cities, the states, the towns, the counties, the nation, to decide through democratic processes what kind of government they want. And I say, as long as you understand that, I'm now talking to high school students, you will also understand why John Adams and the others thought, hey, we can't tell you much about how to lead your life. It's a graduation. Now, this is good. A lot of you will be asked to give graduation speeches, so I might as well tell you what I usually. And this is always works. you say, well, I can't tell you how you're going to lead your life. I hope that you find someone to love. I hope that you have a rewarding career, and I hope that you participate in public life, at least by voting, but there are 1,000 different ways. A library commission, I don't care, a school board, whatever. They need people in San Francisco at the moment. But participate. And I can tell you one thing from my experience. I think that John Adams and the others were right about this. If you don't participate, this document won't work. Because it is a document that foresees your participation in a democratic government as essential to the experiment that is this country. Okay? And that's what I want them to take in, because now I'll say, you know, being a little older, I can say to them, and by the way, it's up to you now. It's up to you, my friends. You don't like what that person has been saying, go talk to him. Okay, anyway, you see the point. And so, of course, I think this is...
Well, Justice, you mentioned you were a law professor. I happen to have the case book that you authored here. That's not on sale at the Supreme Court Historical.
Why not? That's terrible. These are great cases written by me.
But it brings up the question of the academy, the legal academy. Is it doing its job well?
Yeah, pretty well. I think what we are, and it used to be true, and I hope it remains true, is that we have three parts, if you want, to our profession. Looked at from the point of view of the judge, my job is to decide cases, but I'm not going to know enough to know how those cases, which work out, which don't work out, and so the academy tries to put them together into some kind of coherent whole, and then they write articles about it, or they write treatises, or they teach their classes, and the bar has an opportunity to read what they write. And the bar will then, when they find something useful, let us know in the next case, at least if it favors them. But there are two sides, and so we'll get to know. And then we maybe can write a better opinion. And then we go through the process again. Now, I think that is a traditional role for the Academy. They have other roles too, of course. But that is one that's important. So I'm glad when they write treatises, and I'm glad when the American Law Institute gets everybody together and tries to figure out what, the law of stoppage in transit to or something. I mean, we could have a case in that, state courts will. But in any case, you see, that sort of cycle, I think, is important.
Another book that you've written is The Court and the World, addressing the change in our global environment, where more and more cases.
That was just a little bit of the discussion there with Justice Breyer. I do want to go out to our Fox weather. There is a new tornado warning just issued in Alabama. Let's go to that right here. Coverage on Live Now from Fox.
Anticipated for today, right? This is what we've been warning everybody about. National Weather Service nailed this. There's a tornado watch in all of these areas. Again, zooming in on this tornado warning, and there's the tornado watch. Again, a warning, it means that a tornado or an event is imminent, right? It's happening right now. It typically only spans a few counties. So the tornado warnings that we just showed you are areas where people need to be in their safe place now. Tornado watches, or just a watch in general, is more of a broad area that spans many counties, sometimes states, like what we're seeing right now. It's going until 8 o'clock Central Time. So that means the atmosphere right in this area is juiced for severe weather. And wouldn't you know it, right where we're seeing those tornado warnings is within the watch. And so this all lines up exactly like we anticipated. So a heads up here on this warning going until 4 o'clock for Lamar, Alabama. This is moving northeast. And yeah, hopefully if you know somebody that's taking Interstate 22 here within the next hour, maybe call them. Kendall, make sure that they know what's possibly headed their way. That's the last place you want to be stuck, is in your car on the interstate with bad weather coming your way.
Yes, Nick, and certainly, honestly, good idea. If you are on the interstate and you do encounter a tornado warning, just pull off the side of the road, go into your nearest gas station or just convenience store and ask to take shelter in their refrigerator. They have a big steel box, and that's the safest place to be. All right, well, turning now to California wildfires. California firefighters are battling what is now the largest fire in the state so far this year. The so-called airport fire is burning near the town of Bishop, California. That's about 50 miles to the northeast of Fresno. 3,900 acres have burned since the fire erupted yesterday, and it started near the Eastern Sierra Regional Airport. So as you may recall, California has seen some record heat in recent days, and that heat combined with the ongoing drought and strong Santa Ana winds are making for the perfect fire weather conditions. Now, as of right now, the fire remains under investigation so far, and there's unfortunately 0%.
That was just a little bit from Fox Weather. Make sure that you download their app. Always be in the know of when weather is coming to your neighborhood. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Do want to show you, just look here at our X-RAD system here as it does pick up the tornado warnings that were issued there in Alabama right now that continue. Look at that strong line of thunderstorms and severe weather that continues to push forward there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. If we get any visuals, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll get an update on the sentencing, a preview for Kim Potter, the police officer that shot and killed a man, is going to be sentenced tomorrow. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Congress does work, and your state legislature, and your city council, and your board of education, and the Supreme Court too. Learn something about it. It used to be called 12th grade civics. And why that isn't taught everywhere, I just can't understand it. But if it isn't, you're going to have people who grow up. That's what I tell my grandchildren. You're going to grow up knowing about nothing but aliens invading us from outer space, you know. I mean, please, let's, okay. See, that's the reason.
I have one last question for you, Justice Breyer. When you announced your retirement a few weeks back, you made a very optimistic statement about being on the bench and looking out at the audience at oral argument and seeing people of every race, color, creed, and belief, and yet all of them united in a faith in the rule of law. And I think that's a very optimistic.
Or at least they're willing. Let's not get overdone. I've overdone enough.
Yeah.
But I mean, at least they're willing to resolve these major differences under law. And they will come in.
Well, when you are off the bench and looking up at the bench, what do you hope to see there?
I hope to see there people who are looking down and seeing the same thing I've seen for 27 years. That's what I hope. I certainly hope that. Yeah, that's true. I think that is the challenge. And
well, we're going to relish seeing you on the bench for these last couple of months, and I'm sure attorneys will be fully engaged with your questions and look forward to your work on the court. I want to thank you so much for spending this time with us for the Fellows Program, and say what a delight it is to have this chance to talk with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everybody. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to get an update on the Kim Potter going to be sentenced tomorrow in the accidental shooting that killed a man. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll bring it to you right here on the other side of this break. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. A judge will sentence former police officer Kim Potter to prison tomorrow for killing a man during a traffic stop. But the state is no longer seeking the maximum sentence, and now it's possible she might even spend less time in prison. We're going to get the very latest right now. Going out to Fox's Giovanni Ligi, joining us from Minneapolis. Giovanni, the state is now saying Potter could serve most of her time even outside of prison?
Well, that's absolutely right. The state is still asking for Potter to serve a minimum 1-year sentence in prison, but it's all up to the judge. She could end up spending most of her time doing probation or community service. In late December, a jury found ex-cop Kim Potter guilty of first and second-degree manslaughter. Potter claimed she meant to use her taser, but instead pulled and fired her gun and killed 20-year-old Dante Wright.
I shot him! Oh my God!
Prosecutors said it was negligent and reckless, and that they would seek a longer than normal sentence. Minnesota law shows Potter could face up to 15 years in prison, but earlier this week, prosecutors filed a motion for a sentence just over 7 years. However, they also give the option of a downward departure, explaining if Potter can prove she can contribute to society, Judge Regina Chu could offer a lesser sentence, which would include a year in prison, a meeting with Wright's family, a 10-year probation period, and for Potter to speak publicly about the dangers of weapon confusion.
I shot him! Oh my God!
Now, the family of Dante Wright will also be able to make a victim impact statement before the judge makes any determination on what sentence Potter should face. And once again, it's entirely up to the judge. Mike.
All right, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that and be highlighting that and showing it live to everybody when it happens tomorrow right here on Live Now from Fox. Giovanni, we appreciate that so much.
Thanks.
And of course, we always bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country, including breaking news elements. That's exactly what we have here for you. Let's go out to LA County right now, where we have fire crews working this house fire happening right now. And you can see they are taking portions of the roof out there to try to alleviate some of the smoke that is building up there and let it roll out there. And you can see some flames that continue to rip out as well. We are going to be showcasing this to you right here on Live Now from Fox, all in real time, bringing you the top stories and headlines from all over the country here. But this breaking news element here is you got several lines of hoses out there and crews working best to also make it a defensive fire as well, so it doesn't go to a neighboring house as well.
Best in the world. It is a big house. It is big. Thank you. Rod Burnson said, good coverage. Thank you, brother. That means a lot coming from a professional like you. It is a large house.
We're listening to some of Stu Mundell high up above in the chopper right now, providing coverage here.
Fully involved. What they said was a large, converted two-car garage. So that building was completely involved in fire. That's probably what you're seeing, just that, what the leftover pieces off to the top of the screen right there. So they made a quick attack, but they knew about those high winds. They knew that the fire was spreading to property nearby. They got on that as quickly as possible, but as far as the fire getting into the main structure itself, you know, they were trying to keep that from happening, but then it happened. So they do what they can to contain that fire. They're cutting those holes in the roof to vent those hot gases. They did that, and you can see right now, if you were watching moments ago, huge flames coming out of those holes. It was that attic. I was actually kind of thinking that this house is just going to just go. But these guys and gals from LA City Fire doing amazing work out here, and now you watched it. You watched it live. They did what they had to do up there on that roof inside that house, and you see it. You see it. They saved portions of that structure. They saved property. You know, firefighters, one of the things that they do is save property. That is literally one of the like I think it's number 3. On their list. Of course, life is number 1. I'm not sure what number 2 is, but property is one of the main things that they do. So these men and women up here fighting these flames in very dangerous situations, basically right now saving property for somebody out here. Again, I would assume that if there was somebody inside that home, meaning a victim, we would have heard something by now. We did hear them talk about doing searches earlier on. They're saying that it's, through all the talking, I never really heard it. But if there was a victim, we would have heard something already. So most likely, there is no victims here. We're going to continue to watch. We actually had another assignment. We were actually leaving Van Nuys. We were heading out to Irwindale for, I believe a double homicide. We heard this. We saw it. We came out here. Now we're reporting on it. I love the love, everybody. Thank you so much, Claire. Jamie, we believe everybody is out. Yeah, all clear. So thank you. Justin's listening to the scanner as I'm doing the reporting. We're hearing right now, all clear inside the house. All clear inside the house. That means no victims. No victims. And as far as the fire goes, the bulk of the fire has been knocked down. We haven't heard the technical term that the fire department uses out here called a knockdown, meaning all the fire is out or all the active fire is out. But it should be happening here shortly. You can see much different site picture. When we first arrived, a lot of fire. Right now, almost no open flames. A lot of smoke still bellowing from that. But Jane is talking about pets. Believe me, I'm always worried about animals inside houses. We've been in many situations where the fire department has done CPR on all types of animals, usually saving them. Debbie's asking about it again. It's on Norris, 13,600 block of Norris. And again, I am, because what time it is, we're going to try to get out of here. Believe me, I'd love to stay and chat with you guys, talk about what's going on. But we got to get going. Anyways, and again, you're going to, they're putting, we're using the sky map. What is it called in our helicopter? I forgot what our fancy name was. But anyway, there's Norris. Cross of Excelsior, and we're out here in the Sylmar area. High winds played a huge factor in this, but LA City Fire Department really just tearing it up out here today and putting that fire out so very quickly. Thank you, Mary. And again, this is kind of behind.
And then once again, that was Stu Mundell just really showcasing this breaking news here and what's going on around the community here during this active fire right now. All right, I want to continue on here, bring you always the top stories that we continue to monitor. Well, there was a big story and big fire that was happening in Michigan today at the famed PGA, so many tours there, U.S. Open, PGA Championship at the Oakland Hills Clubhouse, where a fire broke out earlier this morning. Let's get the very latest from fire officials that just had this update.
All they had was a report of smoke, the smell of smoke. And they were trying to figure out in a large building where that smell was coming from. And it was just taking multiple people to narrow down that location. And unfortunately, the smell of smoke was in a large area, so in a large building, trying to figure out exactly where it's coming from is very difficult.
How and when did they determine it was the attic? What led them to make that conclusion?
With their thermal imaging cameras and inspection holes that they began poking in the ceiling and attic in areas they were able to find fire. And at that point, they knew they had a large amount of fire that they were trying to track down and get lines into position to extinguish it.
Confident, though, that was the source of origin, meaning up in the attic?
No. Just confident that at that point they had an attic fire or fire in the attic, but I can't say where it came from at this point.
Earlier you said it wasn't a total loss. Is there any update as far as the damage of
the damage is quite extensive at this point. The pro shop is at the one end of the building is at this time it's threatened. It's still active fire down there. We're trying to stop it there. And then the other side of the building we have active fire as well. It is extensive amount of damage depending on some spots it's just it's just the second floor, other spots it's throughout.
Just to confirm the timelines, you arrived at 9:17. How long was it until you discovered the fire?
I do not have that information at this time. We were dispatched at 9:17. Our station's literally a half mile down the street here. We were on the scene within 2 to 3 minutes and went from there.
In a layperson sense, obviously it looked like less smoke for a while. Then I heard your audio about pockets of debris kind of keeping the fire hard to get to. And then we see kind of a resurgence. Can you explain to people who don't know fires, is it just air hitting these pockets or what's happening?
What's happening is we've had in some spots such an extensive collapse that it's all the layers now of items burning and building material burning that the water just can't get to actively put the fire out. And to mention, it's still working its way across the other parts of the building that we're unable to get to from the outside at this point, and we're not going to put any more crews inside at this point.
And can you elaborate on what that means a little bit from the defensive side? Like, I mean, does that say that it's just going to more or less keep burning, or what?
At this point, we're just going to be flowing the copious amounts of water at this point to put it out as best as we can, as safe as we can, so everybody's safe. That's the key factor here, is safety of the firefighters.
On the waterfront, you mentioned earlier that there was something about a water main issue, and I've heard something there was a lack of water earlier. Can you elaborate on that?
There is no water main issue or lack of water. It's just the fact that we are flowing so much water that the water system cannot keep up.
Okay.
I know you're not into predictions, but this obviously looks like something you're going to be engaged with to bring under control for several hours. Would that be accurate?
Yes, I would say we will be out here through the night with all these pocketed collapse areas, and we'll probably be well into tomorrow. We'll be out here too.
And just lastly, in terms of devastation to the building, are there any portions of the building that at this point you feel pretty confident can be saved?
At this point, I don't know.
Any other clarification on the weather? If we get the snow volumes they're talking about, how that will impede what you're doing, or if that's an issue for you?
The snow volumes what's going to do is we're going to lose a lot of equipment that's going to be buried in the snow. We've been trying to round that equipment up and get it into places where it can be seen, because if we get 8-12 inches of snow and trying to find all these ladders and things under it, may be very difficult. We may be out here when it thaws.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And that was from the fire officials from earlier today there, and some of the scenes that we were taking in earlier this morning as well. Hoping for the very best. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break. Watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are now listening in live here of the oversight of the January 6th Capitol attack here. We do have the Inspector General of the United States Capitol Police, Michael Bolton, speaking live right now. Let's listen for a little bit here on Live Now from Fox.
To meet the needs of the department, the level of intelligence gathering and expertise needed, and an overall cultural change needed to move the department into a protective agency as opposed to a traditional police department. In conclusion, the department is comprised of extraordinary men and women who are dedicated to protecting our democracy, putting their own lives in harm's way in order for Congress to exercise their constitutional duties in a safe and open manner. It is our duty to honor those officers who have given their lives, but also ensuring the safety for all those working and visiting the Capitol complex by making hard changes within the department. Finally, I would like to thank not only this committee, but the Senate Rules Committee and the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack for their continuing support of my office and the work they have done in protecting democracy so that events such as January 6th never happen again. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today, and I'll be very happy to answer any questions the committee may have at this time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bolton. We'll now ask Mr. Schuman to give his testimony to us in about 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairperson Lofgren, Ranking Member Davis, and members of the Committee on House Administration, thank you for the opportunity to testify. Over the last 14 months, the Capitol Police Inspector General has provided its expert analysis of the Capitol Police's operations, programs, and policies in effect on January 6th. My intent is to draw your attention to two things not addressed in the IG's flash reports. First, the structural limitations that narrow and limit the scope of the IG's findings, and second, the structural flaws that undermine oversight of the Capitol Police itself. The Office of the Inspector General should be fully independent of the Capitol Police Chief and of the Capitol Police Board. It is not. The Capitol Police Board appoints the IG. The board includes the Capitol Police Chief as an ex officio member. The board exercises general oversight over the IG. The board is not subject to investigation by the IG, and the board operates in near total secrecy. Let me illustrate how this is a problem. The board reportedly has directed the Inspector General in a non-public letter to never publish IG reports. By comparison, it is routine practice for federal IGs to publish their reports because this empowers accountability to Congress, civil society, and the public. The board reportedly acts unanimously, so any member can secretly block a change in policy that would permit the release of IG reports. In addition to full independence, the IG should be empowered to investigate the board and to publicly report its findings to members and to the public. We can only wonder whether there are pre-existing IG recommendations unheeded by the Capitol Police that could have made a difference on January 6th. Disclosure policy should go beyond IG reports. The Capitol Police should routinely disclose the agency's budget justifications, semi-annual statement of disbursements, arrest data, prosecution rate for threats against members, Office of Professional Responsibility discipline data, and minutes from its board meetings. In addition, there should be a civilian oversight board composed of stakeholders from across Capitol Hill. And there should be a process by which the public can request Capitol Police records. These structural limitations narrow the range of information available to the IG and to overseers and limit the IG's ability to make recommendations to you. Let me now address the structural limitations that undermine oversight of the Capitol Police. I say this, of course, right as my computer monitor has decided to stop functioning. Here we go. Sorry about that. Only a short while ago, the former acting Capitol Police Chief testified that she reported to leadership, not to the committees of jurisdiction. In addition, recently one member of the Capitol Police Board who was appointed by one chamber declined to testify in person in hearings conducted by the other. These examples illustrate a fundamental problem with the Capitol Police leadership. They do not fully respect the jurisdiction of the oversight committees. The GAO shared these concerns in its 2017 report. I wish I had, but I don't have a clever recommendation on how to address this problem. Certainly all members of the Capitol Police Board, should you choose to retain such a body, must routinely testify as a group before the Oversight and Appropriations Committees. Their understandings of their roles and duty to report must be adjusted accordingly. We recommend the hiring of full-time congressional staff with law enforcement expertise to help oversee the Capitol Police. Such personnel should be provided as committee staff to overseers and appropriators and funded out of the Capitol Police budget. The majority at House Admin already has implemented this recommendation. Each day increases the likelihood of another attack on the Capitol. And yet recent proposals made by the Capitol Police and members of its board regarding new security programs raise important civil liberties concerns without addressing the fundamental Capitol security questions. We are not comfortable with new surveillance activities without real reform at the top that is capable of keeping police activities within appropriate boundaries. Our government must be open to the people and safe for conducting the business of democracy. For that to happen, we must address the structural failures inherent in oversight of the Capitol Police. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schuman, and also Inspector General Bolton. We appreciate your testimony, and now is the time when members can ask their questions. I'll turn first to the ranking member, Mr. Davis, for questions that he may have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question, Mr. Bolton, again, thanks for being here today. I want to start, excuse me, by thanking you and your team for the hard work you put into these reports. We have now had numerous hearings and meetings to speak about these reports, and your office has always been responsive to our questions and concerns. I want to ask you a few quick questions because we only have 5 minutes. So short answers, or I'm going to ask to reclaim my time. In your testimony, you explained that you asked over 80 officers to speak with your office about January 6th, but only about 36 of them have actually completed an interview. Now, these officers weren't obligated to speak with you, but would you consider that to be a normal response rate for an investigation?
For police officers, I would say that's about a normal rate. They're under no obligation because they weren't a subject of an investigation. We were just soliciting their information. Some just may not have had the time to be able to speak with us, or for whatever reason, but they weren't compelled to talk to us.
Okay, well, fewer than 50% of officers responding raises concerns that the department has a broader cultural issue of reluctance to speak up. Are officers concerned that speaking with your office might lead to retaliation?
They shouldn't whatsoever. We always make sure that they understand that they would be protected, and basically, and especially in this type of a review, we don't utilize their names in our report. It's just as an officer, and we don't even identify whether it be Senate Division, House Division, or wherever.
Okay, well, thank you, sir, and thanks again for your work and the work of your entire team there at the IG's office. Mr. Schuman, thanks for joining us here today, especially on such short notice. As you're aware, we're here to discuss the oversight of the Capitol Police. We also know that the Inspector General's role is limited to only Capitol Police. As he mentioned repeatedly during our hearings last year, he does not have oversight authority of the Capitol Police Board. The Capitol Police Board, as you mentioned, and as we mentioned, is made up of 3 political appointees, and the chief of police is an ex officio member. The board holds an unusual amount of responsibility for campus security decisions. Can you help us to understand why this structure hinders transparency? Go a little bit beyond your opening comments.
Well, sure. So there are a number of factors, some of which are already in the record. One, of course, is people have a lot of confusion about who's actually making the decision. Is it the board? Is it the chief? Sometimes the chief is in the board meetings as an ex officio member. There is not the release of the minutes of the proceedings before the board. The GAO has indicated that folks who've served on the Capitol Police Board and the Capitol Police Chief are confused about who they report to, who their overseers are, and that the staff for the relevant committees of jurisdiction didn't feel like they were being kept in the loop with respect to decisions being made by the Capitol Police Board. The architect of the Capitol, in his testimony, I think back in May, said that there needs to be more transparency and accountability in the board, that things are overclassified, that they're not made available, and conversations can't happen with other folks, including staff and elsewhere, that there's a lack of dedicated staff. GAO has faulted the board for who has access to the board's manual procedures, that it wasn't routinely being provided to members of the committees of jurisdiction. And ultimately, the Capitol Police and the
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as that shot does leave us here. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we are monitoring out in Washington State. Governor Inslee is supposed to make a news conference, an update here on the latest with mask mandates happening in that state. We'll listen on the other side of the break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are awaiting here Governor Inslee out of Washington give a status update on the mask mandates happening in that state. We'll bring it to you when it does happen right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, want to just show you some other things we are monitoring as well. White House, as President Biden is now back from his trip to Ohio, as he was pushing his infrastructure bill and plan, and we'll be taking that a little bit later this evening right here on Live Now from Fox as well. But I do want to continue on here with some other stuff while we do wait for the governor. Let's listen to a little bit of the Senate hearing from earlier today on the IRS. All right, doesn't look like that one is ready to go just yet, but we got another one coming up right here with more Live Now from Fox right here.
Funding our police department. This far-left Black Lives Matter activist and defund the police cheerleader walked into a Jewish Democrats campaign headquarters and opened fire. Obviously, every aspect of this is still under investigation, including the suspect's mental condition. But guess what? He's already been let out of jail. Already let out of jail. A left-wing bail fund partnered with BLM Louisville to bail him out. Less than 48 hours after this activist tried to literally murder a politician, the radical left bailed their comrade out of jail. This is just jaw-dropping. The innocent people of Louisville deserve better. Since 2020, a long list of prominent corporations have donated or pledged enormous amounts of money to the radical nationwide BLM parent organization. One wonders if any of their corporate money helped spring this would-be assassin from jail. Now, I'm confident that if activists claiming to be conservative tried to assassinate a politician, whatever his mental state, the media would open a 24/7 national conversation about rhetoric on the right. Somehow, I doubt attempted murder by a BLM activist will get that same treatment. I doubt we'll have a national conversation about the constant chorus of powerful voices calling our society evil. I raise this double standard because it's not limited to media coverage. We've seen this extend into our legal system itself. In May of 2020, when Minneapolis was engulfed in lawless riots, one rioter broke into a pawn shop and started a fire that burned it down. His act of arson actually killed somebody. But the federal attorneys who were supposed to represent the victim and the people went out of their way to push for an unusually lenient sentence. They asked for the typical sentencing guideline to be cut in half. Why? Well, because they wrote the defendant was an angry political protester who simply lost his cool. They wrote, quote, "As anyone watching the news worldwide knows, many other people in Minnesota were similarly caught up," end quote. As if that were an excuse. This is the sentencing memo from the prosecutors. It reads like it was ghostwritten by the defense. They even tried to quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to explain why this guy burned down a pawn shop. What a backward attitude. We cannot have federal officials acting like left-wing political violence is more acceptable than any other violence. If anything, political violence is uniquely unacceptable in a democratic republic. Now, I placed a hold on President Biden's nominee to take over as U.S. Attorney in Minnesota until he pledged he'd keep political favoritism out of his prosecutions. Fortunately, he quickly said so in writing. He also knows Republicans will be watching. The American people need public servants to crack down on crime and defend their safety. Crack down on crime and defend their safety. Less pandering to woke mobs, more protecting innocent families. Now, on an entirely different
All right, folks, we are now going to go to another live event here that just popped up for us, as promised here, going out to the state of Washington and getting an update here from the governor on COVID-19 mandate rollbacks. Let's listen right here.
And this will allow us in the upcoming weeks to take further steps forward in regaining a more normal life in the state of Washington while still protecting our public health and our families' health. We know that COVID has changed significantly during the last 2 years, and our efforts have been significantly aggressive in addressing those changes. And now we have changes that will allow us in the next several weeks to take the next step forward into regaining what we consider a much more normal life. Obviously, we know we still have to be cautious because the rate actually remains high today, but this is good news for us to have a relief in sight that I am pleased to be able to announce today. Now, before I talk about the specific strategy moving forward, I wanted to share how we have devised this strategy and based on what science and data we have used to make these forthcoming decisions. As you know, we have relied upon data and science to guide us throughout this period of this pandemic. That has served us very well in saving tens of thousands of lives. And we continue to look at the science and data to guide us in the decisions in the next several weeks. And I want to talk to you about the current status in that regard. First, I'd like to talk with you about the existing level of hospitalizations we have in our state. This is important because our real goal here is to reduce the infection rates low enough that our hospitals would not experience being jammed with COVID patients. So if we can have the first slide, please. Is that up now? Thank you very much. So this slide will show you the graph showing our hospitalizations on a daily basis on a rolling average throughout the pandemic. You will note that we have reached a peak and that we are fortunately coming down. That's really good news. Now that's the good news, but there is a hint of caution, obviously, that you will see that the hospitalization rate today is higher still than any other time in the pandemic except the last couple of weeks. So the number of people entering our hospitals today is still extremely high, continues to put pressures on our hospital, and unfortunately continues to take lives in our state. So we know that we have some good news here, but we know we have a journey still ahead of us to get these hospitalization numbers down so that people can go into hospitals and get treatment when they need it for heart attacks and car accidents and everything else. Okay, enough of that slide. Just take that slide down. That one down? No, down.
It's all.
Okay, thank you. So next, here's what we want to do. Our goal is to knock down the rates of this infection by taking smart, common sense measures that we know that works for the next immediate future to knock these numbers down low enough so that the hospital admissions get low enough not to jam our hospitals. So what I'm going to share with you is a graph that will show what we believe is a realistic prediction of our ability to achieve that goal. So let's put the slide up, please. Now, this slide, and I'm going to spend a minute on this to make sure people can understand it. This slide shows the predictions, the projections of the hospitalization rates that we will experience in the next several weeks. The gray area is the range of the projections, from the very optimistic to the very pessimistic. The red line that goes down as it goes to the right, as you can see, represents the midline, if you will, of the projected hospitalizations on a daily basis that we will have in the upcoming several weeks. Now, obviously, what we want to do is to get that red line down low enough so that we can avoid our hospitals getting jammed. Now, you'll see a horizontal line also. Is it green or blue? I can't see it from here. It's blue. That line represents the level of daily admissions that we believe is safe to get down to a level that we will be able to maintain our hospitals in good shape. So what we want to do is to continue our efforts to reduce infections to get down to that low line. And where those lines meet, frankly, is the magic point where we believe we will be safe to be able to eliminate some of our common sense measures that we know have worked, including masking. So now I'll show you where those lines meet, are very close. So you'll see the green vertical line. This is March 21st, and basically it is very close to where those lines meet to show when we project we will be in a position to be able to reduce some of our requirements and therefore save our hospitals from being overrun. And obviously, we're headed in the right direction. Okay, we're done with that slide now. So, considering these best projections based on the best science, the best epidemiology that we have today, and best on what is good for Washington State, we are confident that we will be able to reach a level by March 21st where we can remove the requirement to wear masks in most of our situations. So we will be removing the mask mandate in our schools and in our public indoor spaces as of Monday, March 21st. That means on March 21st, we will no longer have a state mandate for wearing masks in schools. And on March 21st, we will no longer have a state mandate for wearing masks in indoor spaces. We think that's a very important step in the next part of our journey to normalcy. Now, there are some places where masks still will be required in healthcare settings, in outpatient, dental, long-term care, and correctional facilities. Obviously, that makes sense because these are places where people are very close together and have a lot of vulnerable people who are associated with healthcare delivery systems. We should note the federal government has their own requirements that include transportation, which still do require masks, and that includes in buses. So obviously that is a federal requirement. We can only control the state. So the good news is we are approaching a place fairly shortly where we will not have to be wearing masks generally in these conditions. And we think this is both good for our health and our education of our children and the total reopening of our economy. And we should be very pleased with the progress we have made. And I want to thank Washingtonians who have put us in a position to be able to make this progress. We are in a position to be able to make this progress because people have been careful, have by and large followed our mandates, and have been responsible, and most Washingtonians have got vaccinated as well. This is what has allowed us to be in this position to reduce these mask mandates. Now, I know folks, this has been a long, long journey. I know people would want to say it's totally over today or, at 3 o'clock this afternoon. That would not be consistent with where the science is right now. But I do understand the urgency, the desire, obviously, to do this today. It would not be safe to do this today. But when I think about how to think about this, I think about my dad, who was a track coach at South High School in Seattle. And he always taught his runners, he says, look, guys, I know as you get towards the finish line, you kind of want to let up. You see that tape, you want to slow down, but you need to run through the tape. And I think this is a situation for the next few weeks. We need to run through the tape. We need to finish this job. We need to do it scientifically safe for our children and our families. And I believe this decision is close as we can possibly say to get to that point, to run through this tape. Additionally, here's some other things to announce. Beginning on March 1st, we will no longer require vaccine verification for large events, and that'll take place on March 1st. I do want to talk a minute for vaccines, too. We're not announcing any particular change in vaccines, but I do want to stress with folks the ability to continue to protect ourselves, because COVID is not going to disappear. It is going to be with us for some considerable period of time. And the need to protect ourselves will remain after March 21st. And so I do want to show you the power of vaccines to protect yourself. If we can have the fourth graph, please. This graph shows the hospitalization rates comparing vaccinated people, which is the red line on the bottom, and non-vaccinated Washingtonian, which is the blue line on the top. And what this shows is if you are not vaccinated, you have a 16-time more likely chance to be hospitalized by COVID-19, 16 times. These vaccines work big time. And I must share with you that the threat of COVID will not be eliminated on March 21st. And we will still have mechanisms to protect ourselves. And I am encouraging all Washingtonians to get on that blue line, save yourself, get vaccinated, get a booster. It's good for you and it's good for your health. Okay, we can move forward. I also want to note that people will be able to make their individual decisions about wearing masks after March 21st. You will be able, should you desire to wear a mask, in your place of business or your shopping or anywhere else. And that will be part of our order to protect you and your ability should you desire to do so. That seems to go with it goes with the students in our schools. They will be able, should they desire, if they'd like to wear a mask, or teachers, they can wear a mask, and we will protect that right. I think that that is important. And I know that our schools will do a good job in protecting those students who wants to wear a mask. Maybe some of the folks in their class does not. We're not going to allow them to be bullied as well, and I know our schools are going to protect them in this regard. So, one other note, this will also, we are removing the state mandate for masks, but this will not remove the ability of businesses or other entities to make their own independent decision for their business. So businesses will still be allowed, should they desire to require folks to wear masks. We will not remove their ability to do that. That will be independent decision making. So with that, we have Dr. Amir Shah for some comments in regard to this decision. Dr. Shah.
Governor, thank you. Thank you for your opening comments. And let me just also say that I too am hopeful for where this pandemic is going, both not just here in the state of Washington, but across the country. We're seeing the trajectory of cases that appears to be on the decline, and that obviously is good and welcome news for all of us. But I think more importantly, as Governor has mentioned, it's really the hospitalizations and the numbers that's decreasing as well that continues to be a number that we're all watching. And it's also something that is allowing for capacity to come back in the healthcare system. No doubt the healthcare system is still stressed in many ways, and it's going to continue to be so. We do want to continue to remind individuals in Washington to do all the things they can to be safe and also be able to assure that that healthcare system continues to have the capacity to take care of emergencies in particular. One of the things that the governor just highlighted, and I want to make sure to point out, is that the strong protection against severe disease is very much about vaccines. And we've been saying this for well over a year. Obviously, the additional message of not just vaccines, but boosters is critical. When we have over 72% of our population that's fully vaccinated and over 80% of our population that is eligible has had one dose, that really helps us in the state of Washington. But that still implies there are people who have not gotten vaccinated, that have not gotten their boosters. And we want to make sure that we continue to remind everybody of the importance of both vaccines, boosters, and even masking where necessary. So as the governor pointed out, that there are a few things that we need to be thinking about as we move into this next phase. One is living with COVID means that we don't know how long COVID is going to be around, but we want to make sure we go on with our activities and enjoy those activities, but that we do so safely. And also, as was mentioned, that we do also want, as we said affectionately from the Department of Health standpoint this past summer, respect the rules of the room. Know what's happening in the local health jurisdiction, know what's happening in the individual businesses, and respect those rules. So if there is the N2, which there will be on March 21st, a statewide requirement for masking. That does not mean that a local health jurisdiction or a business may not decide to have an individual requirement in their community and or in their business. So that's one part of it, but the other part is to be respectful to people. As we have individuals who may still feel comfortable wearing masks, our kids, there's many who still want to continue to wear masks through the end of the school year. Be respectful of that, and that is absolutely critical as we move forward. But the news is positive. The news is, again, such that we feel confident with the numbers and the projections as the governor has outlined, that while masks may still be recommended from a public health standpoint, and by the way, they are, and we also strongly recommend vaccines and boosters, it is really important for Washingtonians to know what kinds of activities they can go into, do, and be a part of while they're also doing those activities and doing them safely. And I also want to join Governor in saying thank you to Washingtonians for everything that they have been doing, they continue to do, and in particular, not just as a physician and a public health professional, but as a parent, I also want to thank fellow parents for how hard it's been for our kids and all the different things that we all have been doing to assure their safety as they continue in-person schooling. And I really want to also thank our educational partners, both the superintendent today, but also all of our principals and superintendents and teachers and faculty and staff, as well as the parents, and in particular the kids who have done everything they can to continue to be safe. And we want to continue to assure their safety as we move forward. So with that, Governor, I will turn it back to you and just say this is an incredibly important milestone for us in the state of Washington, and we're thankful that we're getting there.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Thanks for your whole team, Lacey Fehrenbach and others, and Michelle, who've helped increase our vaccinations and made a science-based decision here, and I appreciate your team's efforts. I want to note, too, that this is not the end of our effort of keeping our students, our children safe. Schools will still be continuing doing smart things, using smart testing and the like to protect our children in school. And I'm glad about that. There will be some revisions of that in the near future, and I think schools will appreciate those when those happen. We now have our Superintendent of Public Instruction, Chris Rakal. Chris.
Thank you, Governor. Thanks, everybody, for really being a part of this moment. 2 years ago, the governor and I stood before the people of the state of Washington, and on that fateful day announced that schools were closing in this state, and they closed in all states across the country. At 1.53 million children nationwide were not in in-person learning. From the 5-year-old to the 105-year-old, everybody had a part in a shared responsibility to each other. It involved face covering and distancing and hygiene and in some cases closures. The impacts have been broad, but we also became a state that rapidly addressed this in ways the country was envious of. Half the hospitalization rate per 100,000, half of the loss of life per 100,000. So I want to thank the governor and our partners in health and everybody else who through the duration of this kept health in the focus even as we continued to open. And I would remind folks that a year after that date, we said we're going to get back to in-person learning. And the end of that school year last year, we were 30% or more in person. Within 2 months, we announced that we would be fully in person this year, and we did open statewide in person. And only briefly have we had temporary closures of schools or reversions to remote learning. But all of that's because the science continued to allow us to open up more and continue to do what Washingtonians expected while we kept everyone safe. And this is a big moment. This, as you heard, doesn't mean we are at the end of a complicated virus that's global. It means we get a little bit more flexibility now to take that next step. We'll do it effectively in school. We'll continue to be safe while folks will have the opportunity to wear masks if they choose. This takes the state mandate out of the way. And I think it's important for folks to recognize that together we got here. I also want to say a big thank you to all of our local health officials who have complicated jobs, our school board members. They're making decisions every day about our health. And before any of us knew what COVID was, those folks were making everyday health decisions in flu season and in mumps outbreaks and other significant public health risks. And much of this will go back to them. But they've been really hard working through all of this. They've been good partners, and we'll expect that to be the case going forward. To every teacher, student, superintendent, principal, school board member, thank you. These are tough moments, and it has had impact, an impact that we understood to be a reality when masks were really just one of the only things we had. But with subsequent vaccines, rapid testing, and what we know now about the ultimate science of this virus, we're at a pretty powerful moment here where we take another step to normalcy. So thank you, Governor. To everyone here, there's a lot more to follow. We'll follow up with school districts, but this is a big moment for us, and we take that next step at the response of the people of the state of Washington. And to our students, hang with us here till the 21st. Please wear those face coverings. It is the law. It's important that we keep that responsibility to each other, that we maintain that expectation to look after one another. That's what got us to be one of the safest states through this whole pandemic, and that's what will carry us through. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for your leadership. Following the law has continued ability to save lives as it has. And it has, as people have noted, you know, we have reduced deaths by tens of thousands of people because we have followed the science. Other states that have not followed the science have had tens of thousands or more deaths per capita. We may have saved 17,000 plus lives comparing our death rate to other states. So science has done very well by us, and that's why we continue to hew to it as a guide. And we think that this is the right goal, which is to make sure that people can have hospitals that can care for them. And this is still a problem. Now, we have chosen a date for ending this mask mandate. I know that there are some people who feel that